Chapter 2001. Lady Wilson had never felt as joyful as she did today. She was eagerly anticipating a proper meal. As the foreman had reported earlier, she kept herself busy at the supermarket and finally managed to obtain the meal coupon she had been hoping for by 7 p.m. It wasn't merely about eating, it was also about the experience. The meal was quite substantial. After finishing it, she remained seated in the cafeteria for another 30 minutes. When she finally tried to stand, she pressed both hands against the table, struggling as her legs trembled beneath her. Eat, drink, and feel whole. Lady Wilson wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, placed her palm over her belly, and murmured contentedly to herself, "I didn't expect a meal after such a long day to taste this wonderful. What a day it's been." She glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 8. Panic crept in as she hurriedly prepared to return home. It wasn't just about time, it was about timing. Worried that her son and grandson were still lying in bed hungry, Lady Wilson rushed to the cafeteria window and called out to a staff member who was about to leave. "Excuse me, do you still need these leftovers? The steamed buns and rice?" The staff member stared at her, helplessness flickering across their face. "No way, lady. You've already eaten enough for 3 people, and you're still not full?" Embarrassed, Lady Wilson wiped her mouth again and replied with a sheepish smile. "Oh, I'm full. But the children at home are still starving. They've gone almost 2 days and 2 nights without food." The staff member was shocked. "Seriously? Is that even possible in this day and age?" Lady Wilson felt her face flush as she lowered her voice and confessed. "You wouldn't understand. My family has been going through hell. My eldest daughter-in-law was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. It's heartbreaking. My eldest son has already spent all our savings on her treatment. Now I think back on it. It's truly overwhelming. The first instinct I had was to distance myself from this woman." Spreading rumors about Hannah's dire condition clearly gave her a twisted sense of satisfaction. The cafeteria staff gasped. "What? Advanced breast cancer? That's awful." "That's not even the worst part," Lady Wilson sighed heavily. "My eldest daughter-in-law has advanced breast cancer, but my second daughter-in-law is in an even worse state." Alarmed, the staff asked quickly, "Lady, what happened to your second daughter-in-law?" With a regretful shake of her head, Lady Wilson said, "She has uremia and depends on dialysis just to stay alive. Recently, on her way to the hospital, she was hit by a car. She lost both her legs, from the buttocks down." The staff recoiled in horror. "Is it really that bad?" Lady Wilson twisted her mouth into a grim smile. "You think that's the worst? It gets even more tragic." The staff swallowed hard. What could possibly be worse than that? Lady Wilson lamented dramatically. "My second son's wife, already legless and dependent on dialysis, has now suffered a stroke. She spends her days twisted and twitching, just like those people in country love. It's even more miserable than that." Chapter 2002. She despised the fact that her life had turned out exactly as miserable as she had imagined. In fact, she wished her misery would reach its absolute peak. But how could the cafeteria staff know that she truly believed every word of her own despair? They thought to themselves, what kind of normal person would curse their own family like this without reason? So it had to be true. Filled with sympathy, the staff member said gently, "No wonder you're still working at such an old age. Your family's situation must be unbearable." Then she added, "We still have 7 or 8 steamed buns, nearly 4 portions of rice, and some leftover food base. I can pack them for you to take home." Lady Wilson's heart leaped with excitement, but she quickly suppressed it and put on a sorrowful expression. "But where would I get a lunchbox? My daughters-in-law are both sick. I can't even afford something like that." As she spoke, she casually grabbed a plastic bag hanging beside the counter. "How about this, big sister? Just put everything in a plastic bag for me. I'll carry it home." The staff nodded eagerly. "That's fine, as long as you don't mind." Lady Wilson hurriedly replied. No, no, I don't mind at all. This was the first time I truly felt the cruelty of the world. However, as Lady Wilson began stuffing the food into bags, regret crept in. So much food, it's heavy. How am I supposed to carry all this back? Then she reassured herself. No. Whatever we can take, we must take. With this, my family can eat for at least 2 days. Otherwise, what was the point of earning $100 today? With that thought, she swallowed her complaints, thanked the staff, and struggled out carrying 4 heavy bags of food. They weren't the only ones who understood the bitterness of life. I wasn't certain, but it seemed that way. On second thought, taking the bus would be better. The company's latest project briefly crossed my mind. The first thing I noticed was that the old man wasn't being polite. In reality, Lady Wilson had long known that seniors over 65 could apply for a senior citizen card at the Civil Affairs Department and ride buses for free. But before this, she had never once taken public transport. She was always picked up by a private driver. Back then, how could she even imagine using a free bus card meant for the elderly? Just possessing such a card would have felt humiliating. Now, however, she deeply regretted that mindset. After the new year, when everyone's back at work, I'll apply for the card. At least then I won't have to pay for transport. Saving a few dollars a day adds up over time. Dragging the heavy bags, Lady Wilson trudged back to Thompson First Villa, every step exhausting. Just as she reached the entrance and lifted her card to swipe, a well-dressed, middle-aged woman wrinkled her nose and shouted. "Where the hell do you think you're coming from, carrying that slop? Do you even know where you are? This is Thompson First. You couldn't afford a house here even in several lifetimes." Lady Wilson nearly exploded. Suddenly being insulted like this, she snapped back furiously. "How dare you? Do you even know where I live? I live in Villa A04. Look at you, dressed like a damn peacock. I bet you're crammed into some rundown flat." The woman's face twisted in rage. She rushed forward and slapped Lady Wilson hard. "You old hag! My mother's apartment alone is worth over 20 million, and you dare mock me? You're dirt poor, yet you claim to live in a villa. You fucking deserve this." Chapter 2003. The newly established company was poised to make history, becoming the first in the world to receive the prestigious title of the New York Times from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. In a fit of rage, the woman lashed out, shouting, "You old hag! All you do is eat pig slop, yet you still dare come to Thompson First and act high and mighty. What a fucking joke." Without missing a beat, she yelled at a nearby security guard, "Hey! Get your ass over here right now. Are you blind? I spent over 20 million on a house here, and this is how you treat respectable homeowners like us? Who's protecting our dignity when an old pig like her is allowed to wander around freely?" The security guard immediately felt the pressure mounting. Lady Wilson looked exhausted and worn, nothing like the wealthy matrons usually seen in Thompson First. To make matters worse, she was carrying 4 large plastic bags filled with steamed buns, rice, and a messy vegetable soup. The sight was completely incompatible with the elegance expected of Thompson First residents. Flustered, the security guard said hurriedly, "Excuse me, ma'am, but this is a private residential area. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed inside. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave." Lady Wilson trembled with fury. "Even if I weren't the owner of Thompson First Villa A04, I'd still be a resident here," she shouted angrily. "I live in one of the finest villas in Oris Hill. Who the hell do you think you are to treat me like this?" Her anger boiling over, she struggled to pull out her access card, shaking it furiously as she yelled, "Open your damn eyes and look carefully. This is the access card for Thompson First." Both the security guard and the middle-aged woman froze. The access card had an exquisite design and bore the exclusive Thompson First logo. As someone who worked there and someone who lived there, they both recognized it instantly. Seeing the card, the same thought flashed through their minds. Could this old woman really be a resident of Thompson First? "Anyone can pull out a card," the woman sneered. "Who knows if it's real? If you've got the guts, swipe it and prove it. Fine. Just you wait. Lady Wilson snapped, immediately swiping the card against the gate sensor. The next second, a clear electronic voice rang out. Hello, distinguished resident of Villa A04. Welcome home. At Thompson First, residents were divided into two categories. The first were owners, those whose names were officially listed on the property deeds. The second category consisted of household members. However, household members were not to be underestimated. Most were immediate family members of the owners, and some were close relatives. For example, if Jasmine, the head of the Moore family, purchased a villa here, she would be the owner, while her grandfather, elders, and siblings would all be registered as residents. Although residents were not named on the property titles, their close relationship with the owners meant they carried significant status. When the middle-aged woman realized that Lady Wilson had successfully swiped her card and was indeed a legitimate resident of Villa A04, her face instantly turned pale. The A-series villas, each worth hundreds of millions, were far beyond anything she could ever afford. Chapter 2004. At that moment, she finally understood that anyone living in an A-series villa was someone she absolutely could not afford to offend. I can't handle this, she thought nervously. Her mind spiraled into panic. It's over. It's really over. This is a fucking disaster. Who would have thought this old woman had such a terrifying background? I even slapped her earlier. If she wants revenge, I'm completely screwed. The security guard was also trembling. What the hell is going on? Is this woman really a resident of Thompson First? Why don't I remember her? Everyone who lives here is either rich or powerful. If she's so capable and well-connected, why the hell is she carrying bags of leftover food? Is eating slop some new trend among rich people now? Lady Wilson glared at the woman and shouted furiously, "Open your fucking eyes and look carefully. Now tell me, am I a resident of Villa A04 or not?" The woman was terrified. Even before she could clearly look at old Lady Wilson, the stench of leftover food hit her nose again. Holding her breath, she tried to dodge the issue. Just then, Jacob arrived at the gate. He swiped his card, and the system announced, "Hello, esteemed resident of Villa A05. Welcome home." As the gate opened, Lady Wilson immediately noticed the villa number. She turned around and shouted, "Jacob! Jacob!" Jacob froze when he saw her and asked awkwardly, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Lady Wilson's appearance had scared the woman so badly that she was nearly in tears. In a panic, the woman thought, "I'm finished. This woman lives in A04, and her son lives in A05. This is definitely a powerful family. I just slapped someone from a family like this. Are they going to ruin me?" At that moment, Lady Wilson pointed at the woman, furious, and shouted at Jacob, "Jacob! This bitch hit me. You need to deal with her." Jacob felt his face burn with embarrassment. I'm not sure I can do much here," he replied hesitantly. "She's treated me badly too, and I don't want to get dragged into this. Not everyone in Thompson First is someone I can afford to offend. If she has real influence, this could turn into serious trouble." After thinking it over, he said, "Mom, let's call the police. That's the proper way to handle this. And besides," he added, "you can't just wave scissors around on New Year's Eve. Isn't that going too far?" Lady Wilson was about to explode and lecture him when Jacob cut her off. "How about this, Mom, you call the police first. If they can't settle it, then come back to me. Deal?" Before she could respond, he added, "Something urgent came up at home. I have to go." With that, Jacob quickly left, eager to avoid any further involvement. With New Year's Eve approaching, all he wanted was a peaceful celebration with his family, no chaos, no drama, and definitely no. Chapter 2005. Lady Wilson was seething with rage when she realized that Jacob had run away. Her heart twisted with both grief and fury as she cursed loudly, "What kind of son is this? Your own mother is being threatened, and you don't give a damn. Is that even human? It's fucking beastly." Unbeknownst to her, the woman standing nearby was almost paralyzed with fear. She didn't understand the complicated relationship between Jacob and old lady Wilson, but she knew one thing for certain: they were mother and son. Terrified, she thought to herself, this old woman and that man clearly belong to the same family, yet they don't even live together. Instead, they bought two of the most expensive villas side by side, A04 and A05. What kind of family does that? What kind of money backs this? Regret flooded her as she recalled how arrogantly she had acted earlier. She hurriedly apologized, her voice shaking. "Lady, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you lived here. It was all my fault earlier. Please don't be hard on me." Lady Wilson snapped coldly, "So you think slapping me and saying sorry makes everything fine?" The woman panicked and quickly said, "Then, what can I do? If you want, you can hit me back. As many times as you like, I swear I won't fight back." Lady Wilson clenched her teeth, her urge to retaliate surging. But after a brief moment of thought, she realized that hitting her wouldn't solve anything. It would feel good, sure, but money would feel better. With a cold expression, Lady Wilson said, "You insulted me and slapped me. You owe me compensation." The woman nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. Of course. Just tell me how much you want. I'll pay it." Lady Wilson was about to demand $10,000. But she hesitated. The current Lady Wilson was no longer the aloof, powerful old woman she once was. Times had changed. Now, a full day of backbreaking work at the supermarket only earned her $100. Asking for $10,000 might provoke the woman into calling the police for extortion, and that would land her in real trouble. These days, money is hard to earn, she thought bitterly. I bust my ass all day just to make 100. If I can turn a slap into $100, that's not extortion, it's fair. With that in mind, Lady Wilson said firmly, "I'm old, and you slapped me. That's serious. But I'm feeling generous today. Give me $100, and we'll settle it." "100? The woman froze in shock. She had assumed that anyone living in Villa A04 must be wealthy and would demand a massive sum. Instead, she was stunned, and relieved, by the low price. Ecstatic, she immediately replied, "No problem. I'll pay you right now." She pulled out her wallet, took out a $100 bill, and handed it to Lady Wilson. Then she pointed at the security guard and said cautiously, "We have witnesses here. You agreed to 100, and I'm giving it to you now. You can't come after me later." Lady Wilson's mood instantly improved as she accepted the money. Chapter 2006. In the back of my mind, I thought, that's $100 for a slap. On the wrist, that's a lot more than a hard day's work. So, she suppressed her excitement and spoke, "Okay, let's forget about this matter, and remember, when you go out in the future, don't look down on people with dog eyes." The other party immediately nodded respectfully, "Don't worry, I will. Remember." When Lady Wilson arrived home with 200 in her pocket and 4 large plastic bags, the aroma of food was spreading everywhere in the house. It was Gina and the 3 of them who cooked the food. They work as cleaners in the supermarket today, 120 a day, 3 people. Is 360. These days, 363 people take down the restaurant, which is just an ordinary meal. But if you cook and eat carefully, this 360 is still very rich. Gina and the 3 of them were all from the countryside and were also quite practical, and when they thought of being tired after a long day, they wanted to eat more meat to treat themselves, so they went to the market and bought 2 pounds of pork, bought some potatoes, beans, and vermicelli, and came home straight to a pot of messy stew. The cost of a pot of stew is less than $100, but the quantity is really enough. The smell of the pork burned out, the hood can not be suppressed. What's even more interesting is that when the pot of stew began to stew out the aroma, Gina turned off the range hood. Then she also deliberately opened the kitchen door in order for the aroma to spread a little wider. This was simply great torture for Christopher and Harold, who were on the second floor. Although this kind of stew did not come up to any high level, it was one of the most practical, most delicious and most gluttonous dishes in ordinary people's homes. What's more, Christopher and Harold were both starving, and when they were starving, their sense of smell became extremely sensitive, so Ian couldn't wait, so they wanted to eat it quickly, but when they called Hannah to ask, they realized that the rice wasn't cooked by their own family, but by their 3 new tenants. This made the father and son despair to the extreme. Wendy and Hannah were equally desperate. Just at this moment, Lady Wilson pushed the door in with a black face. As soon as she entered, she cursed and said, "Those 3 rural old women, how insolent! There are tables in the dining room, but you're still running to the coffee table to eat. You really think you're home here?" Wendy was so excited to see her come in that she said, "Grandma, you're back. We're starving, just waiting for you to come back and bring us food." Harold also cried, "Grandma, I'm really hungry. If I don't eat something, I'm going to starve to death." Lady Wilson sighed, handed the 4 plastic bags in her hand to Wendy and said, "This is for you, go get some chopsticks and eat quickly." At the sight of the plastic bags she carried in her hands, the Wilson family couldn't care less about where the food in them came from, only thinking to quickly eat all of it in their stomachs. Thus, Wendy said excitedly, "Grandma, I'm going to the dining room to get the chopsticks." Hannah was also happy, and was busy saying, "You can't take it all by yourself, I'll come with you." Lady Wilson snorted, "Hannah, you stop right there. You're not going to eat a single bite of the food I brought back." Chapter 2007. Hannah was completely caught off guard when old Lady Wilson turned against her at such a critical moment. She pointed at the large plastic bags filled with food and pleaded, "Mom, you brought back so much. Is it really too much to ask for just a few bites? I've been starving for ages." Lady Wilson sneered coldly. "If you want to eat, then get out and work for your own money. Relying on me, an old woman, to feed you? How fucking shameless can you be?" Anxious and furious, Hannah shouted, "I was trapped by Jacob. If it weren't for him, I'd be working as a cashier right now and earning more money than you." Lady Wilson waved her off dismissively. "Whether you earn more or less has nothing to do with me. You earn your keep, I earn mine. No one is taking advantage of anyone here. Don't even think about touching the food I brought back. If you want to eat, go earn it yourself." Hannah glared at her with a mix of sadness and rage before snapping, "Lady, aren't you just asking for trouble? If you keep pushing me, I'll leave this house for good." Lady Wilson burst out laughing and clapped her hands mockingly. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Hurry up and go. I'll set off firecrackers to celebrate your departure. If it weren't for Donald, I would have kicked you out long ago. Why should I keep you around to be an eyesore? If you leave on your own, Donald won't blame me at all." Hannah clenched her teeth in fury. "Fine. We'll see about that, you old hag." Wendy rushed forward, trying to smooth things over. "Grandma, please don't be so harsh on Mom. She hasn't eaten in a long time either. Just let her eat something." "Let her eat?" Lady Wilson scoffed. "I wouldn't give her a single bite, even if I poured it all out for the dogs." With that, she barked an order. "Hand over the food. Go get the chopsticks. The 4 of us will eat together while she watches." Hannah screamed in anger, "Lady Wilson, I married into the Wilson family and gave birth to children for you, and now you won't even let me eat? You're truly heartless." Old Lady Wilson looked at her with utter contempt. "If you want to eat, then figure it out yourself. Aren't you good at finding wild men? Go seduce another one, maybe you'll even make the list again." "You!" Hannah's face burned with humiliation and rage. Lady Wilson loved humiliating her by dragging up her past at the black coal kiln, and Hannah had no way to strike back. All she could do was stomp her foot and shout, "From today onward, I, Hannah, am cutting ties with the Wilson family completely." With that, she slammed the door and stormed back to her room. Christopher had already lost most of his affection for Hannah. He sat silently, secretly wishing she would just disappear. Harold, however, couldn't bear to watch. No matter what Hannah had done, she was still his mother. Seeing her on the verge of being driven out, Harold finally spoke up. "Grandma, it hasn't been easy for her either. Please forgive her just this once." Lady Wilson replied icily, "Anyone who dares defend that woman again can get out as well." Harold's stomach growled loudly. Faced with hunger, he wisely chose silence. Wendy quickly fetched the utensils. Together with old Lady Wilson, she began pouring the leftover rice into containers. Wendy stuffed a steamed bun into her mouth, dipping it in vegetable soup before quickly shoving another bun in. After eating her fill, Lady Wilson picked up the chopsticks and began feeding Jacob and Harold, who were lying on the bed. Like baby birds waiting to be fed, father and son opened their mouths wide. As soon as food touched their lips, tears streamed down their faces. The sight made Lady Wilson's eyes turn red. Choking up, she said, "Tomorrow, I'll go back to work. I'll bring home noodles and meat. The four of us will make dumplings together." Christopher sobbed and asked, "Mom, can we really have meat dumplings tomorrow?" Lady Wilson nodded firmly. "Of course. I'll bring everything back. Wendy and I will wrap them just for you and your father." Chapter 2008. With tears in his eyes, Christopher said firmly, "Mom, once I recover, I'll find a job, even if it means carrying cement at a construction site. I'll do whatever it takes to support this family. I won't let Dad go out and suffer at his age if I can help it." Harold quickly added, his mouth still full, "Grandma, I'll help too." Lady Wilson nodded with satisfaction. "You two just focus on getting better. Once you're well again, I'll be counting on you to take care of me in my final years." After the four members of the Wilson family finally finished their meal, Hannah sat alone in her room, quietly crying. Hungry, cold, and completely hopeless, she had already given up on the Wilson family. In her heart, she made a firm decision: it was time to leave. She no longer wanted to stay with this family or remain in Orris Hill. What she wanted most was to return to her mother's home. Although her mother's family wasn't wealthy and she had a brother who relied on their parents, at least she wouldn't starve there or live like this. However, her mother's house was far away. The train ride would take at least 5 or 6 hours in a hard seat, and the ticket cost over $100. After thinking it over, she decided to get help from Lady Wilson. That night, exhausted from a full day of labor, Lady Wilson slept deeply. In the early hours before dawn, Hannah quietly entered her room and carefully took $200 from her pocket. The money included $100 from Lady Wilson's wages and another $100 she had gotten after being slapped. Seeing the cash made Hannah's heart race. $200 wasn't much, but it was enough to buy breakfast and a train ticket home for New Year's Eve. Without hesitation, she stuffed the money into her pocket, packed a few clothes and personal items, dragged her suitcase, and slipped out of Thompson First before dawn. Before leaving, she scribbled a note and left it in her room. "See you later." On the morning of the 30th day of the lunar year, Claire finally started her vacation. Even so, she was used to waking up early and was already up before 7. When Charlie saw that she was awake, he got out of bed as well. It was New Year's Eve, and there was a lot to prepare: ingredients for dinner, dumpling filling, and plans to watch the Spring Festival Gala together after the meal. Just then, Claire's phone rang. "Oh! Laureen is calling so early," she exclaimed. "I wonder what's going on." Charlie smiled. "You'll know once you answer." Claire nodded and picked up the phone. "Hey, Laureen. Why are you calling so early?" Laureen laughed. "I'm on vacation. Today's a holiday, and I have a noon flight back to East Cliff so I can have New Year's Eve dinner with my family." Then she asked, "Is it okay if I come by later? I'd like to visit your uncle and aunt." Claire smiled. "Of course. Just don't bring anything. I didn't even prepare gifts for your family. We're close, no need for formalities. Perfect. Lorene said cheerfully. Then she added, by the way, I asked my cousin to come with me. Is that okay? Chapter 2009. Claire had been friends with Lorene for many years and was fairly familiar with her family. So, when she learned that Lorene was bringing her cousin along, she asked curiously, Lorene, you're not talking about Sam, are you? Jorin Thomas smiled and replied, that's him. What? Claire exclaimed, instantly recalling that guy's image in her mind. What's your cousin doing in Orris Hill? Lorene explained, well, he's been in Eastcliff for quite some time and tends to stir up trouble. So, he decided to come to Orris Hill to sharpen his skills for a while. Claire was taken aback and asked, sharpen his skills? How exactly does he plan to do that? Lorene chuckled. By living a tough life. Right now, he's renting a place in the middle of a city village, and let me tell you, the living conditions are pretty awful. Claire couldn't help but laugh. Your cousin sounds like quite a character. Living in a city village must feel like punishment for him, right? There's no way he chose this himself. Who would willingly put themselves through that? Charlie couldn't help but feel amused by the conversation. After all, he was the one who had arranged for Sam to come to Orris Hill and endure a harder life. Lorene continued with a smile, my cousin offended someone powerful in Eastcliff, someone he absolutely shouldn't have messed with. As a result, he was forced to spend a year here in Orris Hill before he's allowed to go back. Since I'm flying back to Eastcliff for New Year's Eve today, he'll be left here alone. Claire pursed her lips and said, honestly, Lorene, your cousin is very arrogant. If this experience helps knock some sense into him, then it's probably a good thing. Exactly, Lorene laughed. Just don't bring it up in front of him when we get to your place. We don't want to embarrass him. Claire quickly reassured her, don't worry. I know better than that. Lorene replied, great. We'll be there shortly. Perfect. I'll be waiting at home. After hanging up, Claire turned to Charlie and said, honey, Lorene and her cousin will be coming over soon. Charlie nodded and asked, are they staying for lunch? Claire shook her head. No. Lorene is just stopping by briefly. She's rushing to the airport to catch her flight back to Eastcliff. She added, oh, and her cousin will be staying in Orris Hill for a whole year, so I want to introduce you to. Charlie smiled faintly. I actually met him the last time I was in Eastcliff. Remember when you asked me to send a birthday gift to Lorene's grandmother? He was there. Really? Claire smiled. Have you stayed in touch with him? Charlie replied, we barely exchanged a few words. That was it. Claire nodded and warned him, just so you know, her cousin has a terrible personality. He's arrogant, relies on his family's money, and looks down on everyone. If he acts superior around you, don't take it personally. He's still a guest, and it's New Year's Eve, we should avoid unnecessary conflict. Charlie smiled calmly. Don't worry. I can handle it. Meanwhile, Sam was driving the old Mercedes-Benz sedan that Lorene had received from the Grand Group, following the navigation toward Thompson First. Chapter 2010. After finishing her call with Claire, Lorene, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Sam and said bluntly, when we get there, just go in with me. I really don't want you acting weird. Seeing the aggrieved expression on Sam's face, like a bullied daughter-in-law, Lorene couldn't help teasing him. Come on, brother, stop being such a coward. I'm just taking you to Charlie's place to pay respects, not to start a fight. What are you so scared of? Sam let out a heavy sigh. Lorene, you don't understand. I've only met Charlie twice, and both times ended horribly. The first time, I swallowed a necklace and had to undergo surgery. The second time, he forced me to ride a bicycle all the way from Eastcliff to Orris Hill. If I meet him again, who knows what he'll make me do next? What if he sends me to Africa to mine diamonds? Lorene said seriously, you're overthinking it. Charlie isn't a bad person. He only retaliates when people provoke him. As long as you stay humble and low-key around him, he won't trouble you. Sam still looked uneasy. That might be true, but he's unpredictable. What if I accidentally offend him without realizing it? Lorene suggested, then just shut up. When you see him, call him Mr. Wade respectfully and don't say anything else. Sam pleaded, why don't you just go in alone? I'll wait in the car. Lorene immediately snapped back, I already told Claire you were coming with me. She must have told Charlie too. If you suddenly don't show up, he might think you're deliberately disrespecting him. After a short pause, she added coldly, and don't forget, Oris Hill is Charlie's territory. You couldn't beat him in Eastcliff, let alone here. Hearing this, Sam shrank back and muttered, all right. I'll go. Lorene emphasized, I'm serious. Charlie is actually easy to deal with, as long as you show respect. Be polite, and he'll treat you politely. Try acting tough, and you'll be fucked. She continued, once, I went to a hot spring with Charlie and Claire. Some asshole scratched my car and even dared to shout at me. Do you know what happened next? Sam shook his head nervously. What? Lorene replied calmly, Charlie had his men deal with him, and they carved 2 words directly into that guy's forehead. Sam's jaw dropped. Carved words into his forehead? That's insane. Lorene scoffed. If you knew what kind of trash that guy was, you'd know it wasn't cruel at all. Sam hurriedly asked, what words did Charlie have carved into his forehead? Lorene answered, that idiot loved calling people pathetic jerks, so Charlie had those exact words carved into his forehead. What the hell? A chill ran down Sam's spine, as if those words had been carved onto his own forehead. He muttered in fear, this Charlie, what's the difference between him and a devil? He's a fucking monster. Lorene snapped sharply, don't you dare badmouth Charlie. Ha! Sam was shocked and furious. Lorene, I'm your brother. Why the hell are you taking his side? Lorene snorted. Charlie is a hero in my eyes. If I had to choose between you, an uneducated idiot, and him, I'd choose Charlie without hesitation. Sam blurted out, Lorene, you don't actually like Charlie, do you? Chapter 2011. Sam's sudden question caught Lorene completely off guard, leaving her momentarily flustered. Why you're not serious, she stammered. I don't like Charlie. I don't buy that, Sam replied flatly. After chasing women for years, I know them well enough. The way you're acting right now makes it obvious, you've got a secret crush on Charlie. Lorene pretended to lose her patience and snapped, think whatever you want. I'm done talking to you. Sam warned her seriously, Lorene, Charlie is married. You need to stay the hell away from him. If word spreads that the eldest daughter of the Thomas family is lusting after a married man, it'll be a huge disgrace to our family. That instantly lit Lorene's fuse. You've got the nerve to lecture me, she fired back. Everyone already knows about your surgery disaster, you swallowed your own fucking necklace. And let's not forget how you rode that broken piece of shit bicycle all the way from Eastcliff to Oris Hill wearing that ridiculous green helmet. The whole damn city is laughing at you. Why don't you talk about how you embarrassed the Thomas family instead? Sam's face flushed with shame and anger. Lorene, is this really necessary? Do we have to stab each other like this? Who told you to drag me into your bullshit? Lorene shot back coldly. Sam let out a long sigh, clearly defeated. Fine. I get it, you like Charlie. Then he muttered bitterly to himself, this is fucking insane. Why is a married man like Charlie so attractive? What, did all the other men in the world suddenly die? At that, Lorene dropped her act and asked curiously, who else likes him? Sam answered irritably, Jasmine Moore from Oris Hill. Remember when I swallowed that necklace? That happened at Jasmine's birthday banquet. I was trying to impress her because our families were even discussing a possible marriage alliance. But she didn't even spare me a glance, her eyes were glued to Charlie the whole damn time. That's why I lost my temper. Lorene gasped. No way. Jasmine likes Charlie? Are you fucking serious? Sam replied bitterly, why would I lie? What do I gain from it? I genuinely like Jasmine. Now that she's the head of the Moore family, marrying her would massively benefit the Kilgore family. But she clearly looks down on me like I'm trash. Lorene couldn't help but picture Jasmine's breathtaking beauty. Despite being the eldest daughter of a prestigious family herself, Lorene often felt overshadowed by Jasmine's confidence and presence. The Moore family was on par with the Thomas family in strength, and Jasmine was undeniably stunning, not just beautiful, but commanding, elegant, and sharp. Compared to her, even Claire, though pretty, lacked that overwhelming charisma. More importantly, Jasmine had already taken full control of the Moore family, something extremely rare for women in elite households, where most daughters eventually married out and lost inheritance rights. The Moore family, however, fully supported her leadership. Now managing a massive fortune, Jasmine had become one of the most powerful female tycoons in the country. Even Stephanie, who hadn't yet fully inherited the Sun family, couldn't compare to Jasmine's current status. Realizing that such an extraordinary woman was also interested in Charlie made Lorene feel an intense pressure she couldn't ignore. Why the hell is he so popular, she thought bitterly. Chapter 2012. As Sam was on his way to Thompson First, the usually quiet and elegant villa district was suddenly shaken awake by a storm of furious curses early that morning. The source of the chaos was none other than Lady Wilson. After getting up early, she discovered that the $200 she had carefully kept in her pocket was gone. Without hesitation, she concluded it had been stolen. In her mind, there was no doubt that the thief was Gina and her gang. However, just as she prepared to confront Hannah together with Gina, she discovered a note left behind, and Hannah herself was nowhere to be found. In that instant, a horrifying realization struck her. Her hard-earned $200 had been stolen by her eldest daughter-in-law, Hannah. Her rage exploded. That $200 was money she had earned through sweat, suffering, and humiliation. She hadn't even had the chance to spend it yet, and that bitch had already stolen it. How could she not lose her mind? Standing on the second-floor terrace, Lady Wilson screamed at the top of her lungs, "Hannah! You fucking thief! You stole my hard-earned money! I won't let you get away with this!" Wendy rushed over anxiously. "Grandma, what happened?" That only made Lady Wilson wail louder. "That ungrateful bitch of a daughter-in-law stole all my money. Every last cent. The money meant for our family to eat dumplings on New Year's Eve, gone. All taken by her." "What?" Wendy froze in shock. "Grandma, are you saying Mom took your money?" Lady Wilson shoved the note Hannah left into Wendy's hands and shouted, "Read it yourself. That deceitful slut wrote it." The moment Wendy saw the 4 words written in her mother's handwriting, her face went pale. "Mom ran away. Where did she go? Why didn't she tell me anything?" Lady Wilson collapsed to the ground, crying hysterically. "That shameless bitch must have run off to avoid the mess and escape your useless father and brother." Slapping the ground, she screamed, "She's absolutely heartless. She can run as far as she wants, but why the hell steal from me? Does she have no conscience robbing an old woman like me?" Hearing the commotion, Christopher and Harold rushed out. Christopher shouted angrily, "Mom! What are you saying? That worthless Hannah stole your money and ran away?" "Yes!" Lady Wilson screamed back. "That fucking bitch who deserves 1,000 cuts stole all my money." Christopher clenched his teeth and cursed, "Hannah, that treacherous whore. How did I not see her true colors earlier?" Harold was furious as well. "She's insane. She just leaves without caring whether our family lives or dies." Lady Wilson shrieked, "No! I won't let her get away with this. Call the police, now!" Wendy burst into tears. "But Grandma, we don't have a phone. Donald's men took it." Lady Wilson immediately barked, "Then go outside and find a public phone. Calling 110 is free. Hurry! The sooner we report it, the better our chances of dragging that thief back." Chapter 2013. Elaine was cooking on the first floor when she suddenly heard Lady Wilson loudly cursing someone on the street early in the morning. Curious, she immediately grabbed her crutches and hurried outside to see what was going on. At that moment, Charlie and Claire were coming downstairs and noticed Elaine struggling forward on her crutches. Excited, Elaine asked, "Hey, did you two hear that old woman yelling and cursing outside?" Charlie and Claire both nodded. Claire added awkwardly, "Grandma doesn't know what's wrong with her. She's on the second-floor terrace, screaming curses this early in the morning." Hearing this, Elaine's eyes lit up. "Claire, hurry! Help me upstairs." Claire sighed helplessly. "Mom, what's there to see?" Leaning heavily on her crutch with her right arm and slapping her injured leg with her left, Elaine urged impatiently, "What could be more entertaining than this? Hurry up and help me, or you'll miss the fun." Seeing Elaine's enthusiasm, Charlie stepped forward first. "Honey, I'll help Mom." Claire nodded. "All right, I'll go press the elevator." Together, they helped Elaine all the way up to the third floor. Once they reached the terrace, Elaine immediately leaned forward and spotted old Lady Wilson sitting on her second-floor terrace, still hurling curses non-stop. Earlier, inside the house, they could only hear Lady Wilson's shouting without clearly understanding her words. Now, everything was crystal clear. Lady Wilson was shrieking furiously, "Hannah, you thieving bitch! How dare you steal my hard-earned money? Do you have no conscience at all? I curse you to get run over by a car." Elaine burst out laughing and shouted back, "Hey, old woman! What's going on here? Isn't your eldest daughter-in-law supposed to worship the ground you walk on? Why is she stealing your money on New Year's Eve?" Hearing Elaine's voice, Lady Wilson looked up, her face twisting with rage. "Elaine! This has nothing to do with you. You damn shrew! Don't come here and mock me." Elaine sneered. "You're already 70 years old, standing on your terrace cursing people at the crack of dawn, and you still have the nerve to call me a shrew? Your skin is thicker than a brick wall." Lady Wilson snapped back angrily, "You're the real shrew, Elaine. Just because you're living in Thompson First now doesn't mean you're suddenly a good person." Elaine smiled calmly. "Oh my, since you mentioned Thompson First, shouldn't residents here at least have some basic decency? Unlike you, living here while still stealing from others. Don't you feel ashamed at all?" Then she added cheerfully, "By the way, did your family enjoy the leeks you stole from us last time?" You, Lady Wilson trembled with fury, grinding her teeth. "Elaine! I haven't forgotten about the daffodil incident. Don't you dare bring that up." Elaine laughed loudly. "You stole our leeks, why can't I mention it? I even heard those leeks helped your eldest daughter-in-law realize she was pregnant. If you think about it, you should be thanking our leeks. Without them, your useless son might not even be on the road to becoming a father." The humiliation of the daffodil incident resurfaced instantly, stabbing straight into Lady Wilson's heart. Each memory felt like another slap to her face. Just as she was about to explode at Elaine but couldn't figure out how to respond, a police car suddenly sped in and stopped downstairs. Several police officers got out of the car. Wendy quickly opened the gate, and one of the officers asked, "Did someone from this household call the police?" Wendy answered hurriedly, Yes. My grandmother told me to call." At that moment, Lady Wilson leapt to her feet, leaned over the terrace railing, and wailed, "Officer! You have to help us. Our house was robbed. I can't live without my hard-earned money." Chapter 2014. Hearing this, several police officers immediately became alert. After all, Thompson First was home to extremely wealthy residents. When someone here talked about their hard-earned money, it usually meant a massive amount. For people who could casually live in villas worth over 100 million, even 3 to 5 million would be pocket change. 30 or 40 million wouldn't be surprising either. Judging from this old woman's hysterical reaction, the amount involved might be even higher. This could be a major theft case. The officers quickly entered the villa and asked Wendy, "When did the theft occur? How much property was stolen?" Feeling embarrassed, Wendy replied, please go up to the second floor and ask my grandmother. The money belongs to her, so she knows the details. All right. The officers followed Wendy upstairs to Lady Wilson's bedroom on the second floor. Upon entering, they were momentarily startled to see an elderly man and a young man sleeping inside the room. They quickly shifted their attention to the terrace and asked, "Ma'am, did you lose any property?" "Yes," Lady Wilson shouted angrily. "A woman named Hannah stole my hard-earned money and ran away. You must catch her." The officer nodded and took out his police PDA. "Do you have any information about Hannah? Such as her hometown, age, or ID number? That would help us locate her quickly." "ID number?" Lady Wilson froze for a moment, then turned to Wendy. "Do you know that bitch's ID number?" Wendy replied awkwardly, I only remember part of it, not the full number." Lady Wilson barked, "Go find your father's marriage certificate. Her ID number must be on it." Wendy nodded nervously. "All right, Grandma, I'll go look for it." The officers exchanged glances. The lead officer then asked, "Ma'am, what is your relationship with this Hannah?" Lady Wilson clenched her teeth. "That ungrateful scoundrel is my eldest daughter-in-law. I watched her like a hawk, yet I never imagined the thief would be living right under my roof." The officer responded carefully, "If she's a family member, you should consider this seriously. Theft is a criminal offense." After a short pause, he added, "Once a case is filed, it will be handed over for public prosecution. If convicted, she could face several years in prison, possibly more than 10. Since you're family, are you sure you want to take it this far?" Lady Wilson sneered viciously. "Of course I'm sure. I'm not just serious, I'm deadly serious. Catch her and throw her into prison for life. How dare she steal my money? I'll show her that this old woman isn't someone she can bully." Seeing her unwavering resolve, the lead officer stopped persuading her. "Since you insist that your property was stolen, we'll officially open a theft investigation." Lady Wilson nodded eagerly. "Yes. Investigate it properly and catch her. She must be sentenced." The officer asked again, "Ma'am, exactly how much property did you lose? Cash, valuables, anything?" Lady Wilson shouted, "She took all of it. My entire $200. Every last cent of my hard-earned money." The officer froze in disbelief. "How much, did you say?" 200. Chapter 2015. In response to the police officer's inquiry, Old Lady Wilson nodded firmly and gritted her teeth. "Yes, it's 200. The constable could hardly believe his ears. A woman living in one of Thompson First's luxury villas is calling the police over $200? Something doesn't add up. As he thought about it, another idea crossed his mind. Could it be that rich people measure money differently, treating $2 million as casually as 200? At my last class reunion, one guy who struck it rich talked about his car and said it cost just over 500. Turns out it was a Rolls-Royce worth more than 5 million. Is this how the wealthy think? But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. This old lady clearly owns assets worth over 100 million. Even if she lost 2 million, would she really scream like this? He looked at Lady Wilson again and asked carefully, "Ma'am, just to confirm, when you say your daughter-in-law Hannah took 200 from you, you mean 2 million, correct?" "No," Lady Wilson said firmly. 200 in cash. Just 200. Ha! Several police officers' jaws dropped simultaneously. The officer in charge stammered, "Ma'am, your eldest daughter-in-law stole $200 from you, and you called the police for that?" Lady Wilson's eyes widened. "What? She stole my hard-earned money. Why the hell can't I call the police?" The lead officer replied awkwardly, "You can, but I need to explain something to you. According to the law, theft is classified based on the amount involved. Only when it reaches a certain threshold does it become a criminal case." He continued patiently, "That threshold is usually between $1,000 and $3,000. If the amount doesn't reach that level, we can't open a criminal case." Lady Wilson was furious. What kind of bullshit law is this? She stole my hard-earned money. Do you know I worked all day yesterday just to earn $100? I even got slapped in the face, and that slap earned me another 100. That 200 was for our family's dumplings on New Year's Eve. The officer was stunned. She lives in a villa and is losing her mind over $200. And that money came from working all day and getting slapped. This is insane. Still, he kept his tone professional. I'm sorry, ma'am, but the law is very clear. With only $200 involved, we can't file a case. We can only help you make a record. If future developments meet the requirements for filing, we can assist you then. Lady Wilson suddenly blurted out, wait. I remembered wrong. She didn't steal 200, she stole 2,000. The officer frowned. Ma'am, the amount determines how we proceed. If we file a case and later find that you lied about the amount, you will bear legal responsibility. He added, and even if it were 2,000, it would only qualify for control, not detention. Do you understand? Control means restrictions like community labor and limits on movement within Oris Hill. What? Lady Wilson exploded. That's way too lenient. She's a thief. The officer sighed helplessly. Ma'am, theft is a crime, but not every theft leads to arrest. If a student reported another student for stealing a $1 eraser, would we really send officers to arrest them? That wouldn't make sense. Chapter 2016. The police officer addressed Lady Wilson calmly. Ma'am, if your son's wife only took $200, we cannot file a case. Although he was only making an analogy, Lady Wilson's mind instantly flashed back to the time she had sold Donald's television together with Harold and Christopher. Her heart skipped a beat. She asked nervously, Comrade officer, then how long would the sentence be for stealing a television worth $100,000? The officer answered seriously, if the TV is truly worth $100,000, that counts as a huge amount. Once the stolen value exceeds $60,000, the base sentence is 10 years. For every additional $4,200, one extra month is added. A television worth $100,000 could mean close to 11 years in prison. What? Lady Wilson screamed. 11 years just for stealing a TV? That's insane. Thank goodness Donald didn't call the police back then. At my age, I would have died in prison before serving half the sentence. Inside the house, Jacob and Harold, lying on the bed, were equally terrified after overhearing everything. Harold trembled uncontrollably. Christopher noticed the wet patch beneath him and asked in shock, Harold, why did you piss the bed? With tears in his eyes, Harold whispered, Dad. I'm scared. 11 years for stealing a TV is too frightening. Christopher sighed helplessly. I know it's scary, but couldn't you at least hold it in? Now my pants are soaked. Harold sobbed softly. Dad. I'm sorry. I really couldn't help it. I swear it won't happen again. Christopher shook his head gloomily. Let's just listen to the police. Your grandmother is out of her mind, calling the police over $200. If the TV sale gets mentioned again, everyone here could be screwed. At that moment, panic completely overtook Lady Wilson. She had never imagined that Hannah stealing $200 wouldn't even qualify as a crime, while selling Donald's television could land them in prison for more than 10 years. That realization was utterly terrifying. Seeing her pale expression, the officer assumed she had finally calmed down. So, anything else? Lady Wilson sighed deeply. Forget it. It's too damn lenient for that son of a bitch. The officer nodded. It's good that you can see reason. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Just then, Wendy rushed over with a marriage certificate and said, Officer, here's the marriage certificate. Lady Wilson snapped impatiently, What the hell do you need a marriage certificate for? Hurry up and send the officers away. Certificate 4, hurry up and send a few police officers down. Chapter 2017. Elaine Ma, who was on the third-floor balcony, saw the lady let Wendy send a group of police officers away. so she pulled her voice and said, with a smile, "Oh, I say, lady, didn't you want to call the police to arrest that big son-in-law of yours? Why are you going soft now? It seems you still have a soft spot for your eldest daughter-in-law." Lady Wilson was already suffocating in her heart, and when she heard Elaine Ma chattering across the street again, she burst into a rage and scolded, "Elaine Ma, my family's affairs have nothing to do with you, so don't whine here. Yo, don't think I'm squealing." Elaine Ma mocked, "Don't live next door to our house if you don't like my gibberish." Saying that, Elaine Ma sneered, "I heard from Jacob Wilson yesterday that you ran off to work at the supermarket. Sure, an old woman who's done nothing all her life and now she's getting old and starting a career. But I've heard that you seem to have a pretty boring career, just pulling plastic bags for people at the supermarket." Lady Wilson was furious and sternly scolded, "What I do has nothing to do with you. Do I need you to tell me what to do here?" Elaine Ma laughed, "What you do really has nothing to do with me, I'm just lamenting that even you, an old thing, will have today." Saying that, Elaine Ma laughed to herself and sighed, "Oh, forget it. Since you're so poor that you're going to work in a supermarket, what's there for me to be bothered with someone like you? We're not of the same world anymore. I live a life that you can't even dream of living, wasting all this talk with you is completely playing to the bull, so I can only wish you good luck." Lady Wilson was furious with Elaine Ma's blood rushing up to her head and gritted her teeth, "Elaine Ma, pay attention when it's thundering and raining, I think you'll be struck by lightning sooner or later." Elaine Ma laughed in shame, "You've done all sorts of bad things, or else you would have oppressed your two sons, held the financial power of the family, and even sold your own granddaughter's body in exchange for glory and wealth. Chopping you to death 8 times won't kill me once." Lady Wilson almost collapsed, jumping to her feet as she cursed angrily. You shouldn't be spewing feces all over the place." Elaine Ma waved her hand impatiently, "Okay, old thing, don't fix that useless thing, let's see who is having a good day. It's over, look at my leg injury. My son-in-law gave me hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy anything on the internet. You pour into this kind of forced food can not eat but also go to the supermarket to work. We too that is the difference between the phoenix and pheasant." Lady Wilson was so angry that she couldn't speak at all, and her entire body was completely speechless, only feeling her blood pressure rise suddenly, straight to her own heavenly lid. After saying that, Elaine Ma waved to Charlie Wade and Claire Wilson. "Wilson, good son-in-law, good daughter, let's go downstairs and eat. We don't want to get along with that old thing." As soon as the words died down, she turned his head and said to old Mrs. Wilson, "Oh, old thing, I'm going to eat first. By the way, I'll tell you that our breakfast is particularly sumptuous. There are lobster claws, congee, all of them are authentic Cantonese breakfast tea. You just continue to starve." Lady Wilson's blood pressure had burst from Elaine Ma's anger, and she only felt dizzy in her head, almost about to fall to the ground. At this time, Wendy just happened to come back, and upon seeing this, she hurriedly assisted her. But although Mrs. Wilson was already dizzy, she was still swearing at the top of her voice, "Elaine Ma, don't go, I will never forgive you today. You get out here." Elaine Ma had had enough of her mouth before she didn't bother to continue to take care of her and said directly to Charlie Wade, "Good son-in-law, help Mom downstairs." Claire Wilson followed after her and asked, "Mom, where did our family get so many wide-style refreshments?" Chapter 2018. Elaine Ma said with a smile, "Silly girl, I was just lying to her. Where to buy wide range of refreshments in this new year? Besides, I wouldn't do it, I'm just mad at that awful woman." Elaine Ma then said, "You don't know, your grandmother usually likes Canton-style refreshments, Nothing to do is to go to a tea house to eat a morning, every time to go with the Empress Dowager with the royal meals. A little big table, now she became a downtrodden household, I still have to stimulate her. Claire Wilson sighed helplessly and said, Mom, it's time to overturn that feud between you and Grandma, right? She's so old, so don't you dare to treat her like that. Elaine Ma said disdainfully, so what if she's old? I'm telling you. There's just a certain group of people in this society, and the older she gets, the worse she gets. This kind of person, the older they get, the more they can save up a belly full of bad water, all bad and stinking. You have no idea how she tortured me in the detention center in the first place, and I was already merciful for not rushing over and killing her. There was nothing that Claire Wilson could do with this mother, so she could only ask, all right Mom, what are we going to have for breakfast? Anyway, Elaine Ma said, eat noodles for breakfast, I'm down tomato and egg. Noodles. After saying that, looking towards Charlie Wade, flattered and said, good son-in-law you don't mind, when Mom's legs are better, every day. She will go out and buy all kinds of big fish and meat to make you a big meal. Charlie Wade laughed and said, Mom, I'm not a picky eater, so you'd better cook more delicious food for Claire Wilson. Sure. Elaine Ma said with a smile, Claire Wilson is preparing for pregnancy, it's to eat more good food to take care of your body. Claire Wilson said shyly, Mom, why are you talking nonsense again? Elaine Ma said in all seriousness, how can this be called nonsense? Mom is over here, before a woman wants to have a child, she must take care of her body to be healthy. You don't want to be like Mom, you don't want borrowed Jacob Wilson to get drunk and take the initiative to have sex with him, which is considered to be a deliberate act. How can you call it being pregnant in a muddle? Claire Wilson didn't want to continue discussing this topic with her mother at this time, and opened her mouth, right Mom, later Lorene will come over with her cousin to sit down, so don't talk nonsense at that time. Elaine Ma was surprised and asked, Lorene is coming? She hasn't returned to East Cliff yet? Claire Wilson nodded, haven't been back. Isn't she working in the Emgrand Group? Office workers are all off today, so she came to visit our home first, then went back to East Cliff for the new year. Elaine Ma asked again, is she still coming back to work after the new year? Come on. Claire Wilson said, she kinda likes the job of the Emgrand Group. Elaine Ma smacked her lips, looking very serious and said, something feels a little off. Claire Wilson was surprised and asked, what's wrong? Elaine Ma said very seriously, the Thomas family is so powerful, how could she possibly like a job at the Emgrand Group? And it's been going on for so long, I think she must have something else in mind. Chapter 2019. Charlie Wade did not expect that Elaine Ma's judgment of Lorene could be so accurate. In fact, when Lorene had just arrived at the Emgrand Group, Charlie Wade had already guessed her motive. The Thomas family must have heard that the Wade family had arranged an offspring in Oris Hill and had also bought the Emgrand Group to give to the other party, so the Thomas family thought that this was a good opportunity to take the first step to arrange Lorene over. Originally, Charlie Wade planned to just not allow Lorene to contact him in the Emgrand Group, so that she would not be able to find her real body for a long time, and he believed that she would leave Oris Hill before long. But who would have thought that Lorene would coincidentally fall in love with him? From the moment she confessed to Charlie Wade knew in his heart that this woman, it would be impossible to shake her off for a while. On this side, Claire Wilson heard her mother say that Lorene came to Oris Hill and actually had other plans, so she couldn't help but laugh. Mom, what are you thinking? She just came to work, how could she have any other plans? Elaine Ma said with a smile on her face, then let me ask you, if your family had $100 billion, would you take a job that pays several million a year? Claire Wilson thought about it and said, people might just want to be independent, or Or they might just want to work on their own in the workplace, or maybe it's simply because of sentiment. Emotions? Elaine Ma waved her hand and said seriously, "Oh, daughter, you don't understand. In this world, the poor may really have some so-called sentimentality, but the rich definitely don't. All of them are profitless guys, all of their energy is focused on making money, and they can't wait to waste a fart to utilize and create a little value, so there's no way they will run to a small place to waste time. The only explanation is that they're interested in something in this small place, and it's not possible. Our Oris Hill is still hiding some great treasure of great value." Claire Wilson said helplessly, "Mom, it's quite a simple thing, how could it be so mysterious as you said?" Elaine Ma said in a serious manner, "Don't believe it yet. When I was little, I heard from my grandmother that their old home was in a mountain nest, and they didn't see many outsiders all year round, and rich people didn't even go to them. But from a certain year on, every year there would be a few rich people who would go to them and donate money to build temples, some to land temples, some to regular temples, saying that their gods there were very spiritual. The people in the mountains were all very puzzled and thought, I haven't heard that we have any very spiritual gods here. If we did, how could we be so poor and eat the last meal without the next one? It's not logical, is it?" Claire Wilson nodded, "It's indeed a bit strange, then." Elaine Ma said, "And then it's been like this for years. Dozens of temples of all sizes have been built, but we're still poor as hell, until a big detective from Eastcliff investigated the case all the way to the mountains, and everyone realized that the rich people who came to the mountains to donate temples were trying to steal a big tomb from the Ming dynasty." "Ha! Tomb raiding?" Claire Wilson said awkwardly, "Mom, you've read too many novels, haven't you? Where are all those fictional grave robbers?" Elaine Ma said seriously, "Do you think the grave robbers in the novels are mysterious? I'm telling you, there are a lot more grave robbers in reality than what's described in fiction." Saying that, Elaine Ma pushed up her sleeves and gestured with her hands in excitement, "I'm telling you, that big tomb is under that mountain behind your grandmother's house, but the people in the village have never known about it. During those years, various grave robbers used the name of donating to build a temple to drill dozens of holes underneath the temple, and they were about to hollow out the bottom of a mountain." Chapter 2020. Claire Wilson laughed, "Mom, the more you talk, the more mysterious you are. And you're digging a robber's cave. You think you're a gold-touching captain?" Elaine Ma saw that Claire Wilson didn't believe her, so she got anxious and said, "You girl, why don't you believe anything Mom says? My grandmother's family has opened up quite a few large tombs over the years, and a few years ago, not far from my grandmother's house, a particularly famous tomb of Marquis Holland was excavated. Have you heard of Marquis Holland's tomb? Marquis Holland's wife was also there. There are dozens of holes, just a few." Claire Wilson was dumbfounded as she listened. This gang of tomb robbers is really that powerful? Elaine Ma was a little anxious and said, "Don't believe me, search the internet." On the side, Charlie Wade nodded his head in agreement. "Wife, you are really a bit lonely on this matter. There are actually many very powerful craftsmen in the private sector. The tomb raiding novels you read? There are actually many tomb raiders in real life. If you don't believe me, ask Dad. There are many unearthed artifacts in the antique circle every year that are traded privately down there, and to be frank, they are all stolen by tomb raiders." Charlie Wade continued, 10 or 20 years ago, in a capital city in the central region, there was a case of cordyceps theft. A shop dealing with cordyceps was stolen, 200 kilograms of cordyceps worth tens of millions of dollars in one night. Do you know how the other party stole it? Claire Wilson shook her head. "How did they steal it?" Charlie Wade said, "It was stolen by hitting a robber hole. They rented the shop opposite the Wormwood shop, made a few dozen meters of robber holes underground, drilled directly into the Wormwood shop, and then drilled out and stole all the wormwood." Claire Wilson said in surprise, "This is too crazy." Charlie Wade nodded, putting aside their illegal and criminal acts, just saying that their craft of drilling holes is really amazing. Elaine Ma looked at Claire Wilson and spoke, "Now you believe what I said, right?" Claire Wilson could only nod, "Mom, I believe." Elaine Ma hummed and said, "Then now you understand what it means to be unprofitable, right?" To the tomb robbers, who would go to that poor country to donate a temple if there wasn't that tomb in the mountains? That Lorene is the same. If it wasn't for Oris Hill's profitability, why would she, a lady from a big Eastcliff family, come here to waste time? That's why I said that there must be big treasures in Oris Hill that we never expected. Claire Wilson frowned and said, but where is there any treasure in Oris Hill? Even if there really is an ancient tomb, it's impossible for someone's Thomas family to rob it. Elaine Moss said, the big treasure I'm talking about may not be the tomb. Maybe there are some big people hidden in our Oris Hill. Claire Wilson smiled, a big shot. What kind of big man could interest all the families in Eastcliff? After saying that, she pointed at Charlie Wade and ridiculed, there are many people in Oris Hill who call your son-in-law Charlie Wade and say that your son-in-law is some kind of real dragon on earth. Is he the hidden big man? Ah. Chapter 2021. Charlie Wade's heart thumped when he heard Claire Wilson's ridicule. He was really afraid that his mother-in-law and wife were idly engaging. Chapter 2021. Charlie felt his heart race at Claire's mocking words. He was genuinely worried that his mother-in-law and wife were casually discussing his true identity, gradually pushing him into a corner. So, when Claire openly expressed her doubts about him, Charlie became quite anxious. At that moment, Elaine chimed in, waving her hand and looking at Charlie with a charming smile. Oh Claire, I don't think that's quite right. Although my wonderful son-in-law is doing well now, that's a recent development. Remember when Lorene came to Oris Hill? At that time, my son-in-law hadn't even begun to shine. You might forget how Harold, that pompous fellow, dared to challenge him back then. Claire smiled with a hint of resignation. Honestly, I have no idea what this big treasure you're talking about is. Elaine chuckled, what it is doesn't really matter, it's not our concern. I'm merely pointing out that your friend must have something significant hidden within her. Claire replied, let her be. Even if she does have a big secret, that's her business, not mine. I have no intention of prying into her private life. She then added, Mom, when Lorene arrives later, please don't ask too many questions. I don't want it to seem like we're gossiping. Elaine nodded in agreement. Okay, I won't say too much. Charlie let out a sigh of relief. As they descended the stairs, they found Jacob already seated at the dining table, enjoying a bowl of noodles. Noticing the three of them, he asked, what were you three discussing? Why was there so much noise outside this morning? Elaine laughed, oh Jacob, your mother has become quite the character. She was out on the balcony, loudly accusing Hannah of stealing her hard-earned money and threatening to call the police. Jacob muttered, I'd say my mother's balcony cursing skills are nowhere near as good as yours were when you yelled at the whole neighborhood. Elaine gave the table a playful slap. Jacob, what did you just say? Jacob quickly waved his hands. I didn't mean anything. He then swiftly changed the subject, asking, what is Hannah supposedly stealing from my mother? What kind of drama is this? Seeing Jacob divert the topic, Elaine didn't press further. After giving him a pointed look, she said, I really don't know what they're going on about. Jacob sighed, what a hassle. They have to make everything a spectacle. It's a shame that all the family businesses my father built have been ruined by them. Elaine shrugged. Whether they've ruined the family business is irrelevant to us, as long as they don't come to us with a smile on their faces. Jacob nodded, looking conflicted but remaining silent. After the three finished breakfast, Lorene and Sam arrived. They entered with bags of gifts, and Lorene cheerfully greeted Jacob and Elaine. Happy New Year, Uncle and Aunt. I've come early to pay my respects. Turning to Claire and Charlie, she added, Happy New Year, Claire and Charlie. In unison, Claire and Charlie replied, Happy New Year. Beside Lorene, Sam seemed anxious, trembling with fear at the sight of Charlie. Lorene pointed to Sam and said, This is my cousin, Sam. Say hello to everyone, cousin. As soon as she finished speaking, Sam, looking terrified, exclaimed, Happy New Year to Uncle and Aunt, Happy New Year to Miss Wade, and Happy New Year, Mr. Wade. He bowed deeply, nearly 90 degrees. Elaine was taken aback. While she didn't personally know Sam, she had heard of him, knowing that Lorraine's aunt had married into the powerful Kilgore family. However, she never expected Sam, as a young master of that family, to be so excessively polite. She thought to herself, wow, is the Kilgore family's discipline really that strict? It's quite extraordinary for the eldest son to bow so deeply when visiting a smaller family like ours. Little did she know, Sam, once an arrogant and domineering second-generation heir, was now behaving like a timid quail solely due to his fear of Charlie. Sam had pedaled his bike from Eastcliff to Orris Hill, but because he took nearly 20 days to arrive instead of the required 15, he was terrified of what Charlie might do. The thought of being unhappy and having to spend an extra year in Orris Hill was unbearable to him. Chapter 2022. In a moment of realization, he instinctively addressed Charlie, saying, "Mr. Wade, I sincerely apologize for the delay in my arrival. I was stuck on the road for a few days." Claire, along with Jacob and Elaine, looked on in astonishment. What could have prompted Sam to apologize to Charlie? Were the two of them acquainted? Noticing the surprise on his family's faces, Charlie decided to play along, smiling slightly as he responded, "Young Master Kilgore, you're very courteous. As I promised to treat you to dinner, whether you arrive early or late, I will keep my word." Sam was momentarily taken aback, confused by Charlie's unexpected politeness toward him. Then it dawned on him that he might have misspoken. It seemed Charlie preferred to keep their conflict under wraps from his family. Rushing to align with Charlie's tone, Sam replied, "In that case, thank you in advance, Mr. Wade. Let's plan for a dinner after the new year." Charlie nodded, smiling as he explained to Claire and his in-laws, "When I traveled to Eastcliff for some feng shui consultations, I attended Grandma Thomas's birthday celebration on Claire's behalf. That's where I met young Master Kilgore. I promised to invite him to dinner upon his arrival in Orris Hill." Sam quickly added, "Yes, but I didn't anticipate being delayed for several days on my journey here, which ended up pushing my arrival to just before the new year." Elaine, intrigued, inquired, "Young Master Kilgore, how did you travel from Eastcliff? It shouldn't take more than 10 hours by car, and flying would be even faster." Sam awkwardly confessed, I rode my bike here." "Ha!" Elaine, Claire, and Jacob were left speechless. Here was the heir of the Kilgore family, pedaling a bicycle from Eastcliff to Orris Hill in the winter chill. What was he thinking? Seeing their astonishment, Sam felt compelled to explain, "The reason I chose to bike was that I wanted to cultivate my emotions." The others exchanged glances, puzzled. Was Taoist sentiment the latest trend among wealthy youths? To ease the tension, Lorraine stepped forward, presenting the gifts she had prepared for Jacob and Elaine. "Uncle and Aunt, these are just some small tokens for you. I hope you'll accept them." Jacob responded politely, "Oh Lorraine, you're still young. You shouldn't have gone out of your way to buy gifts. It's rather embarrassing." Elaine added, "Yes, Lorraine, when you visit your aunt's home, it should feel like your own, there's no need for such formality." Despite her words, Elaine reached out to accept the gifts from Lorraine and Sam. Noticing Elaine's leg still in a cast, Lorraine asked in surprise, "Auntie, is your leg still healing?" Elaine sighed, "Oh, it's getting better, but I had a little mishap a couple of days ago, and it got injured again." Lorraine immediately inquired, "What did the doctor say? Is it serious?" Elaine waved her hand dismissively, "Not at all. It's nothing major, just like the last time. I just need to take it easy." Lorraine nodded, saying, "Well then, I wish you a speedy recovery, Auntie." Elaine smiled gratefully, "Thank you, Lorraine." Lorraine chuckled, "Why are you being so polite? Next time you're in Eastcliff, please come over to my house." She then glanced at Charlie and suggested to Claire, "If you're free after the new year, consider joining Charlie for a couple of days at my place. We could return together on the 7th day of the new year." Claire smiled back, "I'll think about it, I can't confirm my schedule just yet." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jacob hurried to answer it. Through the intercom, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman dressed elegantly, exuding confidence. Surprised, Jacob asked, "Hello, who may I ask is visiting?" The woman replied politely, "Hello, is this the residence of Ms. Claire Wilson? I'm Doris Young from the Grand Group. I hope I'm not intruding." Chapter 2023. Doris Young. Upon hearing Doris's name, Jacob was taken aback to realize that the stunning beauty on the other side of the video call was none other than Doris Young, the vice chairman of the Grand Group. She had come to congratulate his daughter on the grand opening of her studio. This revelation left Jacob even more astonished. Doris Young was not only the vice chairman of the Grand Group but also a prominent business figure in Oris Hill, making her a well-known name in the area. Jacob was aware that the Grand Group had provided Claire with significant renovation work, effectively serving as a cornerstone for her career. However, he never anticipated that Ms. Young would personally visit their home. He quickly called out to Claire, "Claire, come quickly. Ms. Young, the vice chairman of the Grand Group, is here." "Ha!" Claire exclaimed, surprised and slightly anxious. "Why is Doris here? I'll go open the door for her." Laureen was also taken aback. While Ms. Young's status was not on par with Laureen's, she was still the vice chairman of the Grand Group and Laureen's superior. Laureen hadn't expected her boss to visit her best friend's house. This left her feeling somewhat awkward. However, she couldn't leave and had no choice but to wait for Ms. Young to arrive. Claire hurriedly welcomed Ms. Young into their home, and Doris said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, Ms. Wilson, for intruding." Claire quickly responded, "Ms. Young, you're too kind. I should have visited you, but I've been busy these past few days. Today is actually my first day of vacation." Doris nodded and handed over the gifts she had brought, saying, "These are some New Year's gifts for your parents, a small gesture. Please accept them." Claire felt a bit uncomfortable and replied, "Ms. Young, this is really unnecessary." Doris smiled gently. "We've worked together for quite some time now, so there's no need for such formality. Compared to our collaboration, this is just a small token." At that moment, Jacob and Elaine joined them. Jacob admired Ms. Young's youthful and capable demeanor, while Elaine's attention was immediately drawn to the gift box in her hands. Claire enthusiastically invited Ms. Young in. "Please, Ms. Young, have a seat in the living room." Noticing that Charlie was absent from the foyer, Ms. Young felt a twinge of disappointment. However, when Claire invited her inside, she smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you." Jacob chimed in, "No trouble at all, Ms. Young. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. I'll ask my son-in-law to brew you a nice pot of tea." Upon hearing that Charlie would be making tea, Ms. Young quickly waved her hand. "Uncle Wilson, you're far too polite. There's no need for that." "Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's rare to have distinguished guests, so let's enjoy some tea together," Jacob replied with a smile. He then walked toward the living room and called out, "Good son-in-law, please make a pot of tea for our guests." Charlie nodded and reached for the kettle on the tea station. As Ms. Young entered the living room, her gaze immediately landed on Charlie. Charlie noticed her as well, and at that moment, a glimmer of joy flashed across Ms. Young's eyes. Charlie was slightly surprised by her appearance. Today, she had chosen a chic, light curry-colored trench coat instead of her usual business attire. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her a sexy yet feminine aura. Charlie gave a polite nod and said, "Hello, Ms. Young." Chapter 2024. Doris responded calmly, "Hello, Mr. Wade." At that moment, Laureen rose from her seat with a hint of embarrassment and greeted her. "Hello, Ms. Young." Ms. Young, surprised to see Laureen, exclaimed, "Oh my, Laureen, you're here as well. I thought you went home." Laureen replied awkwardly, I'll be heading to the airport later." Meanwhile, Sam, who was observing from the side, felt a spark ignite in his eyes the moment he laid eyes on Ms. Young. Despite having seen many beautiful women, he had never encountered such a captivating presence in a workplace setting. The sight stirred an undeniable thrill within him. He instinctively stood up and turned to Laureen. "Laureen, aren't you going to introduce me to this stunning lady?" Laureen quickly said, "Oh right, Ms. Young, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Sam Kilgore." Then she turned to Sam and added, "Cousin, this is Doris Young, the vice chairman of our Grand Group." Sam immediately extended his hand and said with a flattering smile, "Wow, I've heard so much about you, Ms. Young. Seeing you in person, I can finally understand why you're so renowned." "I'm Sam, from the Eastcliff Kilgore family." Doris nodded politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you." However, she didn't appear surprised by Sam's background at all. Having worked at the Grand Group for many years, she had encountered countless influential families and was familiar with the Kilgore family of Eastcliff. More importantly, she knew Charlie's true identity as the young master of the Wade family. Compared to him, Sam's title didn't impress her in the slightest. Sam had hoped that revealing his identity would help him leave a strong impression on Doris. To his disappointment, Doris remained indifferent, showing no particular interest in him. This left Sam feeling frustrated. He thought to himself, "I wanted to make Doris my main target. If I could win her over, my year in Oris Hill wouldn't be so fucking boring. But this woman doesn't give a damn about me at all. She's just a professional manager with a salary that doesn't even come close to my status. Why the hell is she acting so high and mighty?" Unwilling to give up, Sam continued, "Ms. Young, I've heard you're extremely capable and a rare talent in the business world. If you're ever interested in moving to Eastcliff, our Kilgore Group would gladly offer you the position of vice chairman. The salary would definitely far exceed what you earn at Grand." Sam believed such an offer would be irresistible. To his surprise, Doris shook her head firmly. "Thank you, Mr. Kilgore, for your offer, but I'm very satisfied at the Grand Group and have no intention of changing jobs." Feeling slightly annoyed but still unwilling to back down, Sam pressed on, "Ms. Young, Oris Hill is too small. Eastcliff offers far more opportunities. As the saying goes, the sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar." At that moment, Sam was so focused on trying to impress Doris that he completely ignored Charlie's presence, someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. In his mind, there was nothing wrong with pursuing Doris in front of Charlie. After all, although he had been sent to Oris Hill as punishment, Charlie had never explicitly forbidden him from dating. Charlie, however, saw right through Sam's intentions and sneered inwardly. This idiot really never learns. He's still flaunting his Kilgore family status everywhere. Fine, if that's the case, I'll extend his punishment and let him rot in Oris Hill for another 2 fucking years. With that thought, Charlie quietly sent a WeChat message to Stephanie. "Daisy, tell your cousin Trevor to inform the Kilgore family that Sam's punishment in Oris Hill has been extended by another 2 years. Have them notify him immediately." Stephanie replied at once, "Charlie, did Sam piss you off again in Oris Hill?" Charlie responded calmly, "He didn't cause any real trouble. He's just being an eyesore." Chapter 2025. Sam was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to connect with Ms. Young, when a sudden WeChat message from his mother, Lydia, jolted him. The message hit him like a lightning bolt. "You little rascal. What the hell did you do to provoke Charlie this time? Trevor from the Sun family just called me and tore me apart over your bullshit. Charlie wants to extend your punishment in Oris Hill to 2 years. Sam felt the ground drop out from under him. 2 years? That's fucking unbearable. I've barely spent 2 days in this goddamn backwater city of Oris Hill, and I already feel like I'm suffocating. I can't even imagine surviving another year here. Why the hell did Charlie suddenly decide to add another year to my sentence? What did I even do?" With a sinking heart, Sam glanced at Charlie and instinctively started to speak. "Mr. Wade, Before he could finish, Charlie calmly handed him a cup of tea and said with a faint smile, "Here, Mr. Kilgore, have some tea. It's quite good, I brought it back from abroad. Drink it. If you don't, those 2 years might just turn into 3, or 4, or even 5. Sam's face darkened instantly. The threat hidden in Charlie's words was unmistakable. He's fucking warning me to shut up, Sam thought. If I drink the tea and behave, I'll only suffer for 2 years. But if I refuse, those 2 years could easily turn into 3, 4, or even 5. Sam felt completely crushed. This bastard Charlie is a straight-up monster. What the hell did I do in my past life to deserve this? Could it be Doris? Did I piss him off by trying to make a move on Ms. Young? But she's not even his girlfriend. She's just the vice chairman of Grand Group. What the fuck does that have to do with him? As Sam spiraled deeper into despair, the others stared at Charlie in confusion, completely unaware of the silent power struggle unfolding. Claire frowned and asked, "Charlie, what do you mean by 2 years turning into 3 or 4? I don't understand." Charlie smiled lightly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just playing a little riddle with Mr. Kilgore. Last time we met, we found out we both enjoy riddles, so I gave him another one." Claire nodded and smiled. "Then what's the answer?" Charlie chuckled. "I can't tell you that. It would ruin the fun." He then nudged the teacup towards Sam and asked casually, "Mr. Kilgore, are you interested in this tea?" Sam knew very well that refusing the tea would mean being trapped in Oris Hill for several more fucking years. To cut his losses, he had no choice but to drink it. His eyes stung as he thought bitterly, 2 years, living in a shithole like this rundown city village, it's basically a prison. It might as well be a fucking jail. What sins did I commit to deserve running into a beast like Charlie? Before I met him, my life wasn't perfect, but ever since that damn encounter at Jasmine's birthday, everything has gone to hell. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him. Fuck, it's because of Jasmine. I pissed him off by trying to chase her. This bastard is unbelievable. He's married to a gorgeous wife, yet he still blocks other men from flirting. Is he trying to fucking monopolize every woman on earth? Sam felt completely hopeless. He had crossed paths with Charlie far too many times, and now all he wanted was to stay as far away from him as possible for the rest of his life. But reality gave him no choice. With trembling hands, Sam accepted the cup of tea, forcing an ugly smile. "Mr. Wade, thank you for the tea. I'll drink it." Chapter 2026. Gritting his teeth, Sam raised the cup to his lips and gulped it down in one go. By drinking this tea, he was silently accepting Charlie's new terms, turning what was supposed to be a 1-year punishment into a brutal 2-year ordeal. Sam felt completely hollow inside, as if his soul had been drained. His eyes were dry, he didn't even have the strength to cry anymore. Lorene, however, was stunned. While the others had no idea what was really going on between Charlie and Sam, she knew everything. It was Charlie who had forced Sam to ride a bicycle all the way from Eastcliff to Oris Hill, enduring suffering and humiliation along the way. Now, with Charlie casually playing number games again, Lorene felt a deep sense of unease. She leaned closer to Sam and whispered, "Brother, what's going on?" Completely defeated, Sam handed her his phone. On the screen was a WeChat message from his mother, Lydia. After reading it, Lorene was utterly shocked. She never imagined that Charlie could be so ruthless, doubling her cousin's punishment without hesitation. Still, her sympathy for Sam didn't last long. Her mind raced as she replayed everything that had happened, trying to pinpoint where Sam might have crossed Charlie. Did my cousin offend Charlie? It doesn't seem like it. He's been ridiculously polite to Charlie, practically bowing and scraping, calling him Big Brother. Did he offend Claire? That's impossible. He's scared shitless of Charlie and knows Claire is his wife. He wouldn't dare even think about her. Did he offend Claire's parents? No. Cousin has been extremely well behaved since arriving. He hasn't acted like a spoiled second-generation heir at all. Then where the hell did he mess up? Lorene frowned deeply. Suddenly, her eyes landed on Ms. Young, who was quietly watching Charlie from the side. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Did my cousin offend Charlie because of Ms. Young? But what kind of connection does Charlie even have with her? She's just the vice chairman of Grand Group. Sure, she's interacted with Claire, but she shouldn't be that close to Charlie. Even if there is some connection, why would Charlie lose his shit over something like that? And the way Ms. Young looks at Charlie. Something felt very wrong. Is there more going on between them? Lorene's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Logically, there shouldn't have been any deep connection between Charlie and Doris Young. But her instincts screamed otherwise. Their relationship was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Chapter 2027. Lorraine was eager to uncover the true nature of the relationship between Charlie and Ms. Young. However, time was not on her side today. She needed to hurry back to Eastcliff to celebrate the new year with her family. After sitting for only 10 minutes, she addressed Claire and Charlie and said, "Claire, Charlie, I have to leave now. I need to get to the airport to catch my flight. All flights to Eastcliff are fully booked today. If I miss this one, I'll have no choice but to spend the new year in Orris Hill." Claire asked, "Lorraine, would you like us to come to the airport to see you off?" Lorraine quickly replied, "No, it's fine. You both can stay home." After that, she turned to Ms. Young and said, "Ms. Young, I'm heading out now." Ms. Young nodded and responded, "Safe travels, and Happy New Year in advance." "Thank you," Lorraine replied. She then said goodbye to Claire's parents before escorting the tearful Sam out. As soon as they stepped outside, Sam could no longer contain his emotions and burst out, "Lorraine, Charlie is unbelievable. I didn't do anything to provoke him when I walked in. I didn't say a single bad word about him, yet he still had Trevor extend my deadline by another year. He says I made him feel uncomfortable. Who the hell does he think he is to judge my brother?" Lorraine sighed and said, "Brother, I think Charlie's problem with you comes from how overly affectionate you are toward Ms. Young." Sam nodded in agreement and said bitterly, "I won't deny it, I've thought about that too. There are only two possibilities. Either Charlie is pissed that I was flirting right in front of him, or he's unhappy about my interest in Ms. Young. One of them has to be the reason." Lorraine agreed, "I think it's most likely related to Ms. Young, but what confuses me is that Charlie shouldn't have any connection with her." Sam muttered resentfully, "I just can't shake the feeling that those two might be having an affair." Lorraine's heart tightened at the thought, and she immediately refuted it. "I don't think that's possible. Charlie is still very devoted to his wife." Sam snorted. "You can't judge a person just by what's on the surface. You have no idea what Charlie is like when no one is watching." He then sighed angrily and said, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come with you at all. I clearly said I didn't want to come, but you insisted. Now I'm trapped in this miserable shithole of Orris Hill for 2 whole years. It's unbearable." Lorraine felt both helpless and guilty. "I'm really sorry, brother. This is my fault for dragging you along." Sam wiped his tears and said, "Instead of apologizing, can you help me figure out a way to convince Charlie to let me off the hook?" Lorraine nodded immediately. "Don't worry, brother. Once I get back from Eastcliff, I'll definitely find a chance to talk to Charlie for you." She added firmly, "I'll also investigate Charlie's relationship with Ms. Young and see if there's really something going on between them." Lorraine flew back to Eastcliff, her mind filled with doubts and suspicions. Meanwhile, Sam, broke and afraid to stir up more trouble in Orris Hill, returned to the city village in resignation. At the same time, in that same city village, Charlie's arrogant and unyielding aunt, Cynthia, was also under surveillance and forced to live there. This New Year's Eve would be the bleakest one either of them had ever experienced. Christopher's family was also facing a miserable New Year's Eve. Chapter 2028. Lady Wilson had originally agreed to work at the supermarket today. The supermarket had promised to pay her double wages. However, after her hard-earned money was stolen and she was viciously mocked by Elaine Ma, Lady Wilson's blood pressure skyrocketed. Once she sat down in her chair, she couldn't get back up. Although she hadn't suffered any physical injury, the plan to go to work at the supermarket had no choice but to be abandoned due to her rage and dangerously high blood pressure. When she thought about the fact that her money was gone and she had no way to earn today's wages, Lady Wilson felt utterly desperate. But when she also remembered that her son and grandson were seriously injured and bedridden while her own blood pressure was out of control, she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone them. Because of this, she didn't dare let Wendy leave the house. The family of 4 could only sit there, staring at one another inside the luxurious villa. They were now completely penniless, and the only thing they had left was the leftover food from yesterday. What had once been leftover vegetables had, after sitting overnight, turned into nothing more than a mess of soggy vegetable soup. Wendy suggested heating up the leftovers for lunch and eating together, but Lady Wilson immediately rejected the idea. She said to Wendy, "That little bit of leftover food is all we have right now. If we eat it during the day, we'll have nothing to eat tonight." After saying that, Lady Wilson sighed deeply and added, "Tonight is the 30th day of the lunar year." "What does that mean?" "It's New Year's Eve. You can't skip the New Year's Eve dinner. It's better to save this bit of food for tonight." Wendy burst into tears and said, "Grandmother, that leftover food isn't even enough for the four of us to eat until we're half full. What's the point of saving it?" Lady Wilson said sternly, "You don't understand. The New Year's Eve dinner must be eaten. If you don't eat it, you'll be poor for the entire next year and will never be able to turn your luck around." When Harold heard this, he immediately started crying. "Grandmother, didn't you say you would make meat dumplings for me tonight? Why are you making me eat leftovers again?" Lady Wilson was completely helpless. "Harold, Grandmother really has no way out. We don't even have a single penny left. What can we use to buy flour and meat?" Harold cried even harder. "Grandmother, today is New Year's Eve. Even if I can't eat big fish and meat, at least let me have a few dumplings. I really don't want to eat yesterday's leftover vegetable soup anymore. That soup smells like dirty dishwater mixed with rusted kitchen knives. It's disgusting." Christopher, who was lying nearby, choked and said, "All right, Harold. It's already good enough that we have something to eat. It's still better than starving on New Year's Eve." As he spoke, he clenched his teeth and cursed, "Blame that fucking bitch of a mother of yours. If she hadn't stolen all your grandmother's hard-earned money, we could at least be eating hot dumplings tonight." Wendy also cried and sobbed, "Mom went too far. When she stole Grandma's money, did she even think about our family?" Lady Wilson became even angrier and blurted out, "That woman has no conscience at all. If she really cared about this family, she wouldn't have sold her body in a coal mine. That kind of shameless slut, if God really has eyes, he should take her away as soon as possible." After saying that, Lady Wilson collapsed back into her chair, slapping her thighs as she wailed, "God, open your eyes and look at our family. Look at the kind of miserable life we're living." She covered her face and cried loudly. The others followed suit, sobbing uncontrollably, and the family of four collapsed together in tears. Chapter 2029. The Charlie family next door had been busy preparing their New Year's Eve dinner since early afternoon. The kitchen was bustling, with various ingredients scattered across the counter. Charlie, known for his exceptional cooking skills, took charge as the head chef for the evening's festivities. Meanwhile, Jacob diligently chopped the dumpling filling by hand. All four family members pitched in, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere in the kitchen. As evening fell, one delicious dish after another was placed on the dining table. In the A04 villa, Gina and the three women were also hard at work in the kitchen. Besides preparing noodles and meat for dumplings, they had purchased a chicken, a fish, and 2 pounds of ribs, along with a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. Feeling fortunate to be living in such a beautiful villa, Gina had also bought an incense burner, several incense sticks, and a modest portrait of Buddha. Before sitting down to eat, Gina gathered Samantha and Yadira and had them kneel in front of the Buddha's portrait. Holding 3 incense sticks, Gina spoke with deep reverence, "Buddha who relieves suffering, we thank you for blessing us 3 sisters and allowing us to live in this beautiful villa and enjoy a life we once thought was impossible. We promise to work hard in the future and not be lazy. We also ask that you continue to bless us with an even better life." Standing beside her, Samantha and Yadira mirrored her movements, holding their incense sticks and saying in unison, "Buddha who relieves suffering, please bless us." Afterward, the 3 of them bowed 3 times toward the Buddha. Once they finished bowing, Gina stood up first and placed the incense sticks into the burner. After Samantha and Yadira followed, she smiled with satisfaction and said, "All right, sisters, it's time for our New Year's Eve dinner." Together, they replied, "Absolutely." As the 3 women walked toward the dining table, Wendy and Lady Wilson were hiding around the corner by the staircase, watching intently. The tempting aroma of rice filled the air, making them unable to resist peeking toward the kitchen. Although Lady Wilson had originally planned to save yesterday's leftovers for their New Year's Eve meal, the four of them had been unable to hold back their hunger and had finished almost everything shortly after nightfall. With only a small amount left and everyone still hungry, they desperately wanted more food. Watching the three women enjoy a hearty home-cooked feast, Lady Wilson and Wendy couldn't help but drool. When the women started eating, Wendy leaned closer to Lady Wilson and whispered, "Grandmother, do you think they'll leave any leftovers?" Lady Wilson shook her head while swallowing hard. "I don't know, but I hope so." Wendy said anxiously, "If only they could leave us a couple of ribs and a bowl of rice. I'm afraid they'll eat everything." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden with tears. Lady Wilson stared at the incense burner placed before Guanyin Bodhisattva and said seriously, "Don't worry, Wendy. Have you noticed that incense burner? It's filled with rice. Once they go back to their rooms tonight, we'll use that rice to cook some porridge." Chapter 20:30. At this moment, Charlie's family was gathered in the living room, enjoying their New Year's Eve dinner while watching the Spring Festival Gala. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. It was rare for Jacob and Elaine, an elderly couple who usually couldn't stand each other, to sit together without their usual bickering. Jacob shared a glass of white wine with Charlie, which clearly lifted his spirits. Claire originally wanted to drink some red wine with Elaine, but Elaine quickly snatched the bottle from her hands and poured herself a full glass instead. She then said seriously, "Claire, women who are preparing for pregnancy shouldn't drink alcohol. It's bad for the child." After that, she turned to Charlie with a smile and said, "Good son-in-law, you should also drink less. Too much alcohol affects the quality of a man's tadpoles. And that directly affects the quality of the child." Claire's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Half shy and half annoyed, she said, "Mom, why do you keep talking about such embarrassing things?" Elaine replied sincerely, "I'm just sharing health advice. Everything I'm saying comes from child-rearing and genetics experts on TV." Claire sighed. "Even so, you don't have to say it so directly. Can't you be a little more tactful?" Elaine looked wronged and said, "I already used the word tadpoles. Isn't that tactful enough?" She then added proudly, "My daughter is among the best in the whole country. She inherited my excellent genes." Jacob immediately scoffed. "That's bullshit. With genes like yours, no one would even pick you up if you jumped into a sewer." Elaine slammed her chopsticks onto the table and shouted angrily, "Jacob, what the hell are you saying? I'm not in the mood to argue with you on New Year's Eve, so don't push your luck." Jacob instantly backed down and said nervously, all right, I'm just giving my son-in-law some advice. This is man-to-man talk, so stay out of it." He then patted Charlie on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Charlie, listen to Dad. Don't overthink it and don't prepare too much. Just drink some wine, relax, and let nature take its course." Hearing this, Claire's face turned even redder. She put down her chopsticks and said, "If you keep talking like this, I'm going back to my room to watch TV." "Oh no, don't do that." Jacob quickly waved his hands. "Can't Dad just shut up? This is the first New Year's Eve the four of us are spending together in this big villa, without being crowded in with your grandmother. We should cherish it." Unexpectedly, Elaine, who rarely agreed with Jacob, said happily, "That's right. This year, we're celebrating until midnight." Claire replied helplessly, "Celebrating is fine, but can we please stop with the nonsense?" All right, Elaine laughed. "I know you're shy, so I'll tone it down." Jacob quickly changed the subject, raised his glass toward Charlie, and said, "Come on, good son-in-law, let's drink." Charlie smiled, nodded, and clinked his glass with Jacob's. Just as they finished their drinks, Charlie's phone vibrated twice with WeChat notifications. To his surprise, both messages were from Nanako Ito, who was far away in Japan. First, she sent a photo of her snow-covered courtyard in Kyoto. Then she followed it with a message. "Charlie, today is the traditional New Year's Eve in your country, so I want to wish you a happy New Year. I also wanted to tell you some good news. It's snowing again in Kyoto tonight." Chapter 20:31. As Charlie looked at the photo, his thoughts drifted back to that snowy night in Kyoto, which now felt like it had happened ages ago. It was during that heavy snowfall that he had rescued Nanako, inadvertently saving Fitz and Zara as well. With a soft sigh, he replied to Nanako, "Thank you, and Happy New Year to you as well." Charlie deliberately chose not to comment on the snow in Kyoto. He knew very well that keeping a certain emotional distance from Nanako was necessary. From the very beginning, his intention had been to help her recover, believing that she shouldn't be burdened for the rest of her life by the damage Aurora had caused her. Now that she had healed and he had saved her, it felt appropriate to let everything come to an end. If he became too emotionally involved, it would only create unnecessary trouble. Charlie also understood that he couldn't clearly explain himself to every woman who developed feelings for him, Nanako included. Therefore, maintaining a reasonable distance was the wisest choice, and it was also a way of respecting her feelings. Nanako, who was extremely perceptive, immediately sensed the meaning behind Charlie's brief reply. She responded, "Charlie must be enjoying the new year with his family right now, so I won't disturb you. Wishing you happy holidays once again." After sending the message, an overwhelming sense of sadness washed over her. She knew very well that today was a traditional Chinese festival, the most important celebration of the entire year, which was why she had reached out to Charlie in the first place. By coincidence, she had accompanied her father to the capital for a few days of recuperation. The heavy snowfall in Kyoto tonight reminded her vividly of the moment when Charlie had appeared like a hero. Thinking back to that night only made her miss him even more. She had hoped to share this snowfall with him as part of her New Year's greeting. However, she hadn't expected that he wouldn't say anything more in response. Even though she felt lost, Nanako understood that Charlie was already a married man. No matter how she felt about him, he still needed to keep a certain distance. With a quiet sigh, she put her phone away and sat alone on the wooden steps of the courtyard, watching the snowflakes drift gently down. Meanwhile, Ito Yuhiko, who had lost both of his legs, slowly maneuvered his electric wheelchair toward her. The faint sound of the wheelchair wheels didn't register with Nanako at all. Her thoughts were far away, immersed in memories rather than the present moment. Seeing his daughter staring blankly at the falling snow, Ito Yuhiko sighed softly, fully understanding what she was feeling. He could tell that she was still deeply attached to Charlie, and that realization tugged painfully at his heart. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Nanako." Startled, Nanako snapped back to reality and replied a little awkwardly, "Father, why are you out here?" Ito Yuhiko smiled gently and said, "You hadn't come back inside for quite a while, so I came to check on you." "Then let's go back in. It's cold out here, and I don't want you to catch a chill," Nanako urged. "It's all right," Ito Yuhiko said with a chuckle. "Some things can't be rushed. You have to let them take their own course." Flustered, Nanako quickly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." With a knowing smile, Ito Yuhiko said, "Charlie Wade is a good man, and he's exceptionally capable. A man like that is worth waiting a few more years for." Nanako's cheeks instantly flushed red. Chapter 2032. However, she didn't deny it outright, nor did she run away on the spot. Instead, she placed her hands in front of her body and bowed deeply. "Father, I understand." Ito Yuhiko smiled happily and said, "I'm getting old. When the cold wind blows a little, I can't really feel it anymore. I'm going back inside to rest. You should go to bed early as well." Nanako hurriedly said, "Father, I'll see you back." Ito Yuhiko waved his hand and replied, "No need. If you enjoy meditating, you can stay and meditate for a while longer." Meanwhile, Osaka, Japan, only a few dozen kilometers away from Kyoto. A one-armed woman, escorted by several Japanese Self-Defense Force soldiers, arrived at the Osaka Self-Defense Force garrison. This one-armed woman, whose surname was Elms, was the eldest daughter of one of China's 4 great ancient martial arts families. She was Xian Bank's biological mother, Kairi. Due to the 1-hour time difference between Japan and China, it was already 10 o'clock at night in Osaka. After being led through multiple layers of strict security checks, Kairi was finally allowed into the Self-Defense Force garrison. A soldier then guided her into a high-speed elevator. The elevator descended rapidly and stopped 50 meters underground. This was the Osaka Self-Defense Forces Triple Defense Underground Base. In civilian terms, triple defense refers to waterproofing, dustproofing, and fallproofing. In military terms, however, triple defense means protection against nuclear weapons, biological weapons, and chemical weapons. Because of this, the base was the most heavily fortified facility in all of Osaka under the self-defense force. At present, this underground base was being used for another purpose. Including Zion, more than 50 experts from the Banks family were being detained here. Security was extremely tight, ensuring that escape was virtually impossible. After Kairi was brought inside, she was escorted directly into an airtight room. The iron door to the room was 20 centimeters thick, far sturdier than a bank vault. After she sat down, a Japanese soldier reminded her quietly, "The person will be here shortly. You only have 5 minutes." Kairi nodded hurriedly and said solemnly, "Thank you." The soldier said nothing more and turned to leave. About a minute later, a young woman wearing metal shackles on both her hands and feet was led into the room by 2 soldiers. The young woman looked gloomy, and her eyes were filled with cold hostility. However, the moment she stepped inside, her cold, steely gaze froze in shock. In the next instant, 2 streams of hot tears rolled down her cheeks. She stared at Kairi, who was also silently crying in front of her, and choked out, "Mom." Kairi rushed forward and wrapped her in a one-armed embrace, gently stroking the back of her head as she said with overwhelming love and sorrow, "Zion, you've suffered." Chapter 2033. Zion wrapped her arms tightly around Kairi's waist, her emotions overflowing as she exclaimed, "Mom! What are you doing here? How did you manage to get in?" As she saw several Japanese soldiers retreat, Kairi replied softly, "Zion, your father sent me." "Dad?" Zion asked anxiously. "How is he? Has he returned home? Is he in any danger?" Kairi gently shook her head and reassured her, "Don't worry. Your father is fine. He has already returned safely to Eastcliff." Letting out a long breath, Zion murmured, "Thank goodness Dad is all right." Kairi continued, "Originally, your father wanted to come to Japan himself to bring you home. However, he is currently under strict surveillance by Japanese national security, so it's impossible for him to come here. That's why he sent me in his place." Zion looked confused and asked, "Mom, how were you able to get in here? The self-defense force has me locked up tightly. Why would they let you see me?" Kairi explained, "The Japanese authorities have tightened control over you. Your father investigated the situation and found that they're determined to sentence you, and several others involved, to death. To save you, he spent an enormous amount of money and pulled strings within the upper ranks of the Japanese self-defense force." "Get me out of here!" Zion exclaimed in disbelief. "How is that possible? The self-defense force is watching me closely, and there are tens of thousands of soldiers stationed here. How could anyone pull that off?" Kairi said calmly, "Although you're currently in the custody of the Japanese self-defense force, they don't have judicial authority. You still have to be tried in a Japanese court. According to their laws, you must be transferred back to the location where the incident occurred to stand trial." Zion asked immediately, "So, we'll be taken to Tokyo for the trial?" Kairi nodded. "That's right. The self-defense force will transport you to Tokyo by military aircraft. Once you arrive, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Special Operations Unit will take over. At that point, your father has arranged for a substitute to take your place, with the help of a high-ranking official within the Tokyo Police Department." Zion was stunned and finally asked, "Mom, is it really safe to swap me out so openly?" Holding Zion's hand tightly, Kairi said seriously, "You don't need to worry. Your father has arranged everything. You'll be switched out 12 hours before the substitute's identity is exposed. After that, he'll arrange for you to leave Japan by boat from Tokyo Harbor." As she spoke, Kairi squeezed Zion's hand hard, her voice trembling with emotion. "Zion, your father has spent nearly 1 billion to smooth relations between the Japanese Self-Defense Force and the Tokyo Police Department. If you make it home safely, you must repay him in the future. Xian's eyes filled with tears as she nodded repeatedly. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely find a way to repay Dad. Kairi nodded and added, once you return to China, the Japanese authorities will do everything possible to hunt you down. If they discover you're back, they'll immediately request your extradition to Japan. That's why you'll have to live under a different identity. The name Xian Banks can no longer be used. Xian asked quickly, Mom, if I can't use the name Xian Banks anymore, what name should I take? Chapter 2034. Kairi replied, your father said you can choose any name you like. He'll take care of the household registration and all related matters. Xian's face brightened with excitement, but before she could speak, Kairi continued, however, Xian, your father made one thing very clear. You may keep the surname Elms or choose any other name, but you cannot use the Banks family name. The joy on Xian's face instantly faded. She looked at Kairi and asked softly, Mom, does this mean Dad still wants to keep my identity hidden? Kairi's expression grew heavy as she said, Xian, you are your father's illegitimate daughter, and very few people know about your existence. Aside from your father, only your grandfather is aware. Your father is extremely close to his partner, and if she were to find out about you, it could destroy their relationship. Xian felt her throat tighten as she protested, Mom, do I really have to spend my entire life pretending that Zane isn't my father? Am I destined to be seen as a girl who grew up without a dad? Tears shimmered in Kairi's eyes as she replied, Xian, the affair that led to your birth was my doing. Your father didn't even know you existed for many years. You can't blame him for not wanting to make your identity public. She added earnestly, more importantly, your father has paid an enormous price to save you this time. Even if he can't openly acknowledge you as his daughter, he loves you deeply. You must understand that. Xian let out a heavy sigh and nodded. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I won't mention it again, and I won't hold any resentment toward Dad. Kairi tightened her grip on Xian's hand and said firmly, in a few days, you'll be transferred to Tokyo. Someone will contact you there and guide you to the docks for your escape. I'll be waiting for you in China. Xian asked hurriedly, Mom, you won't be waiting for me in Tokyo? Kairi shook her head gently. Xian nodded in acceptance. Okay, Mom. I understand. You just focus on waiting for me back in China. At that moment, someone opened the door and announced, time's up. Kairi looked at Xian with reluctance and said, Xian, take care of yourself over the next few days. I have to go now. Xian nodded as tears streamed down her face. Mom, please stay safe, and thank Dad for me. Kairi gently patted her arm and whispered, there are no guarantees in this situation. You must promise me one thing, come back alive. Chapter 2035. Xian gazed at Kairi, her eyes brimming with tears as she nodded with determination. Mom, don't worry. I promise I'll come back to see you, alive. Kairi gently caressed Xian's face with her hand and said lovingly, once you return this time, don't go back to the Banks family for a while. Stay with me at Grandma's house until you're ready to face everything again. Xian hummed softly in response. Mom, please take care of yourself. Lowering her voice, Kairi cautioned. You must not tell anyone who was with you how you were rescued. Only you can leave this time. If they find out, it could cause trouble. Xian sighed quietly. I understand, Mom. Kairi nodded. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly said goodbye. Soon after, Xian was taken back to the cell where the soldiers were holding her. Yet despite everything, Xian felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Zane. Although she was merely his illegitimate daughter and Zane had never acknowledged her as his child, his willingness to pay such a steep price for her rescue far exceeded her expectations and deeply moved her. At first, she had resigned herself to facing a death sentence. But after reuniting with her mother, Kairi, a flicker of hope for the future was reignited within her heart. In Eastcliff, it was 10 o'clock at night. The Charlie Wade family sat together in front of the television, eagerly watching the Spring Festival Gala. Claire appeared a little restless as she turned to Charlie and said, the program schedule online says Stephanie's solo performance is at 10:10. It should be coming up soon. Charlie nodded, feeling anticipation quietly build inside him. Although he knew Stephanie was a major star, he hadn't watched many of her films or TV dramas, nor did he know many of her songs. This was largely due to his personality. Charlie never actively sought out entertainment, making him indifferent to the entertainment industry. However, Stephanie was different. She wasn't just any celebrity to him. She was his childhood friend, and the fiancée his parents had arranged for him long ago. So he sat beside Claire, patiently waiting in front of the TV for Stephanie's performance. Right on time, at exactly 10:10, the host cheerfully announced. They say the taste of first love is one of the most beautiful feelings in life. Now, please welcome Miss Sun Stephanie, a triple threat in film, television, and music, as she presents her brand new single, First Love. Dressed in an elegant evening gown, Stephanie gracefully stepped onto the dazzling stage. Claire's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Wow! Stephanie looks absolutely stunning in that outfit." Charlie nodded in agreement, unable to hide his admiration. On screen, Stephanie's long hair was styled into a soft, coiled updo, giving her an even more refined and captivating charm. Elaine stared at the screen and exclaimed, "Oh my! She's truly beautiful, far more stunning than all those actresses." Then she added regretfully, "Honestly, with Claire's looks, she could also enter the entertainment industry and become a star. She could easily hold her own against Stephanie." Claire laughed helplessly. "Mom, you're exaggerating. How could I be a star? I don't have acting skills, and I can't sing either." Chapter 2036. Elaine scoffed. "What's the big deal? These days, you don't even need acting talent or a good voice to become a star. Being pretty is enough. Look at those big names, some can't sing but still release albums, and some can't act but still star in movies. And yet, you're not even interested." Claire shook her head in frustration. "Mom, can you please stop? I just want to watch the show in peace." Elaine continued stubbornly. "Claire, I'm telling the truth. I really think you do just fine." At that moment, Stephanie began to sing. The instant she opened her mouth, Elaine gasped in shock. "Wow! That girl's voice is incredible." Claire quickly waved her hand. "Mom, please, quiet." Charlie was equally stunned. Stephanie might have looked like just another idol star, but the moment she sang, it was clear her skills were on a completely professional level. The melody was light, refreshing, and soothing, reminiscent of the classic song Legend once sung by the diva years ago. Charlie found himself completely immersed. 5 minutes later, as the song ended, he was still lost in the lingering charm of her voice. Claire's eyes sparkled as she applauded enthusiastically. "Stephanie's singing is amazing. This song is especially touching." She turned to Charlie and asked, "Hubby, Stephanie is coming to Oris Hill for a concert soon. Will you go with me to see her?" Charlie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although Stephanie had personally invited him before, attending the concert with Claire felt awkward. Deep down, he sighed. "I don't want to divorce Claire, and I respect the marriage arrangement my parents made for me, but taking Claire to Daisy's concert just doesn't feel fair to Daisy." While he was still conflicted, Claire nudged him playfully. "Hubby, just come with me this once, please. Whether it's good or not, just this time." She added quickly, "I'll get the tickets myself. If I can't buy them officially, I'll get them from a scalper. You don't need to worry about anything." Charlie knew Claire was determined. Even if he refused, she would probably go anyway. Besides, he had already promised Stephanie he would attend her concert. There was no backing out now. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. I'll definitely go with you." Then he added, "And don't bother stressing over the tickets. I helped Miss Sun's family with feng shui before, I'm sure she'd be willing to help us get 2 front row seats." Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? You can get front row tickets from Miss Sun? Those tickets are insanely hard to get." scalpers sell them for several times the original price. In Eastcliff alone, front row seats went for as high as $100,000 each, just like the Divas concert back then. Charlie chuckled confidently. Miss Sun is generous. I'm sure she won't mind. Claire was overjoyed. That's amazing. Thank you, hubby, for supporting my dream of being a star. Seeing her excitement, Charlie felt a subtle emotional stir in his heart. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Stephanie. Charlie, did you watch my performance on TV? Chapter 2037. The Spring Festival Gala was broadcast live to 1.4 billion viewers across the country. After finishing her performance, Stephanie quickly left the stage and arrived backstage. At that moment, she hadn't had time to change out of her costume yet, so the first thing she did was send a WeChat message to Charlie Wade. What she cared about most was Charlie Wade's opinion of her performance. Originally, the Spring Festival Gala's director team had wanted her to sing another one of her famous songs, a song about friendship. Stephanie had already promised the director team that she would perform that piece. However, after reuniting with Charlie Wade, she suddenly had the idea of changing the song. So, she negotiated with the director team and expressed her desire to perform a different song. At first, the director team was extremely reluctant. After all, Spring Festival Gala performances were always handled with the utmost care, and temporary changes, especially song changes, were almost unheard of. However, Stephanie persisted, and in the end, the program team had no choice but to compromise. The reason Stephanie chose to sing the song First Love tonight was because she wanted to sing a song that Charlie Wade specifically wanted to hear. There was also a particular line in the song that she had written especially for him. The line went, "From the first moment I saw you, you were deeply engraved in my heart. I crossed the sea of people and traveled thousands of miles to find you, just to tell you that in this life, I will never leave you again." It was written for Charlie Wade. How could he possibly fail to sense the emotion behind Stephanie's song? Yet, he could only pretend that he didn't know and replied to her message. "I watched your performance. It was great, really well sung." Stephanie was overjoyed and replied, "Charlie Wade, this song, it was written for you." Charlie Wade was startled and asked, "You wrote this song yourself?" "Yes," Stephanie replied. "I'm the songwriter, so it's okay, right?" She added a thumbs-up emoji. Charlie Wade responded, "I never thought you were not only such a good singer, but also capable of writing your own songs. That's truly amazing." Stephanie sent a playful tongue-out emoji and said, "When I was little, my mom taught me how to play the piano. Later, I started humming while playing and gradually tried writing a few songs. After they were released, the response was pretty good, so I kept writing more." Charlie Wade praised her sincerely. "That's really impressive, absolutely unbeatable." Satisfied, Stephanie said, "Charlie Wade, I actually wrote this song specifically for you years ago. At that time, I hadn't found you yet, so the lyrics were different. After I found you, I adjusted them again. That's how this version came to be." Charlie Wade felt deeply moved and replied, "Thank you, Daisy. Thank you for always remembering me, and thank you for everything you've done for me over the years." Stephanie sent a shy emoji and replied, "Well, who told me to be your bride since childhood?" Charlie Wade was instantly speechless. A bride since childhood, calling her a child bride wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Soon after, Stephanie sent another message. "Charlie Wade, I won't talk to you anymore for now. My parents are waiting for me to go home for the New Year's Eve dinner and then stay up together to welcome the new year. I have to leave." Charlie Wade knew very well that participating in the Spring Festival Gala was no easy task for any performer. All the artists performed on New Year's Eve itself. For local Eastcliff performers, things were slightly better. They could change clothes right after leaving the stage and rush home to spend the festival with their families. But for performers from other places, it was much harder. Many of them could only spend the holiday alone in a foreign city just to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 2038. Fortunately, Stephanie lived in Eastcliff, and the timing of her performance was perfect. If she hurried back now, it wouldn't even be New Year's Eve yet, allowing her to spend the new year with her family until midnight. Charlie replied to her message. Then hurry back to your aunt and uncle's place and help me wish them a happy new year. Stephanie replied. Thank you, Charlie. Happy New Year to you too. After that, Charlie put his phone away and continued watching the Spring Festival Gala with his wife, Claire. As midnight approached, Jacob sighed and said, although banning firecrackers is environmentally friendly, it really makes the new year feel less lively. What a pity. Claire also sighed. When I was a kid, I loved the smell of fireworks. Now I almost never get to experience that anymore. Charlie suggested. Even if firecrackers aren't allowed in the city, we could still go to the suburbs and set some off. Claire's eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly shook her head. Forget it. Everyone stays home during the spring festival at this hour. Where would we even find firecrackers? After thinking for a moment, Charlie sent a message to Isaac Cameron, asking, Isaac, do you have any fireworks in stock at Shangri-La? Isaac replied quickly. Yes, young master. Do you need some? Yes, Charlie said. My wife wants to go to the suburbs to set off firecrackers. Isaac replied. I'll have someone send them over to you. No need, Charlie said. Enjoy the holiday. Don't let me disturb your family time. Then he asked. Is there someone on duty at Shangri-La tonight? Yes, Isaac replied. Shangri-La operates 24 hours a day. There's always someone on duty. Charlie said. That's perfect. Please inform the staff on duty. I'll drive over to pick them up. Isaac was touched by Charlie's consideration and suggested. Why don't I have them deliver it to you? The staff on duty get triple pay anyway. Charlie replied. No need. It's New Year's Eve, I don't want to trouble anyone. There won't be any traffic at this hour. I'll drive myself and be there in 10 minutes. With no other choice, Isaac agreed. All right, young master. I'll notify the staff. You can come pick them up anytime. After finishing the arrangements, Charlie turned to Claire and said, Honey, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Claire immediately grabbed his hand, worry written all over her face. Don't go out and tire yourself. Just stay home and watch TV. It doesn't matter whether we set off fireworks or not. Charlie smiled gently and reassured her. It's fine. Stay home, I'll be back shortly. With that, he stood up, took Claire's car keys, and headed out. Claire wanted to stop him, but he was already moving fast. She could only sigh helplessly and call after him. Drive carefully and don't rush. Charlie's voice came from outside. I will, don't worry. After he left, Elaine suddenly said, Claire, I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. Charlie truly cares about you. She continued. In the past, I always felt that Charlie wasn't worthy of you and that you should marry into a wealthy family for a good match. But now I understand that the most important thing in marriage is emotional connection. Whether a man is rich or poor doesn't matter, what matters is whether he treats you like a treasure, so you can truly be happy. Chapter 2039. Charlie made his way directly to Shangri-La, where a group of men organized by Isaac Cameron awaited his arrival at the gate, pushing a trolley. As soon as he spotted Charlie, one of the men hurriedly approached the car and said respectfully, Mr. Wade, Mr. Cameron instructed me to prepare some fireworks for you. Would you like me to help you load them into your car? Charlie nodded appreciatively, opened the trunk, and responded, Thank you for your hard work. The man quickly waved his hand, saying, Mr. Wade, you're too kind. It's my duty to assist you. With that, he began placing several large boxes of fireworks into the trunk of Charlie's BMW. After expressing his gratitude, Charlie drove back to the villa and called Claire, asking her and her parents to get ready. He planned to head out and find a suitable place to set off fireworks to celebrate the new year. Claire was thrilled by the idea. She dressed warmly in a thick down jacket and, along with her parents, waited eagerly outside the gate of Thompson First. As soon as Charlie's car pulled up, the three family members quickly hopped in. Claire turned to Charlie and asked, "Honey, where are we going to set off the fireworks?" Charlie smiled and replied, "As long as it's outside the city limits, it's all good. You can choose the spot." Jacob chimed in with a suggestion, "How about we head to the river? The view is spectacular, and the fireworks will look even more beautiful reflecting off the water." Claire responded with enthusiasm, "Dad, that's a fantastic idea. Let's go to the river." Jacob eagerly added, "I know a perfect spot with a spacious riverbank." As Charlie listened to his wife and father-in-law discuss the river, a memory of Jasmine from the Moore family flashed through his mind. He recalled the time Jasmine had given him a ride home, passing by the Yangtze River and inviting him for a stroll along the bank. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it and had gladly accepted. To his surprise, after their walk, Jasmine had dropped him off at Thompson First and then kissed him in the car. That moment lingered in Charlie's memory, occasionally bringing him warmth when he thought of it. Lost in thought, Charlie followed Jacob's directions all the way to the Yangtze River. He was taken aback, realizing they were headed to the same spot Jasmine had taken him to before. Since it was New Year's Eve, the area was deserted. Once Charlie parked the car, he and Jacob unloaded several boxes of fireworks and made their way to the riverbank. On the concrete riverbank, Charlie arranged the fireworks at even intervals. Meanwhile, Jacob, unable to contain his excitement, lit 2 firecrackers in quick succession. The cheerful sounds of the firecrackers echoed along the river, instantly creating the festive atmosphere of the new year. As the last firecracker fizzled out, Charlie announced to Claire, "I'm going to get the fireworks ready." Claire eagerly pulled out her phone and exclaimed, "Wait a moment, honey. I'll start recording." "Great," Charlie replied, and once Claire had activated the camera, he lit the fuse of the fireworks. The vibrant fireworks shot into the sky, bursting above the river and painting the night with brilliant colors. Claire danced joyfully on the side, completely caught up in the moment. After the first round of fireworks finished, Charlie quickly ignited a second set, then a third and a fourth. By the time all the fireworks had been set off, Claire's cheeks were flushed with excitement. She hadn't felt such joy in a long time, celebrating New Year's Eve with fireworks that delighted her like a child. Jacob and Elaine shared in the joy, and for this family of 4, this Lunar New Year felt especially significant. As midnight approached, the family experienced a level of happiness they had never known before. At the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, which also marked the first moment of the new year, Charlie lit the final set of fireworks, while Jacob ignited the last firecracker. Claire cupped her hands over her mouth and shouted, "Happy New Year, husband, parents." Chapter 2040. Elaine Ma, on crutches, also shouted excitedly, "Happy New Year." Jacob Wilson looked up at the fireworks, the splendid brilliance reflected on his face, and that face that already had many wrinkles was filled with happiness. At this moment, Jacob Wilson's heart inevitably thought of Matilda. This was also the first spring festival that Matilda had celebrated after she had returned to the country after more than 20 years. Jacob Wilson quietly pulled out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Matilda, which only had 4 words, "Matilda, Happy New Year." Charlie Wade's phone was now bombarded with a series of messages from WeChat. Many people were sending him New Year's wishes at this moment, and he didn't have the energy to reply to them all, so he sent a text to his friends, "Happy New Year to all my family and friends." That night, the entire Oris Hill was lit up with thousands of lights. Charlie Wade's family of 4 even played at the river until 1 in the morning before driving back. The huge majority of people were immersed in the unique happiness of the new year, and only Lady Wilson's family was still fighting an uphill battle against hunger. The first thing they needed to do was to find the newest and oldest TV set they could. However, for Gina and the 3 of them, this old, worn-out TV let them watch the entire Spring Festival Gala in its entirety, bringing them a great sense of satisfaction and happiness. As they watched TV, they ate all the New Year's Eve dinner they had prepared, leaving not even a mouthful of vegetable soup behind. After the 3 of them finished eating in the living room, they didn't forget to carry the TV back to Gina's room, in order to prevent Lady Wilson's family from taking any advantage of them. Lady Wilson and Wendy had been thinking about the bit of rice in the incense burner, so they stayed hungry until 1 o'clock before they finally put Gina and the three of them to sleep. After they were asleep, they started to prepare the porridge. The rice in the incense burner didn't smell very good because a lot of ashes had fallen in, but old Lady Wilson and Wendy, who were so hungry that their chests felt stuck to their backs, couldn't care less. They did not say a word, brought the incense burner into the kitchen very quickly, poured out the rice and rinsed it, then immediately used the rice to cook porridge. The rice in the incense burner amounted to more than 1 caddy, and a large pot of porridge was made from it. Lady Wilson and Wendy each drank a bowl of the rice porridge when it was first cooked, then drank another bowl. Feeling that the taste was a bit bland, they stole the salt and soy sauce that Gina and the others had bought and added it to the porridge, stirring and drinking. Gina tried her best not to leave any obvious opportunity for Mrs. Wilson to take advantage of the situation, but despite 1,000 calculations, she never thought that Mrs. Wilson would steal the rice from her own incense burner, as well as her own salt and soy sauce. The next morning, the first day of the Lunar New Year, Claire Wilson was somewhat tired because she had gone out for a round the night before and hadn't gotten up yet. Charlie Wade had woken up and was alone in the downstairs living room making himself a cup of tea. With nothing else to do, he scrolled through his circle of friends. Apart from the messages where everyone congratulated the new year, he also saw a post from Jasmine. Departing for Japan today, the trip is estimated to be 1 week. During this period, please contact Mr. Reuben Moore for matters related to Oris Hill. Charlie Wade was inevitably surprised, not expecting Jasmine to leave for Japan on the first day of the new year. Meanwhile, next door, Gina and the three of them woke up early. Even though it was the first day of the new year, they still had to go to work at the supermarket to earn money. The first thing they needed to do was burn another incense for the portrait of the Buddha, so that the Buddha could bless them with a peaceful and smooth new year. She lit 3 incense sticks, made a wish, kowtowed, and stood up to insert the sticks into the incense burner, when she suddenly found that something felt wrong. Originally, when the incense was inserted into the rice in the incense burner, there would be a distinct resistance. But now, she couldn't feel anything. When she fixed her eyes on it, she was furious. She shouted harshly, "This dead old woman surnamed Wilson! How dare you even steal the rice from my mother's incense burner?" Chapter 2041. Lady Wilson found it challenging to enjoy a proper meal and get a good night's sleep. However, she was completely unprepared for the door to be kicked open early in the morning by an irate Gina. Before Mrs. Wilson could even gather her thoughts, Gina stormed into the room and slapped her across the face, yelling, "You dead old woman! You had the audacity to steal the rice from the incense burner that my mother uses to honor the Buddha. Are you even human?" Stunned by the slap, Lady Wilson, upon seeing Gina's furious face just inches away, felt a wave of fear wash over her and pleaded, "Gina, I'm so sorry. I never intended to steal from you, but I'm just so hungry." Gina, seething with rage, retorted through clenched teeth, "Your hunger is your issue, not mine. That incense burner is sacred to me, and you disrespect the Buddha by taking the rice from it. If the Buddha gets angry, it's you who'll get me into trouble." Feeling overwhelmed, Lady Wilson choked back tears. "Gina, it's the new year. You can't just stand by and watch me, an old woman, starve to death here, can you? If I die in this house, how will you ever feel comfortable living here again? Do you really find peace lying in your upstairs bedroom, knowing I'm starving to death just below you?" As tears streamed down her face, Lady Wilson continued, "Gina, think of it as saving my life. Didn't the Buddha say that saving a life is more commendable than building a 7-tiered pagoda? This is a good deed." Although Gina's expression softened slightly, she maintained her cold tone. "For the sake of the Buddha, I'll overlook your theft, but you must pay for your actions." Lady Wilson quickly asked, "What do you want me to do, Gina?" Gina replied icily, "You need to wash the 3 of our clothes today, and then I'll forget this ever happened." Upon hearing this, Lady Wilson pleaded, "Gina, I wasn't feeling well yesterday and couldn't work at the supermarket, which is why I took your rice. I need to go to work today, otherwise, our family of 4 will go without food again." "I don't care." Gina snapped back in frustration. "You either wash our clothes or you return the rice you stole." I won't blackmail you, just give me back what you took, and refill the incense burner. Lady Wilson cried, Gina, I've already cooked all the rice. What can I return to you? Please, let me go to work today, and I'll buy you new rice as soon as I get paid. No. Gina was unwavering. If you're going to return the rice, you need to give it back now, or get out and wash my clothes. Gina then threatened, if you refuse to accept the consequences, don't blame me for being harsh. Seeing Gina's fierce demeanor, Lady Wilson understood that this was no idle threat. All alone, how could she possibly stand up to her? So, with tears in her eyes, Lady Wilson finally conceded, okay. I'll wash them. I'll get to work on it. On this first day of the Chinese New Year, Lady Wilson's family of 4 was left without any rice. The 3 of them, led by Gina, dumped a mountain of dirty clothes and bed linens on Lady Wilson, insisting she must wash everything by the end of the day. This left Lady Wilson with no opportunity to step out and earn money. Meanwhile, Wendy was completely tied down with her responsibilities, as she had to care for the injured, bedridden Christopher and Harold's father and son. Chapter 2042. With no income coming in, the family's situation was dire. They could barely scrape together enough food, leaving them to face starvation. Since Christopher and Harold abducted Elaine and mistakenly took Cynthia as well, the Wilson family had suffered tremendously, losing significant weight and enduring a miserable existence. Meanwhile, the neighbors were enjoying a different fate. On the first day of the new year, they packed their belongings and headed to the hot spring villa that Isaac Cameron had gifted to Charlie, planning to unwind there for a 2-day getaway. That evening, upon arriving at the hot spring villa, Cynthia found herself in the rundown rental house, staring listlessly at a container of takeout dumplings. Since being held captive by Charlie in Oris Hill, Cynthia's meals had been limited to takeout. Frustratingly, Charlie had forbidden her from choosing her own food. All her meals were ordered and delivered by Don Albert's associates, and none of them cost more than $30. In the last few days, Cynthia was forced to sample a variety of popular dishes she had never tried before in her life. These included stewed chicken with rice, green pepper and shredded pork over rice, gongbao chicken over rice, Lanzhou ramen noodles, northeast potato noodles, and donkey meat hot pot, among others. To the Wade family, these ordinary meals were considered the lowest of the low, and they wouldn't even deign to taste them, let alone eat them. Yet here was Cynthia, once accustomed to luxury, reduced to subsisting on these meals daily. On New Year's Eve, unable to order takeout, Don Albert's men provided her with 2 cups of instant noodles, a bag of ham sausage, and 2 halved eggs. Cynthia was infuriated at having to eat such low-quality food on New Year's Eve, claiming that if she couldn't have dumplings, she would end her life right then and there. In response, Don Albert's people sent her homemade dumplings. These dumplings, filled with pork and pickled vegetables, reflected the tastes of Don Albert's younger brother, whose family hailed from northeast China. However, Cynthia had always enjoyed upscale seafood dishes and had never encountered pork dumplings in the Wade household. The Wade family typically indulged in dumplings filled with a blend of top-quality shrimp and wild fish, finely minced and enhanced with shark fin and abalone. Moreover, pickled vegetables were completely foreign to her. Cynthia had never tasted them in her life. For someone raised in a privileged environment like hers, foods that were pickled or fermented were considered off-limits, almost toxic. Thus, when she took a bite of the pork and pickled dumpling, she instantly retched, needing to rinse her mouth several times to rid herself of the unpleasant taste. In a fit of anger, Cynthia stormed out and confronted Don Albert's younger brother, exclaiming, "What kind of ridiculous dumplings are these? Is this fit for human consumption?" Furious at her remarks, the man, speaking with a thick northeastern accent, shot back, "What the hell is wrong with you, you *tch? My mom made these dumplings herself. I was nice enough to share them with you, and you're still talking like that? Do you need a reality check?" Chapter 2043. Don Albert's men didn't know the specific details about Cynthia. They only knew that she was a middle-aged woman whom the boss had ordered to be closely guarded. As for her surname, where she came from, or what her background was, they knew absolutely nothing. So when Cynthia flew into a rage over the dumplings he had kindly brought her, he was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had just tried to feed a vicious dog that barked back at him with snarling fury. Cynthia never imagined that one of Charlie Wade's underlings would dare speak to her in such a tone, and she was instantly enraged. She pointed at the man's nose and snapped harshly, "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" The man gritted his teeth and cursed, "I don't give a fuck who you are. You insulted the dumplings my mother wrapped with her own hands. I'll slap you with my big fucking mouth and you won't even know what hit you." Cynthia sneered and cursed back, "That pickled shit is fucking rancid and sour. Your mom still wraps that garbage into dumplings. What the hell is wrong with her? Is your family that fucking poor?" The man, a burly northeastern guy over 1 meter 80 tall, was red in the face with rage as he shouted, "What the fuck do you know? That's the most commonly eaten sauerkraut in the northeast of my fucking country. You've never even seen sauerkraut before, are you still fucking human?" Cynthia replied arrogantly, "This kind of trash food is only something poor people like you would eat." As she spoke, she picked up the plate of dumplings and flung them straight into the man's face. She didn't care about the dumplings scattered all over the floor. Staring coldly at the man, she said, "I don't eat this garbage. Go prepare lobster dumplings for me." Seeing his mother's hard-worked dumplings mocked like this, and dumped all over the ground, the man completely lost control of his anger and raised his hand, slapping Cynthia hard across the face. Cynthia was stunned, then screamed furiously, You dare hit me? I'll fucking kill you." The man ignored her and said coldly, "Today's meal has already been delivered. If you're not full, you can wait until tomorrow." Cynthia shrieked, "What did you say?" "I took one bite of your garbage dumplings and puked." The man replied indifferently, "That has nothing to do with me. I've delivered the food. Whether you eat it or not is your fucking problem." Grinding her teeth, Cynthia said, "I'm not eating your trash. Go order McDonald's for me." The man roared in fury, "You're a fucking disgrace. Northeast sauerkraut is garbage to you, but McDonald's is fine?" With that, he slammed the door shut and padlocked it from the outside. Cynthia didn't eat a single bite of food the entire day and soon became completely famished. That evening, unable to endure it any longer, Cynthia called her father, Lord Wade, who was far away in Eastcliff. On the phone, she tearfully complained, exaggerating her miserable experiences in Orris Hill. She then begged bitterly, "Dad, put pressure on that bastard Charlie Wade and make him release me immediately. I really can't take this anymore." Lord Wade listened calmly and replied indifferently, "All right. I've already told you before, since you were the one who acted improperly, you should honestly stay in Orris Hill for a week." Cynthia choked back tears and cried, "Dad, I really can't take it anymore. What kind of hellish life is this for a human being? I didn't even have a proper meal all day today. If this continues, I'll go crazy." Chapter 2044. Lord Wade frowned and said sternly, "Cynthia, as a member of the Wade family, why do you lack even this much patience? If you can't endure such a small matter, what else are you capable of?" He continued, "Remember this clearly, do not provoke Charlie again, especially over trivial matters. Charlie has already agreed to return for the ancestor ceremony during the spring festival. This is a crucial step toward his reintegration into the Wade family." Cynthia snapped back angrily, "Dad, why do you always defend that useless Charlie who doesn't respect his elders at all? He's just a poor bastard who's been gone for years and never even went to school. What value does he bring to the Wade family? You still want him to attend the ancestor ceremony? He'll only embarrass our family." Lord Wade replied coldly, "No matter what you think, Charlie is still of Wade blood. More importantly, he holds the marriage contract with the Sun family girl. That alone gives him value far beyond anyone else, including you. So stop stirring up trouble. You will stay in Orris Hill for 7 days. Complaining over pork and pickled dumplings is absolutely ridiculous." With that, Lord Wade hung up the phone without another word. On the other end, Cynthia's eyes filled with tears. The more she thought about it, the deeper her hatred for Charlie grew. In her mind, everything she was suffering, and even her father's scolding, was entirely Charlie's fault. She clenched her fists and swore silently, determined to make him pay. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. With vicious resolve, she muttered, "Charlie Wade. Cynthia, will make you suffer a painful lesson." After wiping away her tears, she opened the door and approached Don Albert's subordinate with a remorseful expression. Bowing deeply, she said, "Sir, I admit I was reckless earlier. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive my outburst." Seeing her attitude, the man's expression softened slightly. "Fine," he said. "I'll let it go this time." Relieved, Cynthia thanked him repeatedly before carefully asking, "Could you help me pass a message to your boss?" Later that night, while relaxing at the spa hotel, Charlie received a call from Don Albert. "Charlie," Don Albert said, "your aunt asked me to pass on a message. She says she's reflected on her mistakes these past few days and wants to apologize. She hopes you can forgive her immaturity." Charlie replied calmly, "I don't believe for a second that she's genuinely repentant. She must be plotting something." Don Albert said, "She hopes you'll allow her to return to Eastcliff early, given her change in attitude." Charlie snorted coldly. "Not a chance. Tell her to stop dreaming. 7 days, no less." Don Albert answered immediately, "Understood. I'll pass it on." "Good," Charlie said. "Once the 7 days are over, she leaves Oris Hill immediately, and never comes back." Chapter 2045. Living in a spa villa at Champsellis offered a far superior experience compared to Thompson First. Perched on a picturesque hillside, Champsellis not only boasted stunning views but also provided a serene environment. The villas were spaced generously, ensuring a high level of privacy. Moreover, the overall cost of the hot spring villas at Champsellis was nearly half that of Thompson First. In reality, the living space and courtyard area at Champsellis were significantly larger than those at Thompson First. Situated in the suburbs, Champsellis benefited from lower land prices compared to urban areas. Claire found the surroundings delightful, relishing the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful and relaxed lifestyle, which she hadn't experienced in a while. Consequently, the family decided to extend their stay during the New Year's holiday to fully unwind and soak in the tranquility. Lorraine had been persistently inviting Claire and Charlie to visit Eastcliff, but Claire remained uncertain. She felt that a trip to Eastcliff would inevitably mean more travel, and staying in someone else's home could never match the comfort of their own, no matter how nice it was. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, while Charlie's family continued to enjoy their getaway at the hot spring villa, Jasmine was already in Tokyo, meeting with executives from New Japan Steel. The decision for the Moore family to enter the steel manufacturing sector was a carefully considered choice by Jasmine. The steel industry serves as the backbone of modern industrial development, crucial for light industry, heavy industry, and military applications alike. Although the Moore family had previous experience in the steel sector, they had not capitalized on opportunities to expand successfully. Now at the helm, Jasmine aimed to elevate the Moore family's industrial scale and overall strength by making a substantial investment in steel production. The plan involved establishing a steel enterprise specializing in special steels smelting in Lancaster, a city located along the lower Yangtze River, not far from Oris Hill. Travis Lane, the wealthiest individual in Lancaster, primarily focused on real estate and commercial development, aligning closely with the Moore Group's strategic objectives. Being a downstream city on the Yangtze River, Lancaster enjoyed excellent shipping access. Transportation is vital for the steel industry, which demands vast quantities of iron ore. Effective shipping conditions are crucial for minimizing costs, which is why many large steel companies are typically located in coastal cities or along major rivers. Years ago, the Moore family had invested in a large industrial plot in a coastal city ideal for factory construction. Now, their primary need was a partner with robust research and development capabilities and an extensive portfolio of steel patents. With this in mind, Jasmine set her sights on collaborating with Nippon Steel from Japan. Chapter 2046. She chose to pursue a joint venture strategy, similar to what automobile companies have done, to integrate Nippon Steel's advanced technology into the steel industry. FAW Volkswagen, GAC Honda, and GM Ford have all embraced this joint venture concept. After 20 to 30 years of collaborative development, these companies have achieved impressive results. Nippon Steel was also eager to explore this partnership. The Moore family brought valuable resources, land, and significant experience in the steel sector, making them an excellent potential ally. The two parties quickly found common ground and moved on to discuss and outline the specifics of their collaboration. Jasmine proposed that the Moore family would retain 51% of the shares, while Nippon Steel would hold 49%. However, Nippon Steel preferred 51% ownership, leaving the Moore family with 49%. Though the difference in percentage seemed minor, it significantly impacted who controlled the company. Owning 51% makes one the largest shareholder, granting ultimate authority to make key operational decisions. If control shifted to Nippon Steel, the Moore family would lose their influence in the partnership. During negotiations, both sides engaged in a tug-of-war over this crucial point, with neither party willing to yield. Jasmine addressed Nippon Steel's top executives. "Gentlemen, for our collaboration, we should look to the automotive industry's established practices. In our country, local automotive companies typically retain 51% ownership when entering joint ventures with overseas firms. Since the enterprise will be based here, it's only fair that we maintain majority ownership. I hope your company understands this point." Hashimoto Kensen, the vice chairman of Nippon Steel and a key figure in the company's management, was in charge of negotiations with Jasmine. At 40 years old, Hashimoto had risen to core management at a relatively young age, reflecting his strong position in Japan's seniority-focused society. He looked at Jasmine with a slight smile and replied, "Miss Moore, I understand the cooperative model you're referencing from the automotive sector, but that framework may not be suitable for the partnership between New Japan Railway and your company." Jasmine, maintaining her composure, responded, "Mr. Hashimoto, could you clarify why this model isn't appropriate for our collaboration? I'm eager to understand your perspective." Hashimoto began by explaining, "Firstly, the automobile industry has many leading enterprises. In Japan alone, there are Toyota, Honda, and Nissan. In Germany, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Volkswagen. The United States has General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, and Italy boasts Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Maserati. With so many competitors, undercutting each other's bids for the Chinese market is common." He then shifted to a more serious tone. "However, in the steel industry, there are only a handful of major players. The world's top 10 steel companies include only 3 or 4 that truly excel in special steel technology. In Japan, Nippon Steel stands alone in this regard. As the saying goes, rare is precious. It's understandable, Miss Moore, that you would offer more to secure a partnership with such a unique entity as New Japan Railway." After some hesitation, Jasmine firmly stated, "Mr. Hashimoto, as for the share distribution, I cannot concede any further. The Moore Group must hold 51% of the shares in this partnership. However, to accommodate Nippon Steel, we can ensure that you receive a larger share of the profits generated from our collaboration, specifically, 51% of all net profits. What are your thoughts on that?" Hashimoto shook his head decisively, saying, "Miss Moore, we will not compromise on the equity issue. If we were open to negotiating this aspect, we would have already established deeper partnerships with other steel companies in your country. So why are we still here today?" Chapter 2047. Jasmine was fully aware that the claims made by the opposing party were far from the truth. In reality, a prestigious steel company like Nippon Steel was highly coveted by nations around the globe. Notably, their expertise in special steel was unparalleled worldwide. Special steel is incredibly versatile, and as industries advance, the demand for it increases significantly. This is particularly true for sectors such as the military. The standards for materials used in gun barrels and cannon barrels are exceptionally stringent. When the right materials are utilized, the lifespan and precision of firearms and artillery can be maximized. However, if subpar materials are used, both longevity and accuracy inevitably suffer. Some barrels, after being fired just a few thousand times, endure enough wear to necessitate replacement. Others, after only a few hundred shots, can become so compromised that they risk catastrophic failure, especially in combat situations where reliability is crucial. Furthermore, the steel used in tank armor, helicopter shielding, and aircraft carrier decks must meet extremely high standards. Consequently, many companies aspire to establish strong partnerships with an organization like Nippon Steel. However, Nippon Steel is quite astute. They not only seek out international collaborations but also meticulously guard their patents and research findings. Even when agreements are reached, they typically do not share their most advanced technologies. At best, they offer scaled-down versions of their products for civilian applications, while cutting-edge military technologies remain strictly in-house. In their negotiations with the Moore family, Nippon Steel sought complete control. They wanted the Moore family to invest resources, manpower, and land while remaining firmly under Nippon Steel's authority. If the Moore family accepted these terms, Nippon Steel would gradually turn them into mere puppets or eliminate them from the equation altogether. Jasmine hadn't anticipated that even after granting New Japan Railway an additional 2 points of revenue rights, they would still refuse to agree. Left with no choice, she gritted her teeth and proposed. "Mr. Hashimoto, I can offer New Nippon Steel another segment of the profit rights, allowing New Nippon Steel to receive 55% of the net profit, while the Moore family would take 45%. How does that sound?" Offering a reduction of 5 points was already a significant compromise for Jasmine. To her surprise, Hashimoto Kensen shook his head without hesitation, a faint smile on his lips, and replied, "Miss Moore, our stance at New Nippon Steel is clear. We will not relinquish our controlling interest. If you cannot agree to this condition, then there is no point in continuing our discussion." Jasmine instantly felt cornered. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Here I am, representing the Moore family and proactively seeking a partnership with New Nippon Steel, yet they have seized control and are demanding a majority stake without any willingness to negotiate. If I persist in my position, I may end up with nothing to show for this effort. If this negotiation ultimately proves fruitless, then all the groundwork I've laid will have been in vain." Chapter 2048. However, if I relinquish my controlling interest, it would essentially mean forfeiting all my autonomy. Moving forward, both major and minor decisions within the enterprise would predominantly be made by Nippon Iron, leaving the Moore family in a passive role. Hashimoto Kensen noticed the conflict in her expression and smiled. "Miss Moore, there's no need to rush into a decision. Why don't you take some time to think it over? We can reconvene tomorrow for further discussion. How does that sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Jasmine gave a slight nod. She was acutely aware that she lacked any leverage in this round of negotiations. Continuing the conversation in this manner would only lead to increased passivity on her part. It was akin to shopping. When a seller is eager to make a sale, the buyer has greater bargaining power. For instance, if a seller quotes a price of 100, the buyer might counter with 20, then engage in a back and forth, asserting that if the seller won't budge, they'll simply take their business elsewhere, thus seizing the initiative. On the other hand, if the seller maintains a calm demeanor, the buyer offering 20 may simply hear, "Feel free to look elsewhere," losing their bargaining power. In typical circumstances, the buyer would gradually increase their offer until they reached a price acceptable to the seller, which could be anywhere from 50 to 78, or even 90. Yet, the seller in Jasmine's situation was showing no inclination to negotiate. He presented a hardline stance, insisting on the price of 100 with no room for reduction. If Jasmine wanted it for 99, he would simply suggest she look elsewhere or take some time to reconsider. With no room for negotiation available, Jasmine realized her only option was to pause the discussions, slow the tempo, and return tomorrow for further talks. So, she nodded and stood up, saying, "Mr. Hashimoto, let's both take some time to reflect. If it's convenient for you, I'll come back tomorrow morning." "Absolutely," Hashimoto replied, standing up with a smile. He shook Jasmine's hand and added, "Miss Moore, allow me to escort you out." As Jasmine left the New Japan Railway office, she and her assistant hopped into their rented car and headed back to the hotel. While en route, she sent a message to her family's WeChat group. The New Japan Railway insists on a 51% controlling interest, with no flexibility. I've already offered to concede 55% of the proceeds, but they remain unyielding. I've just left New Japan Railway and will spend the evening preparing a solid negotiation strategy for our discussion tomorrow. Lord Moore quickly responded with a voice message. The New Japan Railway has always been quite ambitious, but don't take their demands too seriously. I learned recently that they're not in the best position financially. The company has been focused on developing a new product for the past few years and is still in the process of finalizing it. Ruben chimed in. Jasmine, don't rush. Identify their weaknesses and leverage them. They will have to make concessions eventually. The elder Moore added. It's already February, and they will soon be releasing their financial report from last year. If the figures are poor, not only will shareholders be upset, but stockholders will also be restless. Announcing a partnership with us before the report could help lift their spirits. Jasmine replied. Understood. I'll prepare and return for another round of discussions tomorrow. Just then, Hashimoto Kenson's phone rang. The incoming call displayed that it was from the neighboring country of Oris Hill. Meanwhile, Ruben was in his luxurious penthouse apartment in the heart of Oris Hill, holding a wireless landline as he listened to the phone ringing. Hashimoto was the first to answer and chuckled. Lord Moore, you're quick. Your sister just left, and your call came in right after. Chapter 2049. At that moment, Ruben, gazing out at the river from the window, smiled faintly and remarked. Mr. Hashimoto, I just heard my sister mention that the cooperation negotiations with you aren't going very smoothly. Hashimoto chuckled lightly. Your sister tends to overthink things. How can one expect to collaborate with our New Japan Railway while also wanting a 51% controlling stake? Besides, Lord Moore, the deal you offered me was far better than hers. Ruben smiled and replied. Of course. Women can sometimes get a bit too caught up in details, making it hard for them to see the bigger picture. As long as Mr. Hashimoto and I work together completely, I'm willing to hand over 51% of the shares to New Japan Railway. I'll keep 49%, and I'll personally give you 9 points of that, Mr. Hashimoto. Hashimoto Kanzan felt a surge of excitement and said, Lord Moore, your generosity is truly commendable. With that arrangement, you'll only retain 40%. Ruben replied calmly. The 40% doesn't concern me. I'm not pursuing this for monetary gain, I'm more interested in forming a friendship with you, Mr. Hashimoto. Hashimoto smiled wider. Lord Moore, your generosity is impressive. However, I'm curious about our chances of success in this endeavor. Ruben answered earnestly. If you can ensure my sister stays in Tokyo, then I'd say our chances of success are a guaranteed 100%. Hashimoto hesitated and said. Lord Moore, it's not that I don't trust you, but I've heard that before your sister took over the Moore family leadership, it was your grandfather who held that position. If I leave your sister in Tokyo, wouldn't that mean you might take over the Moore family leadership? Ruben scoffed and replied seriously. My grandfather is quite old now and barely able to take care of himself. Even if he wished to reclaim the position of family head, he wouldn't have the strength to do so. He continued. And Mr. Hashimoto, rest assured, I'm fully committed to this. Once I decide to proceed, there's no turning back. Even if my family opposes me, I will act with integrity. So, as long as you collaborate with me effectively, I will not disappoint you. Hashimoto Kanzan clicked his tongue in admiration and said, Wow, Lord Moore, you are truly brave and perceptive. However, there is one matter I must address up front. Ruben quickly responded. Please, Mr. Hashimoto, go ahead. Hashimoto stated clearly. Lord Moore, I can assist you in resolving your sister's issues, but once I do that, you must fulfill the promise you made to me. Otherwise, the recording of our conversation could find its way to the Moore family or even to the police in your country. Without hesitation, Ruben assured him. Mr. Hashimoto, you don't need to worry about that. Once this is done, I will honor my promise to you 100%. Hashimoto Kanzan smiled slightly. In that case, Lord Moore, I will await good news. The next day marked the third day of the Lunar New Year. Jasmine arrived at Nippon Steel bright and early to resume her negotiations with Hashimoto Kenson regarding their collaboration. After returning the previous day, Jasmine spent the night devising strategies to gain the upper hand over Nippon Steel, crafting multiple plans as contingencies. Once both parties settled at the negotiation table, Jasmine was the first to present her initial proposal. In her first package, she maintained her demand for a 51% controlling stake, but in exchange, she was willing to adjust the profit split to 40% for her and 60% for New Japan Railway during the first 5 years of their partnership. This meant New Japan Railway would receive 60% of the net profits for those initial 5 years, after which the split would adjust to 55%. Chapter 2050. Hashimoto Kanzen's demeanor had shifted slightly since yesterday. Rather than outright rejecting Jasmine's proposal as he had done before, he now engaged in Tai Chi with her. His responses became increasingly vague, neither clearly agreeing nor refusing, leaving Jasmine feeling quite helpless. Throughout the day, they had discussed various aspects of their partnership. Jasmine even adjusted the profit share for the initial 5 years to 65% for Nippon Steel, yet Hashimoto Kanzen still declined. Feeling cornered, Jasmine decided to reveal her position. "Mr. Hashimoto, it appears that neither of us is willing to budge on the control issue. How about we agree to share the ownership equally at 50% each? This way, we both guarantee 50% of the voting rights. In our cooperation, we would be on equal footing. If we reach a stalemate, we can simply split any remaining assets equally." Hashimoto let out a sigh, responding, "Miss Moore, if both parties hold 50% of the shares, it means we lack initiative. In the event of a disagreement, how will we resolve our differences? If neither of us has the final say, won't we find ourselves in a deadlock where neither party can enforce compliance?" Jasmine replied earnestly, "Mr. Hashimoto, if we genuinely want to make this partnership work, I believe we can resolve any differences that arise calmly and effectively. Cooperation should be about collaboration, not about rigidly adhering to positions. If we can't even agree on that, sustaining our partnership will indeed be challenging." She continued, "Therefore, if you truly have the intention to collaborate with Moore Group, a 50-50 shareholding should not be an issue. But if you lack that sincerity, controlling the partnership won't lead to successful cooperation." Hashimoto responded awkwardly, "Miss Moore, there's an expression in your country, the villain speaks before the gentleman. In any partnership, it's essential to consider the worst-case scenarios first, wouldn't you agree?" Jasmine answered, "Mr. Hashimoto, with a 50-50 equity split, you're still receiving a 5-point advantage on revenue. This is the ultimate limit for us at Moore Group. If you believe we can work together, let's continue our discussion, if not, then I'm afraid we'll have to part ways." Hashimoto paused, glancing at the clock. With a wry smile, he said, "Miss Moore, it's getting late. Here's what I propose. I'll discuss your conditions with our chairman and provide you with a definitive response by tonight or tomorrow at the latest, regardless of the outcome." Jasmine hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, Mr. Hashimoto, I'll wait for your update." With that, she stood up, extended her hand to Hashimoto Kanzen, and said politely, "Mr. Hashimoto, we'll head back to the hotel for now. Please reach out to me first if there are any developments." Hashimoto nodded, smiling. "Of course, Miss Moore. Please wait for my news calmly." Jasmine left the office building of New Nippon Steel accompanied by a few of her assistants. As she exited, Jasmine felt a swirl of emotions. Today, she had laid all her cards on the table, leaving no room for negotiation. If the upper management of New Nippon Steel remained unyielding, she would have to return to Japan without achieving her goals. Meanwhile, inside New Nippon Steel, Hashimoto Kanzen watched as Jasmine's vehicle departed from the parking lot, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he picked up his phone to make a call. Once the line connected, he said with a grin, "Lord Moore, your sister is driving me crazy. I believe the time has come to act tonight. After tonight, your sister will vanish from this world completely." Honor Moore's voice came through the phone. "Haha, Mr. Hashimoto, then it's all in your hands." Chapter 2051. At that moment, Jasmine found herself feeling extremely bored. She hadn't expected that cooperating with New Japan Railway would turn out to be this difficult. Throughout the negotiation process, she had remained largely passive. Although she had prepared numerous strategies in advance, she still hadn't been able to finalize any agreement right up until the very end. This left her with a deep sense of frustration. Jasmine also had an unsettling feeling that achieving the desired outcome from this negotiation might be difficult. Perhaps, this time, all her efforts would end up being in vain. On her way back to the hotel, she shared her concerns with her family. Master Moore showed a hint of disappointment, but he remained encouraging as he said to her, "Jasmine, when it comes to New Nippon Steel, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If we succeed in this negotiation, that's great. But if we don't, it won't be a huge loss for us. At most, we'll just earn a little less profit, and that's perfectly fine." Ruben also chimed in, saying, "Yeah, Jasmine. New Japan Railway is famously tough to negotiate with. Many companies in China have tried to partner with them, but very few have managed to get anywhere. So even if it doesn't work out, you really have nothing to lose." Ruben's words instantly ignited a spark of determination within Jasmine. The more she realized how many people had failed before her, the more she wanted to conquer this challenge. She absolutely couldn't allow herself to become just another one of those countless failures. Still, given how uncertain the situation was, Jasmine didn't dare to sound overly confident. Instead, she sent a message to the group chat, saying, "I'll make one last attempt tomorrow. Whether I succeed or not, I'll let it go after that." Moore replied, "That's fine. Don't take the outcome too seriously. Grandpa doesn't want you stressing yourself out over business matters, alright?" Feeling a little more relaxed, Jasmine responded, "Okay, Grandpa. I understand." Ruben then smiled and said, "Jasmine, I believe in you. When I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting to hear the good news that you've signed the contract." Knowing that her brother was just trying to cheer her up, Jasmine sent a smiling emoji and replied, "Brother, I'll share my good luck with you." Back at the hotel, still feeling somewhat dejected, Jasmine skipped dinner and shut herself inside her room. She immersed herself in reviewing the proposal she had prepared, trying to figure out exactly where things had gone wrong and why she hadn't been able to pique New Nippon Steel's interest. She was so absorbed that she didn't even realize the time until the clock struck 10 at night. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Jasmine stood up, walked over, and looked through the peephole, only to see her personal assistant standing outside. The young woman spoke through the door, "Lady Moore, you haven't eaten anything tonight. You must be hungry. Would you like me to order some food from the catering department and have it delivered to your room?" Feeling her stomach protest, Jasmine nodded and replied, "Yes. Just order something at random." Then she asked, "Have you all eaten yet?" The assistant nodded. "Yes, we've already had our meals." Jasmine gave a faint smile and said, "That's good." About 20 minutes later, a hotel waiter pushed a food cart over and delivered the dinner that had been ordered to Jasmine's room. Just as Jasmine was about to sit down and start eating, her phone suddenly rang. It was Hashimoto-kan calling. Chapter 2052. Jasmine was momentarily stunned. Why is Hashimoto-kan calling me at this hour? She wondered. Could it be, have they already made a decision? As that thought crossed her mind, a wave of nervousness washed over her. She quickly answered the call and asked, "Mr. Hashimoto, what can I do for you so late at night?" Hashimoto-kan replied with a smile, "Miss Moore, I've already conveyed your intention to cooperate to our chairman. He was very impressed by your sincerity and asked me to inform you that the contract will be signed tonight." Jasmine was completely taken aback by the sudden news. She blurted out, "Mr. Hashimoto, is that really true?" Hashimoto smiled gently and said, "I wouldn't dare say such things lightly. I'm merely the representative responsible for negotiating with you. The real decision comes from our chairman. Since he's given the word, you can be assured that it's true." Jasmine couldn't hide her excitement. "That's wonderful. Mr. Hashimoto, does the chairman want to finalize the contract tonight?" "Exactly," Hashimoto confirmed. "Our chairman believes that since you've shown such sincerity, we should respond in kind and sign the contract as soon as possible." Jasmine replied without hesitation, "All right. Please send me the address, Mr. Hashimoto. I'll head over immediately." Hashimoto explained, "Miss Moore, our chairman is currently on vacation at his private villa in West Domo County. He would like you to come there to sign the contract. West Domo County? Jasmine asked. Where exactly is that? I'm not very familiar with Tokyo, so please excuse my ignorance. Hashimoto smiled reassuringly. West Domo County is located to the west of Tokyo, roughly 70 to 80 kilometers away. It should take about an hour to get there. Your driver should be familiar with the route. If it's convenient for you, you can come over now. All right, no problem. Jasmine said decisively. I'll be on my way. After hanging up, Jasmine immediately called her assistant, unable to contain her excitement. Clarice, get ready. We're leaving in 5 minutes. We're going to sign the contract with the chairman of New Nippon Iron. What? Clarice exclaimed in shock. Lady Moore, has New Nippon Steel agreed to sign? Yes. Jasmine said excitedly. Their chairman wants to sign right now. You and Dee get ready immediately, and have the driver prepare the car. Understood, Lady Moore. Just 5 minutes later, Jasmine hurried out of her room. Her 2 female assistants were already waiting for her outside. Clarice reported, Lady Moore, the driver is waiting at the hotel entrance. We can head downstairs now. Good, Jasmine nodded impatiently. Let's go. Once inside the car, Jasmine passed the address Hashimoto had sent to the Chinese driver she had hired in Tokyo. The driver quickly entered the address into the navigation system. As he started the engine, he said, Miss Moore, traffic is smooth right now. We should arrive in about an hour and 20 minutes. All right, Jasmine replied, feeling her excitement steadily build. At that moment, Clarice suggested, Lady Moore, should we inform Lord Moore in advance? It would definitely cheer him up. Jasmine nodded instinctively and reached for her phone, intending to call her grandfather. However, she suddenly remembered what her brother Reuben had said earlier, that he'd wake up to the good news of her successfully signing the contract. After thinking it over, Jasmine decided it would be better to wait until everything was officially settled. She put her phone away and said to Clarice, let's not say anything yet. The contract hasn't been signed, so it's still a bit early. We'll tell them once it's finalized. Chapter 2053. The vehicle carrying Jasmine sped out of downtown Tokyo, heading toward the mountainous regions of the western suburbs. Although Japan is known for its mountainous terrain, Tokyo itself is located on the flat Kanto Plain, with very little elevation. It wasn't until they traveled several dozen kilometers west, entering West Domo County, that the land gradually began to rise into rugged hills. As the car climbed the winding mountain roads, they found the pavement to be in excellent condition, allowing commercial vehicles to ascend steadily and smoothly. From above, the only vehicle with its headlights cutting through the darkness was the one Jasmine was riding in, weaving through the mountains. Inside the car, a wave of happiness washed over Jasmine. Although the Moore family had given up its controlling stake in the final proposal to New Nippon Steel, the consolation was that the stake had not fallen into New Nippon Steel's hands either. It was a compromise, one that was still somewhat acceptable. Since taking over the leadership of the Moore family, Jasmine had worked tirelessly. However, her achievements so far had not been particularly outstanding. That was precisely why she placed so much importance on this cooperation with Nippon Steel. To her, it was an opportunity to prove her ability and solidify her position while advancing the Moore family's legacy. By this point, the vehicle had almost completed its journey along Pan Mountain Road. Each time it curved toward the eastern side of the mountain, a breathtaking night view of Tokyo unfolded below. Clarice, seated beside Jasmine, excitedly pulled out her phone and exclaimed, "The night view of Tokyo from up here is incredible." She tried to take a few photos, but quickly sighed in disappointment. Oh no, they're not coming out clearly. Night photos really don't capture the feeling. Jasmine smiled faintly and said, "Night photography requires a longer exposure time because of the low light. To capture scenery like this properly, you'd need a wide-angle lens and an SLR camera mounted on a tripod, set to long exposure." Clarice's eyes widened. "Lady Moore, you know photography?" Jasmine chuckled softly. Back in college, joining interest clubs was popular. I wasn't particularly good at singing or dancing, so I chose photography instead. Clarice grinned. "I'd love to learn from you someday." Jasmine nodded. "If the contract gets signed, we'll stay in Tokyo for a few days to relax. I'll buy an SLR and a tripod, and we can come back here to shoot the night scenery." "That would be amazing," Clarice said excitedly. "I'll finally get to explore Tokyo properly." As they spoke, the vehicle approached a U-shaped curve on Panshan Highway. The driver instinctively slowed down to take the turn, just as a deep, thunderous roar suddenly echoed from ahead. The driver immediately switched on the high beams, and his face went pale. A fully loaded heavy truck was occupying the middle of the road, charging downhill straight toward them. The truck was speeding down the slope, and on such a narrow mountain road, the danger of a catastrophic collision was unmistakable. The commercial vehicle's driver frantically flashed the headlights and blasted the horn, but the truck showed no sign of slowing down. To make matters worse, the mountain road had only 2 lanes. With the truck blocking the center, there was nowhere for the commercial vehicle to evade. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Jasmine's mind. What's wrong with that truck? Why isn't it slowing down? Before she could think any further, the commercial vehicle slammed head-on into the massive truck. The truck was barreling downhill and heavily loaded. Its terrifying weight and momentum made the commercial vehicle Jasmine was riding in seem as fragile as paper. Chapter 2054. It was a catastrophic instant. The entire engine compartment of the commercial vehicle was crushed violently into the front cabin. The driver and the front passenger were killed instantly on the spot. Jasmine, who was seated in the middle row, had her seatbelt fastened. Even so, the overwhelming impact snapped 4 of her ribs. Beside her, Clarice was far less fortunate. She had always been careless about wearing a seatbelt, believing it wasn't necessary in the back seat. When the collision occurred, her body was hurled forward violently, smashing into the back of the front passenger seat. Her head slammed down hard, and she immediately lost consciousness, falling into a deep coma. Jasmine gasped for breath, agonizing pain tearing through her chest as her broken ribs stabbed into her lungs. Before she could even gather herself, the mangled commercial vehicle was shoved backward by the massive truck. With its front wheels and hubs completely crushed, the underside of the vehicle scraped against the asphalt, throwing up a shower of sparks. Jasmine struggled to turn her head, her heart clenching with terror. Behind them was the curve they had just passed, but the truck showed no intention of stopping. It was pushing them straight toward the cliff. The drop was at least 100 meters deep. Jasmine knew with horrifying certainty that any vehicle plunging from such a height would be reduced to nothing but twisted wreckage. At that moment, a chilling realization struck her. This wasn't an accident. The truck had been driving without its headlights, charging downhill recklessly. Even after the collision, it didn't brake. Instead, it accelerated, deliberately forcing the commercial vehicle toward the edge. Jasmine no longer had the luxury of wondering who was behind this murderous plot. All that mattered now was survival. She knew she probably had less than a minute left to live. Never had she imagined that she would die in a foreign country during what should have been the brightest years of her life. An overwhelming sorrow surged in her heart. And in that final moment, the first person who came to her mind wasn't herself, nor her grandfather. It was Charlie. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she thought, I always believed I had plenty of time. I thought waiting for Charlie, for a few more years, even 10 years, would be fine. But now, I'm about to die at the edge of a cliff in a foreign land. Her emotions completely collapsed. Enduring the searing pain in her chest, Jasmine shakily pulled out her phone. She opened the topmost photo, Charlie's, and pressed the voice message button. At that moment, the commercial vehicle was already teetering on the brink of the cliff. Sobbing, Jasmine whispered into her phone, Charlie. I really love you. If there's a next life, I'll still choose you. Her words had barely faded when the commercial vehicle was finally pushed off the cliff, plunging into the endless darkness below. Chapter 2055. As the commercial vehicle plunged down the cliff, Jasmine's heart pounded with overwhelming tension. Yet, in the face of this life-and-death crisis, her mind became unusually sharp and clear. Countless thoughts raced through her head at lightning speed, as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. When the vehicle slammed into a boulder along the cliffside, Jasmine felt the impact crash over her like a violent tidal wave. Fortunately, she was secured in the plush seat of the commercial vehicle, which provided a measure of protection. The thick padding absorbed much of the brutal force, like fragile eggs cushioned inside a padded box. Even so, the terrifying inertia nearly knocked her unconscious. The force compressed her internal organs, sending unimaginable pain tearing through her body. At that critical instant, a single thought surged to the forefront of her mind, something she had treasured deeply. After striking the boulder, the vehicle bounced several meters into the air before continuing its downward tumble. In a panic, Jasmine pulled out a small wooden box no bigger than a ring case. As the vehicle rolled violently, she clutched the box with all her strength, terrified it might slip from her grasp. She knew very well that inside this wooden box lay her only chance of survival. Jasmine quickly opened it, and just as the vehicle was about to collide again, she shoved the pill she had been saving into her mouth. Boom! This impact was even more devastating. The commercial vehicle slammed heavily into another boulder. In an instant, a massive dent caved into the right side door of the vehicle. The force was so violent that the deformed door crashed into Jasmine's right knee, snapping her leg. Agonizing pain tore through her, forcing a scream from her throat as the vehicle rolled uncontrollably down the steep, rocky slope. As the vehicle tumbled, Clarissa's body was flung violently around the cabin. She had suffered far too much, her life had already slipped away. Jasmine could only watch helplessly as Clarissa's body slammed back and forth. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately wanted to help, yet could do nothing. When the vehicle lifted into the air once again, the violent momentum combined with the shattered windows sent Clarissa's body flying out into the abyss. Overcome with despair, Jasmine broke down in tears. Her body was battered beyond recognition, her brain, internal organs, and limbs were all severely injured, leaving her hovering on the brink of death. Yet the pill Charlie had given her was still clenched between her teeth, unswallowed. She knew the pill could save her only once. If she swallowed it too early, she might not survive the vehicle's continued descent. A single conviction echoed relentlessly in her mind. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I must survive this, no matter what, and leave the rest to fate. Then another thought pierced through her despair. No, it's not about leaving it to fate. It's about entrusting my life to Charlie. Another violent impact shook her senses. Jasmine's consciousness began to fade. At that crucial moment, she bit down hard and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a surge of medicinal energy exploded through her body. In the next second, her consciousness completely vanished as the vehicle continued tumbling down the mountainside. Deep within her abdomen, an immense healing force began to dissolve. That energy rushed through her meridians like a raging flood, reviving her nearly lifeless body. Though her strength had been utterly exhausted, the powerful medicinal effect triggered a miraculous recovery within her. Chapter 2056. It felt as if an entire city that had been plunged into darkness by a massive blackout was suddenly illuminated the moment the power returned. At the same time Jasmine's body was undergoing its miraculous recovery, the commercial vehicle finally came to rest at the bottom of the valley. By then, the vehicle was nothing but a wreck. The front end had collapsed completely into the first row of seats. Every window was shattered, and the metal frame was riddled with deep, jagged scars carved by sharp rocks. The entire vehicle looked like a crushed soda can. Meanwhile, Jasmine's consciousness steadily returned. Despite her broken ribs, fractured limbs, and numerous wounds, her brain and internal organs were rapidly restoring themselves. Within moments, she regained the ability to move. She reached for her seatbelt and tried to unfasten it, but the violent impact had warped the buckle beyond use. The seat beneath her had also been twisted out of shape. Fortunately, the seatbelt was still wrapped securely around her body, allowing her to pull free from the mangled seat. Her phone lay beneath her feet. Though the screen was cracked, it was still glowing faintly, it was still working. Jasmine immediately grabbed the phone and scrambled to escape from the wreckage. With the doors torn away, she had no choice but to climb through two horribly deformed window frames. She forced her way out. The moment she landed on the ground, she heard the sound of rushing liquid and smelled the sharp, choking stench of gasoline. The fuel tank of the commercial vehicle was located underneath and was typically made of engineering plastic. Although such tanks could withstand many impacts, they were never designed to survive a complete rollover of this magnitude. As a result, the tank had been punctured in several places, spilling dozens of liters of gasoline. The vehicle had a 70-liter fuel tank, enough to fill 35 2-liter Coke bottles. The driver had refueled after returning to the hotel and had used less than 10 liters during the drive, leaving at least 60 liters still inside. Everyone knew that gasoline had an extremely high combustion rate. Even a single bottle of gasoline was enough to burn a car to ashes. At that moment, the damaged engine was still sputtering. The spark plugs were firing, and the fuel injectors were still pumping gasoline. If fuel had leaked into the engine compartment, it was only a matter of seconds before everything went up in flames. Realizing the danger, Jasmine ran desperately into the dense forest nearby. She had barely made it 10 meters when a violent explosion erupted behind her. The gasoline ignited from the engine bay, instantly setting fire to the fuel pooled beneath the vehicle. The flames spread with terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire commercial vehicle was engulfed in a raging inferno. Jasmine turned back to look at the blazing wreck, tears pouring uncontrollably down her face. Her assistants and the kind Chinese driver she had met in Japan were still inside. Although she knew they had already died at the moment of impact, the thought of their bodies being consumed by fire crushed her heart with grief. And then there was Clarice. The girl who had been eagerly talking about learning photography just moments earlier was gone forever. Unable to endure the scorching heat and the crushing sorrow any longer, Jasmine bent her knees and collapsed to the ground. She buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly amidst the flickering glow of the flames. Chapter 2057. While Jasmine was facing a life-threatening incident in Nishitomo County, Tokyo, Japan, Charlie was preparing to enjoy a relaxing soak in the hot spring at Champ Spa Villa, located in the mountains near Oris Hill. Accompanying him in the hot spring was his wife, Claire. Just as he had done previously with Laureen, Charlie wore a pair of swim trunks, while Claire chose a tasteful one-piece swimsuit. Charlie's confident and well-built figure was on full display, which made Claire feel a little shy. In fact, the couple hadn't originally planned to bathe together. Charlie had intended for Claire to enjoy the hot spring first. However, after Claire emerged wearing her bathrobe, Elaine happened to see her and casually suggested that Charlie join her. Claire entered the warm pool first. Charlie then placed both of their phones on the stone ledge beside the hot spring before stepping into the water himself. At that moment, one of the phones suddenly rang. It was a WeChat notification. Charlie picked it up and saw that it was a voice message from Jasmine. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat. Voice messages were tricky. If he didn't listen to it, he wouldn't know what it said, but if he played it out loud, there was no telling what Jasmine might say that could cause misunderstandings with Claire. Listening privately with an earpiece might look suspicious as well and raise even more questions. After a brief hesitation, Charlie chose to convert the voice message into text. Jasmine's Mandarin was very clear, and WeChat's voice-to-text function was highly accurate. The message was converted almost instantly. The moment Charlie read the text, shock coursed through him. Why is Jasmine suddenly saying she loves me? And what does she mean by being my woman in the next life if given the chance? A chilling thought struck him. Could it be, is she in danger? Suppressing his anxiety, Charlie turned to Claire and said calmly, "Wife, enjoy your soak. I'm going to grab a drink." Claire nodded and reminded him, "Put on some clothes so you don't catch a cold." "Of course," Charlie replied. He wrapped a thick bathrobe around himself and walked toward the villa. With Jacob and Elaine already back in their rooms resting, Charlie went straight to the living room and played the voice message. Jasmine's trembling, heart-rending voice immediately filled the room. "Charlie. I really love you. If there's still a chance. I want to be your woman in the next life." Along with her voice came terrifying background noises, violent impacts, metal scraping against the ground, and the deafening roar of an engine. Charlie's heart slammed violently against his chest. Something terrible had definitely happened to Jasmine. He immediately called her phone, but the line indicated that it was temporarily out of service. Desperate, he initiated a WeChat voice call, but there was no response. Panic surged through him. Knowing that Jasmine was still in Japan and hadn't returned yet, Charlie instantly realized that something had gone horribly wrong during her trip. Without hesitation, he decided to contact Master Moore. Charlie quickly dialed his number. Chapter 2058. At this late hour, Master Moore was preparing to go to bed. Ever since taking the rejuvenation pill, his physical condition had only improved with age. Feeling stronger and more energetic, he placed even greater importance on maintaining good health. He firmly followed a routine of early sleep, early rising, and regular exercise, making it a habit to rest early every night. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing that it was Charlie calling, he answered immediately. "Master Wade, what brings you to call so late?" Charlie said urgently, "Master Moore, something may have happened to Jasmine. I can't reach her at all." "Jasmine?" Master Moore was stunned. "We spoke earlier this evening. She's still in Tokyo, negotiating cooperation with New Japan Railway." Charlie continued gravely, "She sent me a voice message just minutes ago. The content sounded like a farewell, mentioning the next life and similar things. When I tried to call her back, I couldn't get through. I'm afraid she may have had an accident in Tokyo." "An accident?" Master Moore jolted upright in bed, his heart instantly tightening. "Master Wade, did Jasmine mention anything specific in the voice message?" "No," Charlie replied in a deep voice. "That's exactly what worries me." She didn't explain anything, but the tone was unmistakably like a final goodbye. Master Moore's face turned pale. "I'll contact her people immediately and find out what's going on." "Yes. Please inform me the moment you learn anything," Charlie said. After hanging up, Master Moore immediately dialed Jasmine's number. Just as Charlie had said, it couldn't be reached. His anxiety skyrocketed. Without wasting another second, he called Clarice, Jasmine's personal assistant. If something had gone wrong, Clarice would definitely know. But to his horror, Clarice's phone was also unreachable. Now truly panicked, Master Moore quickly called Ruben. "Ruben, come to my room immediately. Something has happened to Jasmine." Less than a minute later, Ruben rushed in, his face filled with fear. "Grandpa. What happened to Jasmine?" Master Moore said anxiously, "Jasmine is out of contact. I can't reach her or Clarice." He immediately asked, "How many people did your sister take with her to Japan?" Ruben thought briefly. "2 assistants and a local driver." Master Moore pressed on, "Do you know the name of the other assistant besides Clarice?" Ruben nodded. "Yes. Her name is Dee Ridley." "Quick!" Master Moore ordered. "Find Dee's contact information and call her immediately." Ruben didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone and called the Moore Group's HR director. "I need Dee Ridley's contact details immediately. She's in Japan with Jasmine." "Yes, sir. I'll send it right away," the director replied. "Hurry," Ruben urged. Moments later, several phone numbers were sent to him. Ruben dialed one immediately. After a few seconds, a cold automated voice responded. "Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment. Please try again later." Ruben's face tightened. He looked up at Master Moore and said hoarsely, "Grandpa. I can't reach either of Jasmine's assistants." Master Moore was drenched in sweat, slapping his palms together in agitation. "This is bad, very bad. Something must have happened to Jasmine. What should we do?" Without hesitation, Ruben said firmly, "Grandpa, let me take people to Japan immediately." Chapter 2059. Ruben took the initiative to travel to Japan, which brought a measure of comfort to Master Moore's heart. However, he couldn't help but think, Ruben and Jasmine aren't siblings, yet it's quite unusual for Ruben to show such concern for her. With that thought in mind, he let out a light sigh and said, "Ruben, go ahead and arrange a flight. I'll accompany you." Ruben immediately protested, "Grandpa, there's no need for you to come along. You're getting older, and the unfamiliar environment could be troublesome if anything goes wrong. Besides, my father is still abroad, and Oris Hill needs someone to oversee things. You should stay home. I'll find a way to bring Jasmine back." Master Moore hesitated for a moment. He knew that his presence in Japan wouldn't significantly change the situation. Moreover, if both he and Ruben left for Japan, the Moore group would be left without leadership. Considering the massive family business worth hundreds of billions, even routine affairs were demanding, especially during the holidays. If no one remained in charge, any unexpected problem could lead to enormous losses. Reluctantly, Master Moore nodded and said, "All right. I'll stay home. Make sure you bring capable people with you and leave as soon as possible." Ruben reassured him confidently, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll take care of everything." Without wasting any time, Ruben made several calls, assembling a team of assistants and more than a dozen bodyguards. He arranged a flight to Japan scheduled to depart within the hour. Meanwhile, Master Moore contacted Charlie and informed him, "Master Wade, Jasmine and her companions are unreachable. I'm worried something may have happened to them. I've already sent Ruben to Tokyo." Charlie asked from the other end, "Are there any clues at all?" Master Moore sighed. "Unfortunately, no. I had someone check with the hotel. They only said that Jasmine and her group left by car over an hour ago, but their destination is unknown." Charlie asked again, "Did Jasmine mention any plans for going out?" With deep concern, Master Moore replied, "No." After the New Japan Railway meeting, Jasmine returned to the hotel and updated me on the negotiations. She mentioned that discussions might continue tomorrow, but she never said anything about going out tonight. It was clear that Ruben had orchestrated everything with great cunning. When Jasmine encountered obstacles in her negotiations with Hashimoto Kanzan of New Japan Railway, Ruben had been there to encourage her, lifting her spirits and strengthening her determination. Earlier that afternoon, he had casually hinted, "I might have a surprise tomorrow morning," subtly planting the idea in Jasmine's mind. So when Hashimoto later called to finalize the contract, Jasmine naturally thought of surprising her family. As a result, when she left the hotel, she only informed her companions. This was exactly what Ruben had intended. At that moment, Charlie was deeply worried. Upon hearing that Ruben had gone to Japan, Charlie had no doubt about Ruben's intentions. His primary concern was Jasmine's unknown whereabouts in Tokyo. The most urgent task was to contact someone in Tokyo and quickly gather information from the hotel to trace Jasmine's movements after she left. With that in mind, Charlie ended the call with Master Moore and immediately contacted Nanako. Chapter 2060. At that moment, Nanako had just returned to Tokyo from Kyoto. A few days earlier, she had accompanied her father to Kyoto for a short stay, hoping to relax and enjoy a change of scenery. However, due to various family matters, the trip ended up lasting 3 days before they finally returned to Tokyo. When Nanako received Charlie's call, she was momentarily surprised. After all, Tokyo was an hour ahead of his time zone, and it was already 11:30 p.m. there. Excited yet confused, she asked, "Charlie, why are you calling me so late?" Charlie's voice sounded slightly hoarse as he replied, "Nanako, are you in Tokyo right now?" "Yes," she answered. "My father and I just got back this afternoon." "Charlie, you sound anxious. Did something happen?" Charlie explained, "A close friend of mine has suddenly gone missing in Tokyo." In her last voice message, she hinted that she might have been in an accident, and now I can't reach her. I need your help to arrange for someone to investigate where she went tonight. Upon hearing this, Nanako immediately assured him, "No problem, Charlie. Give me the details, and I'll organize a full investigation. The Ito family's influence in Tokyo is still unmatched. As long as she's really missing here, I'll be able to find her." "Thank you," Charlie said quickly. He provided Nanako with Jasmine's personal information, the hotel she was staying at, and the approximate time she left. He added urgently, "Please arrange for someone to retrieve the hotel's CCTV footage and find out which car she got into and where it went." "Understood," Nanako replied seriously. "I'll take care of it immediately." With both the Matsumoto family having disappeared from the scene and the Takahashi family suffering devastating losses, the Ito family's influence in Tokyo had risen dramatically. Many organizations that had once been aligned with the Takahashi and Matsumoto families were now eager to attach themselves to the Ito family. Under Nanako's guidance, several of these groups had already been absorbed, greatly expanding the Ito family's reach. This included several powerful underground groups that had previously been under the Takahashi family's control. Much like Don Albert's forces in the underworld, these groups might not all be prominent, but each was deeply entrenched in the city's shadows, like sewer rats with an acute sense of smell and astonishing mobility. Once they received the order to locate someone, they moved with ruthless efficiency. The last place Jasmine was seen was a hotel in the downtown area, which had an extensive surveillance system. Through the hotel's cameras, the Ito family's people quickly identified the commercial vehicle Jasmine had boarded. They traced the vehicle's route step by step using city surveillance. With the Ito family offering a reward of hundreds of millions of yen, every group was desperate to uncover clues, each hoping to be the first to find Jasmine. Meanwhile, deep in the valley of West Domo County, located in the western suburbs of Tokyo, Jasmine was carefully making her way through the dense forest at the valley floor. The valley was hundreds of meters deep, surrounded by towering mountains and thick vegetation, completely cutting off any cell phone signal. At that moment, Jasmine had only one thought: to escape the mountains alive. The instant her phone regained signal, she would contact Charlie for help. As she pushed through the tangled undergrowth, a chilling realization crossed her mind: everything that happened today must have been part of a plot to kill me. If they realize I'm still alive, there's no way they'll let me leave Japan. At the same time, a voice echoed deep within her heart. Right now, the only person who can save me is Charlie. Chapter 2061. In the western suburbs of Tokyo, along Panshan Road in West Domo County, two men dressed in black stood at the edge of the cliff where Jasmine had fallen. Below them, flames flickered ominously. One of the men whispered, "From this height, with that fire below, the people in the car must be dead by now, right?" The other man snorted coldly. "A fall from here, followed by that explosion? If that still doesn't kill them, I'll personally take off your head." Chuckling, the first man said, "Then you can go back and report to Mr. Hashimoto." The second man nodded. "Clean this place up quickly. Get rid of all debris, shattered glass, and tire marks. By the time dawn breaks, it has to look like nothing more than a tragic accident." "Understood." At once, several men in black began clearing the scene. Meanwhile, the leader pulled out his phone and called Hashimoto Kanzen. "Mr. Hashimoto, we're almost done here. We'll leave once everything is cleaned up." Hashimoto asked impatiently, "Is the woman dead? Have you confirmed her identity?" The man laughed. "I can't swear to it without seeing a body, but this cliff is several hundred meters high. Even if Amaterasu Daijin himself fell from here, he'd be finished." Hashimoto clicked his tongue. "If I don't see the body, I can't fully relax." The man replied confidently, "Don't worry, Mr. Hashimoto. The car plunged to the bottom with her inside, and from where I'm standing, it's completely engulfed in flames. If Amaterasu Daijin were in there, he'd already be burned to ashes." Hashimoto Kanzen frowned. "Why do you keep joking about Amaterasu Daijin? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" The man laughed loudly. "Afraid? I've committed more sins than I can count. If there really were an Amaterasu great god, I'd have been struck dead long ago. The fact that I'm still alive proves no gods exist." Hashimoto sighed helplessly. "Fine, I won't argue with you. Just make sure she's dead. I'm counting on you." The man hummed in response and said, "Just remember to send the final payment to my house. I want old, unmarked bills." Hashimoto replied immediately, "No problem. You'll have it by morning." "Good. I'm hanging up." Meanwhile, deep within the valley, Jasmine was still struggling forward. She had no idea where she was or how to escape the mountains, but one thought was crystal clear: she had to keep moving farther away before attempting to climb out. If she ran into her pursuers too soon, it would mean certain death. What shocked her was that over the past 10 minutes, her condition had improved dramatically. The pain from her injuries had nearly vanished, and her body felt completely restored. A powerful energy surged through her veins, revitalizing her and filling her with an almost inexhaustible strength. Chapter 2062. Jasmine thought to herself, this incredible power must be coming from the divine medicine Charlie gave me. When he handed me that pill for emergencies, I never imagined it would actually save my life at such a critical moment. As Charlie's face surfaced in her mind, an overwhelming surge of spiritual clarity washed over her. She clenched her fists and encouraged herself, since Charlie gave me a second chance, I must return to Oris Hill alive, no matter what. Oris Hill. The ancient capital that had once flourished under 6 dynasties. Though it could not rival the prosperity of Eastcliff or Highland Falls, nor match the wealth of the southern first-tier cities, Oris Hill possessed its own irreplaceable charm and deep historical roots. The people of this land cherished their city and held a profound attachment to its clear spring waters. Just as Jasmine made her silent vow, a private jet belonging to the Moore family was taxiing toward the end of the runway at Oris Hill Airport. The aircraft could accommodate more than 20 passengers and even included a private bedroom. At that moment, Reuben lay comfortably on the bed, a glass of red wine in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had just received a call from Hashimoto Kanzen. Lord Moore, Hashimoto said, the vehicle your sister was in plunged off a cliff in West Domo County. It fell hundreds of meters before bursting into flames. I can confirm that your sister has been completely incinerated. Reuben's smile twisted into a grim grin. Excellent. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I must thank Mr. Hashimoto for helping make it happen. Hashimoto replied smoothly, Lord Moore, our future cooperation will benefit both of us greatly. Reuben chuckled. Rest assured, Mr. Hashimoto. I value our partnership. I won't keep a single cent that's meant to be shared. When you arrive in Japan, we should have a drink to celebrate, Hashimoto suggested. Reuben sighed softly. That won't be possible. This trip is mainly for show to fool the old man. He may be old, but he's still sharp. If I make even the slightest misstep, he'll notice. It's better if we don't meet this time, no need to leave behind any suspicion. Hashimoto hesitated before asking, then when will we sign the contract? Reuben replied calmly, after I return to Oris Hill with my sister's remains and her funeral is over. That's when I'll find the right opportunity to finalize everything. Hashimoto Kanzen laughed crudely. Haha, that's fine. You must be overwhelmed with grief. We can delay our celebration for now. Reuben laughed along. Yes, my extremely capable sister met such a miserable end. It truly breaks my heart, ha ha ha. Then, with a trace of regret, he added, if that old man hadn't handed the family power to her and forced her to support me, I wouldn't have needed her dead. Reuben's eyes flashed with cold malice as he continued, if anyone is to blame, it's that old bastard. He put her in my way. Anyone who blocks my path deserves to die. Hashimoto asked cautiously, Lord Moore, what if the old man tries to reclaim control of the family? Or refuses to agree to the terms of our partnership? Reuben smiled darkly. Relax, Mr. Hashimoto. None of that will happen. I'll make sure he reunites with his precious granddaughter. After that, nothing will stop me from becoming the head of the Moore family. Chapter 2063. The Ito family's influence in Tokyo was now virtually unparalleled. This was the first time Charlie had ever asked Nanako for help with his own affairs, so she treated the matter with absolute seriousness and immediately mobilized nearly all of the Ito family's available resources. With tens of thousands of people sweeping through Tokyo, they quickly traced Jasmine's movements all the way to the entrance of the mountain road in West Domo County. The road leading up the mountain normally saw very little traffic, and as a result, there were no CCTV cameras installed along that stretch. When it became clear that all traces of Jasmine disappeared at the foot of the mountain in West Domo County, the sharp-minded Nanako immediately concluded that something must have happened along that mountain road. The area was sparsely populated and highly elevated. If someone wanted to harm Jasmine, this isolated location would have been the perfect choice. Without hesitation, Nanako halted the broad citywide search and announced a massive reward of 100 million yen for the first group to uncover any concrete clues related to West Domo County. At the same time, she dispatched the Ito family's elite ninja forces into the remote mountains of West Domo County to secretly search for any signs of Jasmine. Meanwhile, back in Oris Hill, Charlie's anxiety continued to intensify. He paced restlessly across the living room, thinking, from the tone of Jasmine's voice message, it's obvious she ran into serious danger. Someone is very likely trying to kill her, or at the very least, she's been involved in a terrible accident. The thought stabbed painfully into his chest. Charlie had long since developed deep feelings for Jasmine. This wasn't a shallow infatuation. A woman like Jasmine was extraordinary, and any normal man would naturally be drawn to her after spending time together. Her beauty, gentleness, intelligence, and generosity were matched by her sincerity toward others. Even viewed purely as a friend, it was impossible not to feel worried and devastated when she was in danger. More importantly, Charlie had already won her heart, and shared her first kiss, which only deepened his anguish. But Jasmine was in Tokyo, and no matter how capable Charlie was, he couldn't appear at her side instantly. All he could do was pray silently, "Jasmine, please tell me you kept that pill I gave you with you. If you still have it, it might be the only thing that can save your life." Half an hour later, Nanako finally called him back. "Charlie," she said gravely, "my people tracked Jasmine to the western suburbs of Tokyo, specifically West Domo County. She was last seen getting into a vehicle that headed up the mountain. There's no CCTV footage beyond that point. I strongly suspect she was involved in an accident in the mountains. I've already sent my best ninja teams into the deep mountains to search for her. I'll inform you the moment there's any progress." Hearing that Jasmine's disappearance involved the mountains, Charlie's heart sank even further. At first, he thought the noises in the voice message might have been from a normal traffic accident, but now that it involved mountain roads, her chances of survival felt frighteningly slim. Chapter 2064. No matter where you are in the world, mountain roads are far more dangerous than ordinary roads. The most horrifying outcome of an accident on a mountain road is plunging off a cliff. A fall from even a 100-meter height leaves almost no chance of survival. In professional rally racing, vehicles navigating mountainous terrain are equipped with reinforced anti-roll frames. Even if the car flips or falls, the cabin remains intact, greatly increasing the driver's chance of survival. Ordinary civilian vehicles, however, even luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars, lack such protection. If one were to tumble off a cliff, it would be reduced to nothing more than twisted scrap metal. Thinking of this, Charlie immediately said to Nanako, "Nanako, I need you to do something for me. Have your ninja locate Jasmine as fast as possible. If she's still alive, get her out of the mountains immediately and send her to the hospital. Wait for me there." Nanako asked anxiously, "Charlie, are you coming to Japan?" "Yes," Charlie answered without hesitation. "I'm coming right now." Nanako's heart skipped a beat. Charlie is coming to Japan. I'll get to see him again. But a second later, bitterness crept in. He's coming for Miss Moore, not for me. Why does he care so much about her? Is she really that important to him? Suppressing her emotions, Nanako quickly regained her composure. "Charlie, I'll have a helicopter waiting for you at Narita Airport immediately. If I find Miss Moore before you arrive, I'll take her to the best hospital and have a helicopter ready to bring you there as soon as you land. If we still can't find her by then, I'll personally go with you to West Domo County and continue the search." Charlie felt genuinely moved by her arrangements. "Thank you, Nanako. I really appreciate it." "There's no need to thank me," Nanako replied softly. "You saved my life. This is the least I can do." Relieved, Charlie said, "Please get the helicopter ready at Narita. I'll take a direct flight." "Understood, Charlie." After hanging up, Charlie immediately called Isaac Cameron. As soon as the call connected, he said firmly, "Isaac, get the plane ready for immediate departure and send a helicopter to pick me up. I need to get to Tokyo as fast as possible." Isaac was startled. "Young master, why are you suddenly heading to Tokyo at this hour?" Charlie replied sharply, Jasmine Moore is in serious trouble in Tokyo. Her life is in danger. I must get there immediately. Miss Moore is in danger. Isaac instantly understood the urgency. I'll handle everything right away. It's 11 p.m. now. The helicopter will arrive in about 15 minutes. It'll take roughly 20 minutes to reach the airport, so you should arrive around 11:40 p.m. The plane will be waiting at the end of the runway for direct boarding. You'll be able to take off immediately and should arrive in Tokyo around 2 a.m., which will be 3 a.m. Eastcliff time. Chapter 2065. The rugged mountains of West Domo County. Jasmine was cautiously making her way through the valley. Even in winter, the valley was lush with vegetation, thanks to the abundance of evergreen trees such as pines and cypresses. Moreover, the valley was dark, cold, and completely devoid of human presence. There wasn't even a goat trail to be found. This made traversal extremely difficult. For someone like Jasmine, who had no experience with wilderness survival, even a seasoned explorer would struggle to move quickly in such terrain. Fortunately, it was winter, and Jasmine was dressed warmly. She wore a thick cashmere trench coat, a black mid-length skirt with fitted black leggings underneath, and sturdy black leather boots. These helped shield her from sharp pine needles and brittle branches scattered across the forest floor. Jasmine had already grown accustomed to the darkness of the valley. She could have used her phone, despite its cracked screen, to illuminate her path and make walking easier. However, the fear that someone might still be hunting her prevented her from turning on any light. From time to time, she considered checking for a signal, but each time she resisted the urge. Instead, she kept her phone tightly wrapped inside her trench coat, holding it close to her body to avoid emitting even the faintest glow. After trekking through the valley for 2 to 3 hours, Jasmine was still holding on, but her body showed clear signs of hardship. Her hands and face were covered in scratches from branches and leaves, leaving her skin dotted with red marks, some of which were still bleeding. Even so, Jasmine ignored the pain entirely. At that moment, there was only one thought in her mind: get out of these mountains alive. Meanwhile, Ruben's private jet was the first to land at Tokyo Airport. After disembarking, he wasted no time and headed straight for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. This entire trip to Tokyo had already been planned in advance. It was nothing more than a performance for the old man. Once Jasmine's body was found, Ruben intended to put on a show of grief, then leave the investigation entirely in the hands of the Tokyo police. After that, he would return to Oris Hill with either Jasmine's corpse or her ashes and hold a grand funeral. On the way to the police department, Ruben's phone rang. The call was coming from the United States. When he answered, he immediately recognized his father Theodore's voice. "Ruben, is now a good time to talk?" Theodore asked. Ruben replied casually, "I'm surrounded by family, Dad." "No need to worry." Theodore asked, "So you're already in Tokyo?" "Yes," Ruben answered. "I just arrived." Chapter 2066. Theodore continued, "Is Hashimoto almost done with everything? Was it pretty?" Ruben sneered and said, "It should be very pretty." According to him, the car rolled hundreds of meters down a cliff and burned into a pile of scrap metal. The people inside were probably all burned to cinders. Theodore laughed with satisfaction. "Good. Very good." Then he asked, "Before you left, did your grandfather suspect anything?" Ruben replied, "I don't think so. But I can't be sure he won't grow suspicious later." Theodore sneered coldly. "That's fine. He won't have us later for much longer anyway." Ruben's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, "Dad, is it ready? Can we do something about the old thing now?" Theodore replied calmly, "Not yet. Don't rush." Ruben frowned, worry flashing across his face. "Dad, don't forget, when that old bastard handed the family headship to Jasmine, he said in public that as long as Jasmine had no offspring, the Moore family would eventually be inherited by Charlie Wade. If we don't deal with the old thing quickly, aren't we basically handing Charlie Wade a fucking dowry?" Theodore said coldly, "If we move against the old man right now, it'll be too obvious." Jasmine has just died overseas. If the old thing also drops dead immediately after, even an idiot would smell something wrong. Ruben asked nervously, then what the hell do we do? Are we really going to wait for the old thing to invite Charlie Wade into the Moore family? If that happens, we're completely screwed. We're not even remotely on Charlie Wade's level. Theodore sneered. Relax. I've already arranged something. I had someone acquire a batch of neurological drugs used by American intelligence agencies. In the early stages, the drug makes the person incomparably obedient. Whatever we tell the old thing to do, he'll do it. At that time, we'll force him to publicly annul that bullshit verbal agreement and announce that I will officially take over as the head of the Moore family. Ruben asked eagerly, you said the early stage makes him obedient, what about later? Does the drug wear off? No, Theodore said coldly. After prolonged use, it irreversibly destroys the brain. It can't be cured, and it can't even be detected. The symptoms are identical to Alzheimer's. When that happens, we'll just say the old thing developed Alzheimer's after being stimulated by Jasmine's death. By then, I'll already be the family head. Whether he becomes a dementia-ridden vegetable or not will only benefit us. Ruben burst into laughter. Dad! That's fucking brilliant. When the time comes, we'll just keep the old thing alive like a mascot and throw a few servants at him to handle his food and shit. Theodore laughed darkly. Perfect. The old thing just called me and urged me to come back as soon as possible. I've already had the medicine smuggled in through a special channel. Once Jasmine's funeral is over, I'll find an opportunity to feed it to him. Ruben suddenly remembered something and said quickly, Dad, there's still a problem. The old thing still has a rejuvenation pill. On Jasmine's birthday, Charlie Wade gave it to her, and she passed it on to him. What if he takes it and recovers? We'd be completely fucked. Theodore replied coldly, Ruben, stop panicking. There's no turning back now. For the Moore family's $200 billion in assets, we have to walk straight into the dark side. After a brief pause, Theodore sneered again. Besides, even if the rejuvenation pill somehow fixes his brain, I'll just give him more of the drug. As long as no one finds out that we killed Jasmine or drugged the old thing, nobody can touch us. He added disdainfully, and even if someone suspects us, so what? We didn't kill Jasmine with our own hands. Who's going to convict us without evidence? Ruben nodded fiercely. You're right. As long as there's no proof, no one can do shit to us. Theodore snorted coldly. This is all the old thing's fault. He's always been biased. He treated me like trash. This time, we're taking back the entire Moore family. I'm the eldest son of the Moore family. You're the rightful grandson. The Moore family should have belonged to us from the beginning. Chapter 2067. As Charlie departed from home, Claire was still enjoying a soak in the hot spring. Unbeknownst to her, her husband had slipped away wearing a bathrobe, claiming he was just stepping out for a drink. Little did she know that he had already taken a helicopter to the airport and boarded a plane bound for Japan. Feeling anxious, Claire exited the hot spring and returned to the living room, only to find that Charlie was nowhere to be seen. She grabbed her phone to call him, but it showed that his phone was switched off. This only deepened her confusion. When she went back to their bedroom, she still couldn't find Charlie. Instead, she discovered a note he had left on the bedside table. The note read, Honey, a friend is in danger of losing her life. I have to rush over to save her. Claire was taken aback, thinking, save someone? Is something terrible happening? Filled with concern, she quickly sent a voice message to Charlie. Honey, where are you? What's going on? Please be safe. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan. The ninjas of the Ito clan had arrived near the mountains of West Domo Prefecture by helicopter, reaching the area in remarkably short time. The helicopter landed several kilometers from the base of the mountain. 10 ninjas clad in black swiftly disembarked and sprinted toward the mountains. They chose not to fly directly to the site to avoid alerting the snakes. Nanako shared Charlie's belief that Jasmine had likely been murdered. A loud arrival could disturb the area if Jasmine were still alive, further complicating the situation. With the mountains of West Domo County stretching for hundreds of kilometers and the Pan Mountain Road winding for dozens more, they had no choice but to proceed cautiously on foot, following the road in the darkness while searching for clues. Fortunately, the Ito family had deployed a large number of ninjas. The 10-man team began their investigation at the intersection leading into the mountains. At the same time, other Ito clan ninjas were taking off from their headquarters by helicopter, heading toward Narita Airport. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Tokyo time, Ruben informed the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, triggering a large-scale mobilization to search for Jasmine. The news of Jasmine's disappearance sent shockwaves through the Tokyo Police Department, plunging its director into a nightmare. Just days earlier, Tokyo had suffered unprecedented chaos due to a string of assassinations that left numerous powerful figures dead. The violent incidents had drawn worldwide attention. Tokyo had become a laughingstock in terms of law and order, placing the Metropolitan Police under immense pressure. After finally restoring some semblance of stability, the last thing they needed was for another high-profile foreign entrepreneur to disappear within the city. Jasmine, the chairwoman of the Moore Group, with a staggering market value approaching $200 billion, was a towering figure in the global business world. Her disappearance was alarming, especially with her family fearing the worst. The head of the Tokyo Police Department felt suffocating pressure. If anything happened to Jasmine in Tokyo, it would deal a devastating blow to the city's reputation, one it might never recover from. As a result, he rushed to the police headquarters and personally oversaw the operation, deploying thousands of officers to begin the search. At the same time, Tokyo police were meticulously combing through surveillance footage, searching for any clues related to Jasmine's disappearance. With direct access to every surveillance camera in Tokyo, they quickly identified relevant footage and pinpointed Jasmine's last known location in West Domo County. Chapter 2068. The officers of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department were unconcerned about alerting the snakes. They dispatched hundreds of officers to West Domo County, intending to block all access points into the mountains. In addition, 6 helicopters were deployed to assist in the search for Jasmine as quickly as possible. Nanako received the news immediately and instructed the ninjas she had dispatched earlier to maintain a low profile and avoid any direct contact with the police. At 2:30 in the morning, Tokyo time, the Ito clan ninjas, after traversing several mountain ridges, detected the smell of something burning near the site where the murderer had struck. Following the scent, they descended into the valley. Midway down, they discovered the horrifying and mangled body of Clarice, Jasmine's assistant, who had been thrown from the vehicle. They immediately reported the grim discovery to Nanako. Shocked, she quickly instructed them. Check whether the face is still recognizable. Then search online for Miss Moore's photo and compare them. After a brief examination, the lead ninja replied, "My lady, this body does not appear to belong to Miss Moore. We should continue searching." Relieved but still tense, Nanako urged, "Go down further and investigate." The ninja hesitated. "My lady, there's something important I need to report." Nanako responded immediately. "Yes, speak." The lead ninja said gravely. "This cliff is several hundred meters high, and we're only halfway down. Judging from the condition of the female corpse, the vehicle must have rolled violently before falling. The impact and inertia would have been catastrophic. The occupants most likely did not survive." He continued. "The burning smell grows stronger the further we descend, suggesting the vehicle caught fire after reaching the valley floor. It's extremely unlikely that anyone survived. Even a top-tier ninja would struggle to escape such a situation." Nanako felt her heart tighten. "I understand. Continue descending and confirm what happened. Report back as soon as possible." The lead ninja warned. "My lady, the signal is already unstable. If we go any lower, we may lose contact entirely. But rest assured, once we find something, we'll climb back up to report." Nanako replied firmly. "Proceed. If you find Miss Moore's body, notify me immediately. If not, then she may still be alive. Search the area thoroughly." "Understood, Missy. We're going down." With that, the 10 ninjas leapt downward with the agility of parkour masters. Thanks to their exceptional night vision and nimbleness, they navigated the steep cliff skillfully and soon reached the valley floor safely. At the bottom, the commercial vehicle Jasmine had been riding in had been reduced to ashes. The winter snow in the valley had prevented the leaking fuel from igniting a wildfire. Melted snow mixed with the charred debris, forming a small stream at the base of the cliff. Inside the burnt-out shell of the vehicle lay 2 bodies, both severely scorched. The corpses had been almost completely reduced to carbonized remains. Even a light breeze scattered black ash, and touching them would likely turn them into clouds of powder. From their outlines, it was clear that one was male and the other female, but the woman's body was completely unrecognizable. One ninja muttered, "Boss, these bodies are burned so badly that even Amaterasu couldn't save them. We should climb back up and find a signal to report to Missy." Just as the lead ninja was about to agree, he noticed something strange on the ground. He dropped to his knees, sniffed the earth, and felt the textures beneath his fingers. His eyes widened as he gasped. "There are fresh footprints here. Someone is still alive." Chapter 2069. Tokyo time, 2:50 a.m. Charlie's private plane touched down at Narita Airport. This time, he was alone, making the journey to Tokyo by himself. Throughout the flight, Charlie remained connected to the plane's wireless network, the only means of communication available on board. He kept a close watch on Jasmine's WeChat avatar, anxiously waiting for a reply. Unfortunately, Jasmine never responded. After more than 2 hours in the air, anxiety flooded Charlie's mind, and his spirits sank rapidly. He couldn't stop imagining the worst-case scenario. What if Jasmine was really gone? How would he live with that? Even though he had brought the rejuvenation pill with him, its miraculous effects could not resurrect the dead. If Jasmine was truly lost, no amount of rejuvenation could change that. Although the apocalyptic book mentioned higher-level pills, the knowledge was far too profound for Charlie to comprehend, and he lacked the ability to obtain them. With that realization, all he could do was desperately hope that Jasmine was still alive. Or at the very least, if she was barely holding on, he could still save her. After disembarking, Charlie rushed through customs. At the exit, he spotted Nanako waiting for him. Her heart leapt the moment she saw him. She hurried over in a few quick steps, her eyes shining with excitement and admiration. "Charlie, you're here." Charlie nodded and asked immediately, "Nanako, did your people find anything?" Nanako answered quickly. "The ninjas I sent just reported back. They found the vehicle involved in Miss Moore's accident. 3 bodies were discovered at the scene, 2 women and 1 man." "What?" Charlie's heart jolted as he asked urgently. "Have the bodies been identified?" Nanako explained. "The male corpse has been confirmed as Miss Moore's driver. One of the female bodies has been ruled out as Miss Moore. As for the other woman, she was burned beyond recognition on the passenger side, but it likely isn't Miss Moore either, since that was where she was seated." Charlie pressed on. "So there's no one else at the scene? Then where did Jasmine go? Could that burned body be her?" Nanako added. "There's something else. My ninja reported finding fresh footprints at the scene, which means someone escaped before the vehicle caught fire." Her tone turned serious as she continued. "This is unbelievable. The vehicle fell hundreds of meters off a cliff and then burst into flames. Under such conditions, even a ninja would struggle to survive. Yet this person not only lived but managed to move away. It's nothing short of a miracle." At that moment, overwhelming relief surged through Charlie's chest. The survivor had to be Jasmine. Chapter 2070. Jasmine must have relied on the pill Charlie gave her to survive such a deadly situation. Charlie asked anxiously again. "Nanako, have your people located Jasmine yet?" Nanako shook her head. "Not yet. They're currently following the traces Miss Moore left behind, but they haven't pinpointed her exact location. Still, I'm confident they'll find her. She's alive." She added. "Also, Charlie, the Tokyo Police Department has deployed a large number of officers to West Domo County. Several police helicopters are involved as well. Their search and rescue capabilities are extremely efficient. I believe they'll find Miss Moore soon. Charlie's expression darkened. It's obvious someone tried to assassinate Jasmine. If the Tokyo police locate her, the mastermind behind this will definitely find out, and they may attempt to silence her again. He asked sharply. Nanako, is the helicopter ready? Yes, Nanako replied. It's already at the helipad and ready for departure. Good. Head to the incident site immediately. Soon, helicopters lifted off from Narita Airport, flying across half of the Tokyo metropolitan area and heading straight for West Domo County. Normally peaceful West Domo County was suddenly thrown into chaos. Thousands of officers from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, along with special operations units, poured into the area. Several police helicopters hovered above the mountains, sweeping the terrain with powerful searchlights. At the same time, the Ito clan ninjas were quietly tracking the traces Jasmine had left behind in the valley. Because Jasmine lacked professional training, she failed to hide her trail properly. The lead ninja demonstrated sharp judgment, following Jasmine's path while simultaneously ordering his team to erase her traces bit by bit. Their goal was to ensure that no one could track Jasmine's movements again. Even if the Tokyo police found the wrecked commercial vehicle, there would be no evidence suggesting that Jasmine had escaped alive. This greatly increased the chances of keeping her hidden. With overwhelming manpower on the ground and helicopters searching from above, it didn't take long for the Tokyo police to locate the destroyed commercial vehicle. Several helicopters descended into the valley, and 20 to 30 heavily armed special operations officers rappelled down. The moment they landed, they secured the area. After a preliminary investigation, they confirmed 2 bodies inside the vehicle. Continuing their search uphill, they soon found Jasmine's assistant, Clarice, halfway up the mountain. The officer in charge reported over the radio. The crash site has been confirmed. The vehicle matches the one seen on surveillance footage. 3 bodies were found. One female, surnamed Chen, was identified as accompanying Miss Moore. The other 2 bodies are completely carbonized, one male and one female. The woman's identity cannot be confirmed. The commander demanded urgently. Is there anything else at the scene? Surveillance footage shows 4 people in the vehicle when it left the hotel. One driver, Jasmine, Clarice, and D.I. Why are there only 3 bodies? The task force leader replied. That's correct. Only 3 bodies were found. Given the severity of the crash, survival is highly unlikely. No signs of life were detected at the scene. The commander sounded baffled. This makes no sense. 4 people entered the vehicle, yet only 3 are accounted for. Where the hell did the 4th person go? Chapter 2071. In this tense moment, Ruben sat in the conference room of the Tokyo Police Department, worry etched across his face. The Moore Group's immense power and influence meant that the Tokyo police treated Ruben with utmost respect. The director, who had rushed in from home late the previous night, was personally attending to Ruben's concerns. Noticing Ruben's distress, the director spoke soothingly. Lord Moore, our extensive team has already launched a thorough search for your sister in West Domo County. Please try not to worry, I will inform you immediately if we uncover any updates or leads. Ruben let out a soft sigh, covering his face in anguish. Jasmine is my only sister, the one I hold most dear. I implore you, do everything in your power to bring her back safely. The police inspector nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Lord Moore, we are fully committed to locating Miss Moore. Ruben expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your dedication. At that moment, someone burst through the door, urgency in their voice. Chief, we have located Miss Moore's commercial vehicle in the mountains of West Domashire. It crashed into a ravine. 2 charred bodies were found inside, and another halfway up a steep hill. Ruben's eyes filled with tears, and he immediately began to cry. With a tremor in his voice, he asked. Director, does this mean something terrible has happened to Jasmine? The director sighed heavily. Lord Moore, please try to remain calm. Ruben suddenly covered his face, crying out. Why Jasmine? She's still so young. Why couldn't it have been me? Why? The director stepped closer, placing a hand gently on Ruben's shoulder, ready to offer comfort, when the officer who had entered spoke again. Director, we've reviewed the surveillance footage. When Miss Moore left the hotel, there were 4 individuals in the vehicle. This means one person is still unaccounted for. Ruben looked up, stunned. What did you just say? There's still one person missing. Yes, the officer replied. 4 people boarded the vehicle, but we only have 3 bodies. We strongly suspect that the missing individual is Miss Moore. What? Ruben gasped, panic rising. What evidence do you have that the missing person is my sister? Have you identified the body found halfway up the hill? Is she one of the 2 charred bodies in the vehicle? The officer explained. Yes, Lord Moore. The body found on the hill has been confirmed as Miss Moore's assistant, Clarice. As for the 2 charred bodies, we analyzed the high-definition footage. When the vehicle departed the hotel, the only male was driving, while one of Miss Moore's assistants, D, was in the passenger seat. Miss Moore was seated in the back row with Clarice. He continued. Thus, the charred body in the passenger seat should be D. Unless Miss Moore switched seats with D during the journey, which we believe is highly unlikely. The director added. Given that Clarice's identity is confirmed, it is likely that the other 2 bodies are the driver and D. This suggests that Miss Moore could still be alive. Ruben felt as if his entire world was crumbling at the revelation. He clenched his fists, mind racing. What is happening? How can Jasmine still be alive? Isn't it certain that Hashimoto's senior associates went down the valley with the car and Jasmine? Why is everything so chaotic? Chapter 2072. In a sudden rush of urgency, Ruben sprang to his feet and demanded. Have you located my sister? Or discovered anything useful? The messenger shook his head. The situation is extremely complicated. We haven't found any signs of Miss Moore at the scene, nor any evidence that anyone survived. At the same time, we cannot confirm whether Miss Moore exited the vehicle before it left. Everything remains uncertain. A wave of fear washed over Ruben. If Jasmine is truly dead, everything becomes simpler. Even if the Tokyo police discover that her death was a homicide, I have nothing to worry about. I didn't do it. Tracing it back to me would be nearly impossible. The police can investigate. I'll arrange to bring Jasmine's body back for the funeral, and then we can dispose of that old problem. The Moore family will belong to my father and me. But if Jasmine is still alive, all of this could be for nothing. Even if she remains unaware of my secret actions against her, if she returns to Oris Hill alive, she will undoubtedly be on high alert, making it much harder to eliminate her. Unable to remain seated, he said. I need to step outside for some air. The director nodded swiftly. Of course, Lord Moore, take your time. Ruben exited to an empty stairwell and called Hashimoto Kanzen. Ah, Lord Moore, I assume you're at the Tokyo Police Department right now? Hashimoto greeted with a chuckle. Ruben replied icily. Mr. Hashimoto, I've just been informed that my sister is missing. What on earth is happening? Hashimoto sounded taken aback. Missing? How did that happen? Ruben clenched his teeth and growled under his breath. She's vanished without a trace. No one knows her whereabouts, and we can't find either her or her body. Hashimoto, clearly flustered, muttered. This doesn't make sense. My team confirmed that her vehicle crashed into the cliff. According to their reports, it fell to the bottom of the valley within a minute, and even Amaterasu Daijin couldn't have survived that. Ruben snapped back. Don't feed me that nonsense. If your Amaterasu couldn't survive, how did my sister manage to escape? The police haven't found her body. She wasn't even at the crash site. Ruben insisted. Hashimoto's voice trembled slightly. This doesn't add up. I have video from one of my men showing that your sister was still in the vehicle at impact. Ruben retorted angrily. She was in the car during the crash, and now she's disappeared after plunging into the valley. Tell me, Where did she go? Hashimoto's desperation was evident as he stammered. She should be dead. No one could survive such a fall. Ruben pressed, fury rising. If she's dead, does that mean her corpse just walks away on its own? Hashimoto fidgeted. I can't explain that. Ruben growled. Then there's only one explanation: she escaped. I don't care how you do it, just find her and eliminate her immediately. If this leaks, we'll both be finished. Chapter 2073. Charlie and Nanako soared through the sky in a helicopter for approximately 30 minutes, closing in on West Domo County. While Nanako's ninjas were actively tracking Jasmine's location, a significant contingent of the Tokyo Police Department scoured the area surrounding the incident. Charlie decided to have the helicopter land on a relatively flat spot atop a mountain, about 5 kilometers from the incident site. This distance would allow them to temporarily evade the police search while remaining close enough to Jasmine. Given the challenging terrain, Jasmine couldn't move quickly on foot, and it was estimated she had traveled only about 5 kilometers since the incident. Thus, even if luck was not on Charlie's side and they landed in the opposite direction, the maximum distance between him and Jasmine would not exceed 10 kilometers. Standing over 2,000 meters above sea level on the mountain's peak, Charlie felt the biting cold. Anxiety gripped his heart as he perched on a boulder. The pills he had given Jasmine could save her once, but not a second time. He feared that if she encountered danger again, he would be powerless to assist her. Noticing Charlie's intense expression, Nanako quickly took out her phone, ready to call the Ito family ninja she had dispatched to gather information. Just then, her phone vibrated, revealing a call from that very ninja. Nanako answered eagerly. What's the situation? Have you located Miss Moore? The ninja replied promptly. Missy, we have pinpointed Miss Moore's location. She is at the incident site, approximately 4 kilometers northeast of the valley. We are currently about 500 meters away from her. I observed that she appears to be in good condition, so I haven't disturbed her. There's no signal at the mountain top, so I came halfway to call you for instructions while others secretly follow and protect her. Relieved, Nanako exclaimed. That's wonderful. Charlie, eager for updates, pressed her. Do we have Jasmine's exact location? Nanako nodded seriously. Charlie. My team has found Jasmine. She's heading northeast and looks to be in good shape. They are about 500 or 600 meters behind her and haven't alerted her yet. They called me specifically for guidance. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Charlie felt a weight lift off his chest. Arriving in Japan under the cover of night, all he had wished for was to hear that Jasmine was safe. He promptly instructed Nanako. Please have your team provide a precise location. We're on our way. In the valley, Jasmine was still pushing herself to move forward. With no signal on her cell phone, she couldn't determine her exact location, leaving her uncertain of how far she had traveled. Fortunately, Jasmine was resourceful and relied on the North Star to navigate. The North Star, located in the northern sky, appears nearly stationary to observers in the northern hemisphere. This fixed position allowed her to establish that she was heading northeast, avoiding the disorientation that often comes with being lost in the mountains. When lost, one can easily wander in circles without realizing it, but Jasmine was determined to distance herself from the incident site. She planned to wait until she was far enough away before climbing to a higher point to find a cell signal to call for help. Unbeknownst to her, she was surrounded by 10 highly skilled ninjas. Fortunately, these ninjas had been sent by Nanako and held no ill intentions toward Jasmine. Otherwise, even with the rejuvenation pill in her possession, Jasmine would have been in grave danger. At the same time, she remained blissfully unaware that Charlie, the person she was thinking of, had already arrived in Tokyo and was racing through the darkness to reach her. With extraordinary stamina, Charlie could navigate this challenging terrain swiftly, even without relying solely on the helicopter. Chapter 2074. Despite their best efforts, Nanako and the others found themselves unable to match Charlie's swift pace, leaving them with no choice but to wait for his announcement. Charlie chose not to take a helicopter directly to Jasmine, as it might disrupt the ongoing search efforts. Instead, he relied on his own 2 feet. Fortunately, Charlie was not too far from Jasmine, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away based on the positioning data. After half an hour of brisk walking, Charlie finally spotted Jasmine. At that moment, Jasmine was making her way up from the valley's bottom, believing she had put enough distance between herself and danger. She hoped to climb higher to find a cell phone signal and inform Charlie and her family that she was safe. As she climbed, Jasmine couldn't shake off her worries. If Charlie received the voice message I sent during my accident, he must be really anxious about my safety. I'm not sure if my heart is still racing from fear, but I need to let him know I'm alive. Seeing Jasmine brought a rush of excitement to Charlie's heart. During his journey from Oris Hill, he had been most concerned about the possibility of Jasmine's life being in jeopardy. Now, witnessing her safe figure before him relieved all the tension and worry that had built up inside him. Once Jasmine reached a relatively flat boulder situated in the mountains, she took out her cell phone, only to find there was still no signal. She paced back and forth on the boulder, hoping for a connection, and eventually managed to catch a weak signal. With urgency, she stood still and quickly opened her messaging app. Due to poor network conditions, her WeChat app displayed a connecting status, which lingered for a few moments before changing to receiving. However, despite the receiving notification, she didn't get any new messages. With no other options, she abandoned WeChat and decided to call Charlie directly. Thankfully, even with the weak signal, she was able to make the call. After 2 rings, Charlie's voice came through. "Jasmine, how are you doing now?" Hearing Charlie's voice filled Jasmine with overwhelming relief. "Charlie. I'm still alive." Charlie responded gently. "I know." Overcome with emotion, Jasmine began to cry. "Charlie. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be here right now." Charlie, feeling concerned for her, said softly, "Jasmine, I need to tell you something. You should never feel nervous or afraid." Jasmine eagerly prompted. "What is it, Charlie?" Charlie replied earnestly. "After learning about your situation, I came to Japan." "What?" Jasmine exclaimed in excitement. "Charlie, you came to Japan?" Charlie affirmed. "That's correct, I'm in Tokyo." Jasmine was overwhelmed with happiness and emotion, crying out, "Charlie, you really came to Tokyo to find me?" With a light sigh, Charlie explained. "I was in West Domo County, where your accident happened." In disbelief, Jasmine asked, "Charlie, how did you know I was in West Domo County? Where are you right now?" Charlie responded seriously. "Jasmine, I'm right behind you." Chapter 2075. The reason Charlie chose to reveal himself to Jasmine gradually was his concern that if he suddenly called out to her or announced that he was right behind her, it might frighten her. After all, Jasmine had been walking alone in the depths of the forest for a considerable time, and a sudden appearance could undoubtedly startle her. This was why Charlie decided to approach the situation softly. He first made sure she knew she was in Japan, specifically in Tokyo and Sycamore County, before finally telling her that he was right behind her. The moment Jasmine heard Charlie's voice, she instinctively turned around. Indeed. To her astonishment, she spotted a familiar figure standing about 10 meters away. It was none other than Charlie, the very person she had been thinking of in that critical moment. Jasmine's heart soared with joy. She could hardly believe that Charlie had actually appeared here out of the blue. In that instant, her heart overflowed with emotions and happiness. She thought to herself, "Charlie, you really came to rescue me. At this late hour and from such a distance, you found me in just a few hours. It's like that magnificent jewel in the movies, surrounded by colorful clouds. I must hold a special place in his heart." Overwhelmed by her feelings, she shouted, "Charlie!" Without hesitation, she ran toward him. Charlie, worried she might slip on the mountain path, hurried forward as well. As soon as she reached him, Jasmine leaped into Charlie's arms, exclaiming, "Charlie! I can't be dreaming, can I? Is it really you? You've come to save me." Charlie gently patted her back and reassured her. You're not dreaming, it's truly me. I've come to save you. With tears streaming down her face, Jasmine sobbed. Charlie, I thought I would never see you again. Charlie then asked. Did you take the pill I gave you? Jasmine nodded vigorously, hugging him tightly and resting her head on his shoulder. I kept it close to me, just as you instructed. After the car I was in went off the cliff, I took it immediately. Thanks to that medicine, you were able to find me. Charlie sighed softly, saying. I gave you that medicine for emergencies, but I never imagined you would actually need it. Today, it truly saved your life. Jasmine, filled with gratitude, replied. Charlie, knowing you has been the greatest blessing of my life. If it weren't for you, I might not be here right now. I can never repay your kindness. Her heart had always held deep appreciation for Charlie. She recalled a time when her room had unintentionally formed a feng shui trap that endangered her life and drained her fortune. If Charlie hadn't intervened, she might have suffered a terrible fate. Moreover, Charlie had helped her rise to the headship of the Moore family. Now, faced with a life-threatening situation in Japan, it was again thanks to the medicine he provided that she was able to escape danger. The fact that Charlie traveled so far to save her only deepened her gratitude to the point of tears. Alongside her immense gratitude, Jasmine also realized her deep feelings for Charlie. In that moment, she viewed him as someone far more precious than her own life. Chapter 2076. Jasmine had a powerful realization that took root in her heart. She thought. From this day forward, I, Jasmine, am ready to do anything for Charlie. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I would do so for him without any regrets. Unbeknownst to Charlie, who was focused on comforting her, he spoke softly. Jasmine, you don't need to thank me. There's no need for grand gestures between friends. It's my responsibility to help you. No matter where you are, even if it's amidst danger, Charlie will always be here for you. As Charlie expressed his unwavering support for their friendship, Jasmine found his words to be the most touching sentiment she could imagine. In that moment, her love for Charlie deepened immensely, and she felt an overwhelming desire to embrace him tightly, to blend herself into him completely. Overflowing with affection for Charlie, she instinctively rose onto her tiptoes and boldly pressed her lips against his. This marked the second time Jasmine had kissed Charlie. It was also only the second kiss she had ever shared in her life. Her lips felt cold and still carried a hint of saltiness from her tears, which made Charlie's heart ache unexpectedly. As Jasmine kissed him, she held him even closer. At that moment, she wished time could freeze, allowing her to remain in this beautiful instant with the man she adored forever. Even if her life were to end right then, she would have felt fulfilled. Yet, reality is often harsh and unyielding. Just as she lost herself in the kiss, the distant sound of a helicopter pierced the air from the nearby valley. Charlie quickly turned to look, and in the sky, he spotted 3 helicopters flying in formation. Bright searchlights from the helicopters swept across the valley. Charlie urgently said to her, "We can't linger here. The police in Tokyo are searching for you." Jasmine responded quickly. "Charlie, the police are looking for me?" "That's perfect. I need to call them." Charlie furrowed his brow as he asked. "You really want to call the police?" "Absolutely." Jasmine replied firmly. "The truck that hit me was clearly planned, an attempt on my life." With anger and sorrow in her eyes, she continued. "These people wanted to kill me, but instead of confronting me directly, they dragged my innocent assistants and driver into this mess." As she spoke, Jasmine's emotions overwhelmed her, and she choked back tears. "Clarice and Dee have been by my side for so long. They joined me on this New Year's business trip to Japan, and I had plans to show them a wonderful time in Tokyo. But now, I never expected this." At that moment, Jasmine couldn't hold back her grief any longer and broke down in tears. Charlie quickly reassured her. "Jasmine, don't worry. Their deaths won't go unavenged." Jasmine nodded, wiping her tears away, determination returning to her voice. "I'm going to call the police and make sure they catch those responsible," To bring them to justice for Clarice and the others. Charlie shook his head earnestly. You're not familiar with how things work in Tokyo. Calling the police might only put you in more danger, it could alert those we need to avoid. Jasmine asked anxiously. So you're saying you won't call the police? That's right. Charlie affirmed. We don't even know if this is the work of someone in Japan or someone back home. Calling the police here won't help. If you trust me, let me handle this. I'll uncover the truth and ensure justice for you and for those lost. Chapter 2077. Upon hearing Charlie's words, Jasmine immediately interrupted him, saying, Charlie, I'm here to listen to you. Charlie nodded gravely and replied, It's still somewhat relevant here in Japan. First, I'll take you to my friend's house. During this time, you should avoid contacting anyone, including your grandfather and other family members, until we get to the bottom of this. Jasmine was taken aback and asked, Charlie, can't I let my grandfather know? He must be really worried about me right now. If I'm missing, I'm afraid he'll be overly anxious and it could affect his health. Charlie offered a reassuring smile and said, Don't worry about that. Your grandfather has taken the rejuvenation pill, which means his health will remain stable. Remember, the rejuvenation pill I gave you on your birthday is also with him, so he'll be just fine. He continued. Most secrets get leaked because people talk. It's best if only a few, or even just you, know the real secret. Once it's out, it's hard to control who else finds out. Though Jasmine appeared conflicted, she straightened up and looked at Charlie earnestly. Okay, Charlie, I won't tell anyone for now. Charlie nodded and asked. You didn't contact your grandfather or anyone else just now, did you? No, Jasmine quickly replied. My phone just got a signal, so I contacted you immediately, Charlie. I wanted to reach out to you first before calling my grandfather, but I haven't done that yet. Charlie urged. Then please turn off your phone right away. You shouldn't receive any calls or use WeChat or any other messaging apps. Jasmine responded cheerfully. Okay, Charlie, I'll turn it off. She promptly pressed and held the power button to shut down her phone, which had a cracked screen. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Charlie with curiosity. Charlie, how did you manage to find me in this dense forest? Charlie explained. The eldest daughter of the Ito family in Japan is my friend. After your incident, I asked her to help me locate you. She sent some Japanese ninja experts, real ninjas, to the mountains of West Domo County to search for clues. They discovered the commercial vehicle involved in your accident and tracked you here. Once I got your location, I rushed over. Jasmine gasped. Wait, what? Ninjas? Are you saying there are actually ninjas in this world? Charlie affirmed. Ninjas aren't a big deal, they're like our Chinese martial arts experts, very real. Jasmine nodded as understanding dawned on her, then suddenly exclaimed. If they've been tracking me, does that mean they're also watching us right now? Well. Charlie chuckled awkwardly. You're correct, they have indeed been following us discreetly. Feeling bashful, Jasmine stammered. That means, what we just did they see all of it? Charlie shrugged, looking a bit helpless. They definitely saw it. Jasmine blushed and shyly lowered her gaze, exclaiming. Charlie, why didn't you remind me? This is so embarrassing. Charlie raised his hands innocently. Jasmine. I can't be blamed for this. I had no idea you would suddenly jump into my arms. I was just as surprised. Thinking back to the moment she had leaped into Charlie's arms and kissed him, Jasmine's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. She could only whisper shyly. Oh my. Let's not discuss that. Charlie, where are we headed next? Chapter 2078. Charlie suggested. Let's take a trip to Miss Ito's mansion for a bit to lay low and see how things unfold. At that moment, Nanako remained in the same location. Her skills were significantly inferior to Charlie's, making it impossible for her to match his speed. So, she chose to stay put and wait. With the Tokyo Police Department conducting searches across several nearby mountains and police helicopters frequently patrolling the skies, she had instructed her helicopter to shut off its engine and quietly await news from Charlie. Suddenly, she received a message from her chief ninja. "My lady, Mr. Wade has located Miss Moore." Relieved, Nanako quickly typed a response. "That's great. Ask Charlie what he intends to do next." The response came back, somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Wade and Miss Moore are currently hugging and kissing, so we felt too embarrassed to interrupt." Upon hearing this, Nanako froze. Immediately, a wave of jealousy washed over her. With a sour feeling in her heart, she thought to herself. "Initially, I believed Charlie was a married man. Even though I have feelings for him, I wouldn't want to ruin his relationship and family. But I never imagined that Charlie and Jasmine would go so far as to embrace and kiss. Could it be that Jasmine is Charlie's extramarital affair? Or, to be blunt, is she his lover? If Jasmine can be his lover, then why can't I? I love Charlie deeply, why shouldn't I have a chance like Jasmine? Though I don't mind being the third party, if Charlie were willing to give me that opportunity, I'd gladly remain in the shadows as his secret lover. After all, my love for him surpasses everything, fame and reputation mean nothing compared to him." Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, her phone vibrated. Charlie was calling. She quickly answered, her voice tinged with panic and awkwardness. Wade. Charlie. You found Miss Moore?" Charlie replied. "Yes, we located her." Nanako immediately asked. "Is Miss Moore okay?" "She's doing well," Charlie reassured her. "I'm calling because I want to discuss our next steps." Nanako eagerly responded. "Charlie, whatever you need, the entire Ito family's resources are at your command." Charlie said earnestly. "I truly appreciate that, Nanako. My current plan is to have the helicopter come to get Jasmine and bring her to your mansion for the time being. However, it's crucial that you keep this matter completely confidential." Without hesitation, Nanako replied. "No problem, Charlie. Just wait a moment, I'll come to pick you up." Chapter 2079. As Charlie and Jasmine made their way back to downtown Tokyo aboard the Ito family's helicopter, Ruben was anxiously pacing inside the Tokyo Police Department, struggling to keep still. His nerves were at an all-time high as he thought to himself. Is Jasmine alive or dead? Hours have passed without any clues, and if we don't find her soon, dawn will break, making this situation even more complicated. Jasmine's body should have remained in that commercial vehicle, yet she has inexplicably vanished into the vast mountains. Is she dead or alive? Ruben's worry stemmed from his fear that Jasmine might still be alive. As long as Jasmine was alive, the deceit woven by Hashimoto Kanzan, vice president of New Nippon Steel, would be exposed. This scheme was Hashimoto's own doing. He was not only seeking greater profit for Nippon Steel but also pursuing his personal interests. He had collaborated with Ruben to mislead Jasmine, claiming she needed to go to West Domo County to get the chairman's signature on a contract, all while the chairman of New Nippon Steel remained completely unaware. If Jasmine were alive, the police would soon ask her why she went to West Domo County, unraveling the entire charade. In that scenario, the Japanese police would undoubtedly move to arrest Hashimoto at the first opportunity. Hashimoto would then face murder charges, one of the most serious offenses in Japan, and given the 3 fatalities involved, he wouldn't hesitate to turn on more. Ultimately, the truth about Jasmine's death at the hands of her father and son would be laid bare for everyone to see. Meanwhile, Hashimoto was nervously pacing in his own home, surrounded by the team tasked with assassinating Jasmine. The members stood in silence before him, heads bowed, unwilling to meet Hashimoto's gaze. After placing a call to a friend at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department for updates, Hashimoto's anxiety reached new heights upon learning that Jasmine's fate remained uncertain. He realized that if Jasmine was still alive, he would likely be in grave danger. In a fit of rage, he confronted his team, berating them one by one. "You idiots! Useless! How can you not handle something so simple?" The team exchanged nervous glances, none daring to respond to his fury. Seeing their silence only fueled Hashimoto's anger further. You're all worthless. You can't even eliminate a woman. You've put me in a terrible position. If I'm caught, none of you will escape the consequences. 20 minutes later, the helicopter began its descent into the courtyard of the Ito family mansion. There, Ito Yuhiko, who had lost both legs, was waiting in the courtyard, assisted by his sister, Ito Emi. As soon as the helicopter touched down, Ito Emi pushed Ito Yuhiko toward the cabin's exit. At that moment, Charlie stepped forward to help Jasmine disembark, just as Nanako followed closely behind her. Watching Charlie assist Jasmine stirred up feelings of jealousy in Nanako, but she felt more envious than anything else. Chapter 2080. While she was momentarily lost in her thoughts, Charlie, positioned beneath the helicopter, reached out his hand to her once more. Nanako was pleasantly surprised that Charlie would still help her disembark from the helicopter. Her heart swelled with a sweetness akin to honey. Despite being an expert and having taken rejuvenation pills that significantly enhanced her strength, she still felt like a small woman at heart. The gentlemanly and considerate nature of Charlie made her feel a bit shy as she extended her hand and softly said, "Thank you, Charlie." Charlie offered a slight smile and replied casually, "It's nothing, it's what I should do." At that moment, Ito Yuhiko was nudged forward by Ito Emi, expressing his excitement. "Mr. Wade, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Charlie responded with a bittersweet smile. "Yes, I also didn't anticipate meeting again so quickly. How have you been, Mr. Ito?" With his hands folded respectfully, Ito Yuhiko replied, "Thank you for asking, Mr. Wade. I've been reasonably well, though since my injury, my health has been somewhat poor. I often catch colds and experience weak night sweats. With the recent drop in temperature in Tokyo, I had planned to head to the Maldives for a short recuperation, but then you arrived unexpectedly." Charlie nodded and gestured towards Jasmine, saying, "Mr. Ito, allow me to introduce you to my good friend, Miss Jasmine, the chairman of the Moore clan. Miss Moore is currently facing some challenges, which is why I'm here." Ito Yuhiko turned to Jasmine, bowing courteously. "Hello, Miss Moore. I'm Ito Yuhiko. Since Mr. Wade is a guest of the Ito family, and you are his friend, you are also warmly welcomed here." Jasmine reciprocated politely with a slight bow. "Thank you, Mr. Ito." Internally, Jasmine was taken aback. She was well aware of the Ito family's status in Japan. The Ito family was regarded as the most powerful family in Japan. While other influential families formed large clans, none matched the strength of the Ito family. The respect that Ito Yuhiko showed Charlie left her even more astonished by Charlie's influence. In his mind, Ito Yuhiko mused, "This Jasmine seems to rival my daughter in beauty and charm. She definitely belongs to the ranks of top beauties." Being so close to Charlie raises questions about their relationship. If that's true, my daughter's chances with him are even slimmer. Just as he was lost in thought, his sister, Ito Emi, quickly interjected. "Mr. Wade, it's quite chilly outside. Let's head indoors to talk." Snapping back to reality, Ito Yuhiko agreed. Yes. Let's go inside and chat. I'll have the staff prepare a tea ceremony for you while I ask the cook to prepare some breakfast." Inside the traditional Japanese parlor, Charlie and Jasmine settled next to each other on the floor, while Nanako gracefully knelt at one end of the tea table expertly preparing tea for everyone. Charlie then turned to Jasmine and asked, "Jasmine, what happened last night? Could you share more details?" Ito Yuhiko, eager to assist, added, "Miss Moore, I have some influence here in Japan. Please feel free to explain what happened. I'm sure the entire Ito family can help you." Jasmine bowed slightly in appreciation. "Thank you, Charlie, Mr. Ito, and Miss Ito." After expressing her gratitude, Jasmine continued. "I came to Japan to establish a strategic partnership with Nippon Steel. I had numerous discussions with their vice president leading up to last night when their chairman agreed to meet with me to sign a contract. Since the chairman was in West Domo County, I took a car there overnight. However, I was unexpectedly struck by another vehicle on the road and nearly went off a cliff. Ito Yuhiko frowned, expressing concern. This situation sounds suspicious. I share a close friendship with the chairman of Nippon Steel, and based on his usual practices, he wouldn't seek a contract in the middle of the night. Even if he did, he wouldn't ask you to come to West Domo County because his mansion is very close to mine, just a few minutes away. In fact, he visited me at my home after dinner yesterday. Chapter 2081. Ito Yuhiko's remarks caught Charlie's full attention. He opened his mouth to inquire. Mr. Ito, do you have a good relationship with the chairman of New Nippon Steel? Yes. Ito Yuhiko replied earnestly. The chairman's name is Watanabe Shinwa, and we are quite close. Charlie nodded, then said. Could you please ask him if he's planning to collaborate with a Chinese company for a factory project? If so, could you find out which company he's partnering with and whether the deal is finalized? Without hesitation, Ito Yuhiko responded. Of course, Mr. Wade. I'll reach out to him immediately. Jasmine quickly turned to Charlie and asked. Charlie, are you suspecting that something might be off with Mr. Watanabe? Charlie shook his head. It's not just Watanabe Shinwa, the vice chairman who suggested you meet him is also under suspicion. Both could potentially be involved, or they might be completely innocent. Jasmine nodded quietly, understanding the gravity of the situation. She recognized that this matter was beyond her control, and since Charlie had come to Japan for his own purposes, she would defer to his judgment. Upon hearing that there might be a concern, Ito Yuhiko quickly reassured Charlie. Mr. Wade, I know Watanabe Shinwa very well. While his business methods can be a bit shrewd, he's fundamentally an honest individual. I truly believe he isn't involved in the situation regarding Miss Moore's murder. With a slight smile, Charlie replied. Mr. Ito, it's not that I doubt your word, but given the seriousness of this issue, we need to proceed with caution. Please inquire with Watanabe Shinwa, but do so in a way that doesn't raise any suspicions. Ito Yuhiko nodded and promptly took out his phone, locating Watanabe Shinwa's number and dialing it. The call connected quickly, and a sleepy voice answered. Hey, Ito, what's with the early call, you rascal? Yuhiko Ito chuckled. Where are you right now, Watanabe? Shinwa Watanabe yawned. I'm still in bed, where else would I be? If it's not urgent, let me catch a few more ZS. Ito Yuhiko then said. I heard you might be collaborating with a Chinese company. Is there any specific firm you're considering? Watanabe Shinwa responded with curiosity. What? Are you getting into the steel industry too? Yuhiko Ito clarified. Not at all. I was just asking. I have some connections in China, and if you haven't finalized a partnership yet, I might be able to assist you. Shinwa Watanabe replied. We have been exploring some partnerships with significant Chinese companies, but I'm leaving those discussions to Hashimoto. Yuhiko Ito inquired. Hashimoto? You mean Hashimoto Kanzen, right? Yes, Watanabe Shinwa affirmed with a smile. Honestly, this factory collaboration isn't a huge deal for the entire Nippon Steel. I typically don't get involved directly, but if you have a friend interested, I can certainly help facilitate. Ito Yuhiko smiled back. I appreciate that, but has Hashimoto already chosen a partner? If he has a solid candidate, it might not be appropriate for me to intervene. Watanabe Shinwa replied casually. Don't worry about whether Hashimoto is suitable or not. He's just a senior staff member. If I don't ask, he'll make the decisions. If I do ask, he'll simply follow my lead. Ito Yuhiko laughed. Got it. I'll touch base with my friend and reach out if needed. Shinwa Watanabe then said. You're not holding anything else, right? If not, I'll hang up and go back to sleep. Sure, enjoy your rest. Yuhiko replied. After ending the call, Ito Yuhiko turned to Charlie and said. Mr. Wade, it seems Watanabe genuinely isn't aware of any issues. He didn't even bring up the collaboration with Miss Moore or Hashimoto Kanzen, so it's hard to see how he could be involved in her murder. Chapter 2082. Charlie gave a slight nod and turned his gaze toward Jasmine. Didn't Hashimoto-Kanzan call you yesterday, asking you to meet the chairman for a contract signing? Jasmine replied with conviction. Yes, it was Hashimoto-Kanzan who reached out to me about going to West Domo County to sign that contract. Charlie let out a cold snort. It seems the root of the problem lies with Hashimoto-Kanzan. He must have intentionally lured you to West Domo County, planning an ambush on the mountain road there. Jasmine looked bewildered and asked. Charlie, I don't get it. Why would Hashimoto-Kanzan want to harm me? I have no conflict with him, and we've never even interacted before. Charlie responded sharply. Many times, the perpetrators and their victims don't know each other. What drives someone to commit murder is often profit. It must be advantageous for him to eliminate you, and that's why he did it. Jasmine's surprise deepened as she asked. But what could he possibly gain from my death? It doesn't seem like he would benefit at all. Charlie looked at her earnestly and said. While he might not gain anything directly from your death, the real question is whether someone else will benefit from it. Jasmine's expression grew tense. Charlie, are you suggesting that someone hired him to kill me? Charlie nodded firmly. I believe that's the case. Jasmine felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, mixed with confusion. But this doesn't make sense. I haven't offended anyone, so who would stand to gain from my death? Charlie smiled at her but remained silent, as he already had a suspect in mind. He suspected that Ruben and his father, Theodore, were behind this plot. Charlie was well acquainted with the dynamics of the Moore family. Jasmine had lost her parents at a young age, leaving her surrounded by several uncles, among whom Theodore, Ruben's father, held the most power. As the eldest son, Theodore was the designated successor in the family, which naturally meant that Ruben was the most influential figure in Jasmine's generation. Since Jasmine was alone and without parental support, her influence within the family was limited. Fortunately, Master Moore had looked after her, ensuring she was treated like a beloved daughter despite her loss. Had Master Moore been a traditionalist who favored male heirs, Jasmine could have been seen merely as a bargaining tool for marriage to a wealthy young man from a prominent family. However, everything changed when Jasmine met Charlie. When Master Moore was gravely ill, it was Jasmine who requested Charlie's help to save him. Charlie then gifted Master Moore a rejuvenation pill, restoring his health and vitality, making him feel 20 years younger. On Jasmine's birthday, when Charlie presented the rejuvenation pill to her, Master Moore was so thrilled that he immediately passed on the family leadership to Jasmine. As a result, Jasmine suddenly rose to the most powerful position within the Moore family, while Ruben and his father's influence dwindled significantly. Given this shift in power, it's understandable that Ruben and his father would harbor resentment toward Jasmine. Over time, that discontent could easily lead them to consider extreme measures, like plotting to murder her. Chapter 2083. Jasmine was puzzled about who could possibly want her dead. Although the images of Ruben and Theodore briefly surfaced in her mind, she quickly dismissed them. In her heart, Ruben had always been like an older brother since childhood, treating her with warmth and care. The idea that he might harbor malicious intentions toward her felt utterly impossible. It wasn't that Jasmine was naive or gullible. Rather, she cherished familial affection and believed it was wrong to doubt her cousin or uncle without cause. Charlie noticed her lack of suspicion toward Ruben and realized that her way of thinking was somewhat superficial. At this point, even he was only beginning to suspect Ruben. Without concrete evidence, he felt it unnecessary, and inappropriate, to burden Jasmine with his doubts. He then instructed her calmly, "For the next few days, Jasmine, you'll stay at Mr. Ito's residence. As I said earlier, do not contact anyone or let anyone know that you're still alive. I'll investigate who is truly trying to kill you." Jasmine nodded gently and replied earnestly, "Charlie, I'll follow your instructions completely." Charlie smiled faintly and said, "You haven't rested all night. After dinner, let Miss Ito arrange a room for you so you can get some proper rest." Nanako immediately chimed in, "Miss Moore, what kind of room would you prefer? A traditional Japanese tatami room, or a European-style bedroom?" "I'll have everything prepared right away." Jasmine replied quickly, "Miss Ito, you're too kind. I'm fine with anything." Nanako smiled brightly. Then I'll prepare a traditional Japanese-style room for you. It has a peaceful countryside atmosphere." Jasmine said gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Ito." Ito Nanako added sincerely, "Miss Moore is Charlie's friend. When you visit the Ito family, you should feel completely at home." Then, with a hint of regret, Nanako continued, "Since you're in Tokyo, I really should have taken you sightseeing. But Charlie insists that you stay hidden for now. Once everything is settled, I promise to take you on a proper tour." Jasmine was slightly taken aback by Nanako's politeness. After all, Nanako was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Ito family, whose background and status far surpassed her own. Being treated with such courtesy made Jasmine feel unexpectedly flattered. Still, a sobering thought crossed her mind. "I've never met Miss Ito before. Is she being this polite because of me, or because of Charlie? It seems Charlie is not only extremely capable, but also deeply admired." While Jasmine was lost in thought, Nanako had already prepared matcha tea following the traditional Japanese tea ceremony. She was the first to present a cup to Charlie, her expression a mixture of respect and shy warmth. "Please enjoy your tea, Charlie." Charlie smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Nanako." He reached out and accepted the teacup. Nanako then carried another cup over and handed it to Jasmine with equal politeness. However, Jasmine noticed something subtle. Although Nanako was courteous when serving her, the sparkle in her eyes was noticeably dimmer than when she had looked at Charlie. As a woman, Jasmine immediately understood. That light in Nanako's eyes, the soft brightness when she looked at Charlie, was unmistakable. When a woman looks at a man like that, it usually means only one thing: he occupies a special place in her heart. That realization stirred a faint sense of melancholy within Jasmine. She felt sad because Charlie always seemed to attract women so easily. Chapter 2084. What saddened her even more was the fact that the women who admired Charlie were all outstanding. Take Nanako Ito, standing right in front of her. Or Aurora, the stunning beauty of the Quinton family in Oris Hill. And then there was Zyla, who was constantly by the side of divine Dr. Simmons. Each of them could be considered one of the most beautiful women in the world. Yet, without exception, they all harbored deep feelings for Charlie. Thinking of this, Jasmine cast a slightly resentful glance at him. At the same time, her heart felt strangely sore as she silently complained inwardly, "You damned man. Who knows how many women you've charmed out there? So many women adore you, and you're buried under countless love debts. I really wonder how you're going to pay them all back." Nearby, Ito Yuhiko spoke to Jasmine, clearly trying to curry favor with Charlie. "Miss Moore," he said warmly, "you already know about my relationship with Watanabe Shinwa, the chairman of New Nippon Steel. Once this matter is fully investigated and the culprit is punished, if you still wish to cooperate with New Nippon Steel, I'll personally help you secure the most favorable terms." Jasmine replied gratefully, "Thank you very much, Mr. Ito." Ito Yuhiko said sincerely, "Miss Moore, Mr. Wade has shown tremendous kindness to my family. I can say without exaggeration that without him, the Ito family might have already met a disastrous end." He continued, "Mr. Wade has helped us immensely. Since you are his friend, you are also a friend of the Ito family. Helping friends is only natural. Ever since the Matsumoto family was annihilated for kidnapping the Banks family's children, Ito Yuhiko often reflected on how lucky they were. The Matsumoto family had originally planned to kill the Banks family's children and frame the Ito family for it. If Charlie hadn't intervened, the Ito family might have suffered the same fate. On top of that, Charlie had saved Nanako's life, which further deepened Yuhiko's respect and gratitude toward him. Because of this, Yuhiko naturally felt inclined to support Charlie, and, by extension, Jasmine. Charlie noticed all of this. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect that after his injury, Ito Yuhiko's temperament would change so much. He's become far more thoughtful and composed in handling matters." After breakfast, Jasmine, who hadn't slept at all the previous night, went with Nanako to the guest room. Although the pills Charlie had given her ensured that her body was fine, they couldn't relieve the mental exhaustion caused by fear and tension. As soon as she lay down on the tatami mats, she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, after chatting with Charlie for a while, Ito Yuhiko apologized, "Mr. Wade, I'm truly sorry. Since my amputation surgery, my strength hasn't fully recovered. I woke up too early today and can't hold on any longer. I'll return to my room to rest. If you need anything, Nanako will take care of it." Charlie nodded. "Mr. Ito, please rest well." Ito Yuhiko weakly gestured and said to Emi Ito, "Emi, help me back to my room." Emi responded immediately, "Hi, Oni-san." In Japanese culture, Oni-san is a respectful term used to address an elder brother. Because Japanese society places great importance on seniority and respect, Emi always treated Ito Yuhiko with the reverence of a daughter toward her father. She then turned to Charlie with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wade. Oni-san's health hasn't fully recovered, and the doctor advised that he rest more. Please forgive us." Charlie nodded reassuringly. "Ms. Ito, please take Mr. Ito back to rest. Once I resolve this matter, I will certainly help with his treatment. While I may not be able to restore his severed limb immediately, I can at least help him recover to his condition before the injury, or perhaps even better." Chapter 2085. Nanako, who had been busy preparing tea nearby, felt a sudden surge of excitement when she heard Charlie speak. She immediately understood the weight of his words. Back then, her injuries had been terrifyingly severe, so severe that she had once believed she would never recover in her lifetime. Yet, to her utter shock, Charlie had healed her completely with just a single pill. Not only had she recovered, but her overall physical condition had improved dramatically. Because of this, Nanako firmly believed that if Charlie was willing, he could also restore her father's health. Of course, she knew that Charlie wouldn't be able to regrow her father's lost limbs, but he could undoubtedly help him regain much of his strength. Even without his legs, her father could still live a healthy life, far better than his current state of frailty and constant illness, which had been utterly heartbreaking to watch. Overcome with gratitude, Nanako quickly set aside the tea set, stood up, and bowed deeply to Charlie. "Charlie, thank you so much." Ito Yuhiko was equally shaken. At the beginning, he had exhausted every possible option, consulting renowned doctors and experts throughout Japan, yet none had been able to heal his daughter. He had resigned himself to the belief that Nanako would spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair and that her health would continue to deteriorate. Never, even in his wildest dreams, had he imagined that Charlie could not only cure her but restore her completely. And yet, she hadn't merely recovered, she had improved significantly. This alone was undeniable proof of Charlie's extraordinary ability. Filled with excitement and reverence, Ito Yuhiko bowed with both hands clasped together and said solemnly, "Mr. Wade, your willingness to help me is a blessing beyond words. I will never forget your kindness." Charlie smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Mr. Ito, there's no need to be so formal. I've always lived by one principle: if someone shows me respect, I return it in full." Charlie had always been clear about gratitude. It wasn't only about repaying grudges, it was also about repaying kindness. Auntie Louis from the orphanage had raised him. Even though she later worked for Stephen, Charlie remained deeply grateful and was willing to do anything for her. Claire, despite her unfortunate fate, had chosen to marry him and treated him with dignity instead of ridicule. That alone was something Charlie would never forget. Sometimes, it didn't even take a major favor. As long as someone showed him goodwill, Charlie felt compelled to repay it generously. Mr. White had once been lost, and Charlie had given him precious medicinal pills. Mr. Quinton had shown unwavering loyalty, so Charlie had gifted his family 2 pills. Don Albert had demonstrated absolute allegiance, prompting Charlie to give him basic pills early on and later save his life with a rejuvenation pill. Jasmine had treated him with respect from the very beginning, so Charlie naturally wanted her to succeed as the Moore family's successor, and to avoid a disastrous and unnecessary trip to Japan. This was Charlie's way of doing things. At that moment, Charlie was thinking clearly. Although Ito Yuhiko had initially seemed pretentious, his actions afterward spoke volumes. He had saved Nanako, protected the Ito family during a crisis, and treated Charlie with genuine sincerity throughout his stay in Japan. More importantly, he had shown great concern for Jasmine's situation, something Charlie had personally witnessed. Given this attitude, helping Ito Yuhiko recover some of his health was well within reason. Chapter 2086. The rejuvenation pill had unique properties. Although it had become less useful to Charlie himself, it was extremely beneficial to someone like Ito Yuhiko. Ito Yuhiko wasn't a martial artist, nor was he especially old. Even dissolving a tiny fragment of the rejuvenation pill in water would be enough to restore his vitality quickly. The reason Charlie hadn't given it to him immediately was simple: timing. Sometimes, generosity requires rhythm. Being generous is like administering medicine: done correctly, it heals; done poorly, it backfires. When giving medicine, one must consider both the drug's properties and the patient's condition. Giving it too fast can cause harm. But dragging it out too long can be just as dangerous. If generosity comes too easily, the recipient may grow complacent, or worse, resentful. If it comes too slowly, patience wears thin, gratitude fades, and complaints emerge. Right now, the timing was perfect. Charlie planned to wait until Ito Yuhiko was deeply involved in helping Jasmine before offering treatment. This way, Ito Yuhiko would be grateful and fully invested in assisting Jasmine, whether in uncovering the mastermind behind the attack or facilitating cooperation with Nippon Steel. If handled correctly, Jasmine's crisis could be turned into an opportunity. She would survive the danger, expose the true culprits, secure her position, and even negotiate a favorable cooperation agreement, killing several birds with one stone. At this moment, Ito Yuhiko, Nanako, and Ito Emi all expressed their heartfelt thanks to Charlie. Ito Yuhiko was especially emotional, his eyes shimmering. Seeing this, Charlie smiled and said, "All right, Mr. Ito. You should go back and rest. I'll let you know when it's time to treat you." Ito Yuhiko replied excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. I'm deeply grateful." After Ito Yuhiko was escorted away by Ito Emi, only Charlie and Nanako remained in the room. Nanako took the initiative to sit cross-legged in front of Charlie, poured him a cup of tea, and asked with a blush, "What's your next plan, Charlie? Should we investigate Hashimoto Kanzen? I can secretly send ninjas to monitor him if necessary." Charlie thought for a moment, then nodded. "That would be good. I don't want to alert anyone yet. To resolve this completely, I need to identify who's behind it and gather solid evidence." He continued, "If you have reliable ninjas, I want them to keep watch on Hashimoto Kanzen, his daily movements, where he goes, and who he meets." Nanako nodded confidently. "Don't worry. This is easy for the ninjas. I'll give the order immediately." Charlie thanked her and asked, "By the way, how many ninjas can the Ito family deploy right now?" Nanako thought briefly before answering, "Around 15 or 16. Charlie nodded. "Also, Miss Moore's cousin, Ruben, has arrived in Tokyo. I don't know which hotel he's staying at. Please have someone find out, and once you do, assign 2 ninjas to monitor him discreetly." Nanako was startled. "Charlie, do you think Miss Moore's cousin is involved too?" "Yes," Charlie replied firmly. "I'd appreciate your help in watching him closely." Chapter 2087. It was noon in the mountainous region of West Domo Prefecture. The weather in Tokyo was exceptionally fine that day. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun hung high overhead, radiating warmth across the land. Under such ideal conditions, visibility was excellent, making it a perfect day for large-scale search and rescue operations. Despite the Tokyo Police Department's exhaustive search throughout the night, there was still no trace of Jasmine, leaving the entire department on edge. The initial search area around the accident site had been expanded from 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers, yet it yielded nothing. As a final measure, the police decided to extend the search radius to 20 kilometers. If Jasmine could not be found within that range, they would be forced to officially declare her missing. This development plunged Ruben into deep anxiety. He urgently needed Jasmine's body to be found. Until her death was confirmed, he could not truly feel at ease. At the same time, Hashimoto Kanzen was also growing increasingly uneasy. The Tokyo police had begun suspecting deliberate foul play, concluding that Jasmine and her companions may have been intentionally harmed. As a result, a full-scale investigation was now underway at the scene. Although Hashimoto's men had been extremely meticulous in cleaning up, he knew better than anyone that no crime is ever flawless. There are always traces left behind. If the police uncovered even a single critical piece of evidence, everything would collapse. Once that happened, everyone involved, from the killers to Hashimoto Kanzan himself, the mastermind behind the operation, would face severe consequences. Meanwhile, far away in Oris Hill, Master Moore was unable to shake the dread surrounding Jasmine's disappearance. Throughout the morning, he had repeatedly called Ruben to ask about the investigation's progress. Each time, Ruben could only tell him that the Tokyo police had found nothing. The news weighed heavily on the old man's heart. Though he desperately hoped for Jasmine's safety, the prolonged lack of news forced him to brace himself for the worst. He understood all too well that the longer this dragged on, the slimmer her chances of survival became. Overcome with anxiety, Master Moore quickly placed a call to Charlie. When Charlie answered, Master Moore spoke with raw emotion. "Master Wade, I beg you, please do something to save Jasmine." At that moment, the old man could no longer hold back his tears. Charlie immediately tried to comfort him. "Please don't panic, Master Moore. I will do everything I can to help find Jasmine." Master Moore sighed heavily. "Master Wade, the situation is dire. Ruben has already rushed to Japan, but the authorities still haven't found Jasmine. The 3 people who were with her are dead, and her whereabouts remain unknown. How can I not be worried?" Charlie hesitated, considering whether to reveal that Jasmine was already safe. In the end, he decided against it. He had promised to keep the matter confidential, and he intended to keep his word. So he reassured Master Moore instead. "Please rest assured. I've contacted my people in Tokyo and asked them to assist in the search. I'll inform you immediately once there's any news." Master Moore replied gravely, "Master Wade, I can't shake this dreadful feeling. Everyone else is dead, yet Jasmine is missing. It doesn't bode well. I fear something terrible has happened." Charlie quickly interrupted, "Master Moore, please don't assume the worst. Nothing has been confirmed yet. Try not to be overly pessimistic. I believe Jasmine has great fortune on her side." After a brief silence, Master Moore asked cautiously, "Master Wade, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask one thing of you?" Chapter 2088. "Please, go ahead, old master," Charlie urged. With a trembling voice, Master Moore said, "Master Wade, this old man implores you to personally go to Japan. In this world, I fear only you might have a chance to save her." Charlie had deliberately kept the Moore family in the dark about his whereabouts, so Master Moore still believed he was in Oris Hill. But after hearing those words, Charlie decided to be honest. "Master Moore, to tell you the truth, I'm already in Tokyo. I will do everything in my power to handle Jasmine's situation." Master Moore's eyes widened in shock and excitement. "Master Wade, you're in Tokyo. When did you arrive?" Charlie answered calmly, "I arrived last night. As soon as I heard about Jasmine's accident, I contacted Isaac Cameron from Shangri-La and had him arrange the flight." A huge wave of relief washed over Master Moore. "Master Wade, it's truly Jasmine's blessing to have a friend like you. With your abilities, I believe you'll be able to save her." Then he quickly added, "Master Wade, Ruben also brought people to Tokyo last night. Should I have him meet you and follow your arrangements?" Charlie frowned slightly at the mention of Ruben. He wasn't particularly interested in meeting him, but since Ruben was now one of his primary suspects, Charlie felt it might be useful. Perhaps he could extract some information face-to-face. After a brief pause, Charlie replied, "Please have Ruben Moore call me. I'll tell him where and when to meet." Master Moore was delighted. Yes. Just a moment, Charlie. I'll tell Ruben immediately. While he's in Tokyo, he'll follow everything you say." Charlie nodded. "All right. I'll wait for his call." Meanwhile, Ruben sat restlessly in his hotel room. Originally, he believed this trip to Japan would be simple: retrieve Jasmine's body, discuss repatriation arrangements, return to Oris Hill, and hold a grand funeral. Afterward, he planned to administer the neurological drug his father had prepared, slowly inducing Alzheimer's in his grandfather and reducing him to a powerless figurehead. But he never expected his plan to derail right at the beginning. He was already in Tokyo, yet Jasmine's body was nowhere to be found. Just as his thoughts spiraled, his phone rang. It was Master Moore. This was already the 8th call of the day. Seeing Grandpa flash across the screen, Ruben muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what the hell does that old man want now? One of these days, I'm going to wear him out." Despite his irritation, he didn't dare ignore the call. He quickly answered. The instant the line connected, Ruben switched expressions, his voice filled with forced respect and sorrow. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. There's still no update from the Tokyo Police Department, but don't worry, I'm pushing them as hard as I can." Master Moore hummed softly before saying, "Ruben, I'm calling because there's something important I need to tell you." Ruben immediately replied, "Grandpa, just tell me what you need me to do." Master Moore then said, "Master Wade is also in Tokyo." Ruben froze. His entire body stiffened as cold sweat instantly broke out. What did you just say?" Chapter 2089. Upon learning that Master Wade had arrived in Tokyo, Ruben was engulfed by a wave of fear. He had never anticipated that Master Wade would appear in Tokyo. Dealing with Jasmine and the old man had seemed manageable, but Master Wade was an entirely different matter. As the news sank in, panic surged violently through Ruben's veins. Master Moore, on the other end of the line, sensed Ruben's agitation and asked, "Ruben, what's going on? Why all the commotion?" Snapping back to his senses, Ruben struggled to steady his racing heart and replied, "Grandpa, why is Master Wade in Tokyo? I can hardly believe it. Is this because of Jasmine?" Master Moore pondered briefly before answering, "Master Wade is a man of integrity. He and Jasmine have always shared a close bond. Now that something has happened to her, he rushed to Tokyo without hesitation. That alone shows how much he values her. With his help, the chances of finding Jasmine are greatly improved." Ruben's heart twisted violently with frustration. Inside, he roared, "Damn it! Charlie, what the hell are you doing in Tokyo right now? Shouldn't you be staying with your wife? Does the whole of Tokyo really have to revolve around you?" Ruben knew all too well what Charlie was capable of. That realization only deepened his unease. On one hand, he feared being exposed in front of Charlie, on the other, he dreaded the possibility that Charlie might actually succeed in finding Jasmine. If Charlie rescued her, what would he do then? As his thoughts spiraled out of control, Master Moore noticed his silence and asked, "Ruben? Are you still there?" Ruben quickly answered, "Yes, Grandpa, I'm here." He then forced himself to sound reassured and said, "Grandpa, it's actually great that Master Wade is here. I feel much more at ease now." Master Moore agreed warmly. "Exactly. The moment I heard Master Wade had arrived in Tokyo, I felt relieved. With him involved, I believe Jasmine's situation will turn around." Ruben could only echo obediently, "You're right, Grandpa. With Master Wade here, Jasmine will definitely be safe." Master Moore chuckled softly, something rare for him, and instructed, "Ruben, once you hang up, call Master Wade immediately and arrange to meet him. From now on, you are to follow his lead in Tokyo. Do you understand?" Ruben responded without hesitation, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll keep Master Wade fully informed." Master Moore nodded in satisfaction. "Good. That's the right attitude. Now hurry up and give him a call." "Okay, Grandpa. I'll hang up now." "Yes." After ending the call, Ruben's face darkened with fury. Unable to suppress his rage any longer, he slammed his fist into the tempered glass coffee table, shattering it instantly. Shards of glass sliced into his right hand, leaving several deep, bloody cuts. Yet Ruben didn't feel the pain at all. His mind was completely consumed by anger and tension. Hatred burned fiercely in his chest as he sneered inwardly, "This Charlie, interfering like this is far too lenient. Does he really think he can control everything just because people call him Master Wade? The Moore family's affairs are my son's business. Who the hell does he think he is, sticking his nose in?" Chapter 2090. If you hadn't insisted on meddling in the first place, Jasmine, a woman, would never have been able to take control of the Moore family. And if that were the case, I wouldn't even have considered killing her. As those thoughts took shape, Reuben's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He muttered coldly, "Charlie. Jasmine, you'd better not cause me any trouble or stir up chaos. Otherwise, no matter what kind of master you think you are, I'll find a way to end you." After speaking, Reuben took several deep breaths to calm himself, then dialed Charlie's number. When the call connected, Charlie's calm voice came through. "Hello." Reuben immediately replied, "Master Wade? This is Reuben Moore." "Oh, it's Lord Moore," Charlie said indifferently. Reuben hurriedly said, "Master Wade, please just call me Reuben. My grandfather told me you came to Tokyo for Jasmine's sake and instructed me to follow your lead. I'm not sure where you're staying right now." "I'm staying at a friend's place," Charlie replied casually. Reuben didn't think much of it and suggested, "Master Wade, staying at a friend's house might be inconvenient. Why don't you stay at a hotel instead? I'm currently at the Aman Hotel Tokyo, and I can arrange the best suite for you." "There's no need," Charlie replied coolly. "My friend's place suits me just fine." Then, in a commanding tone, he added, "Reuben, I want to meet you. You'll need to brief me on Jasmine's situation and the progress of the investigation." Although frustration churned inside him, Reuben maintained a respectful tone. "Of course, Master Wade. Just send me the address, and I'll come over immediately." Charlie paused deliberately, then said, "No. Since you're already at the Aman Hotel, stay there. I'll send someone to pick you up. I'll call you when they arrive." Reuben tried to object politely. "Master Wade, I'm not worthy of such trouble. It would be better for me to come to you myself." "No need to argue," Charlie cut him off coldly. "Just wait for my call." With that, Charlie ended the call without another word. Reuben stared at the phone, his face twisted with rage. He hurled the device onto the carpet and cursed furiously, "Damn it. Who the hell does he think he is, ordering me around like that?" After a moment, he hissed through clenched teeth, "And he expects me to wait for him? What an arrogant bastard. Just because he has a friend in Tokyo and a place to stay, he thinks he's untouchable." Despite his outburst, Reuben remained painfully aware of reality. "No matter how angry I am, I still have to meet him and follow his orders, at least on the surface. If he senses anything suspicious, I'm finished. Master Wade is notorious for his temper. If he finds out I'm the one who hurt Jasmine, he could kill me right here in Japan." Meanwhile, at the Ito family mansion, Jasmine continued resting, while Nanako stayed close by Charlie's side. After finishing his call with Reuben, Charlie turned to Nanako and said, "Nanako, I need your help with something." Nanako immediately replied, "Charlie, just tell me what you need." With a faint smile, Charlie said, "I want you to arrange a convoy to pick someone up for me." Then he added calmly, "The more grand and intimidating it looks, the better." Chapter 2091. When Charlie mentioned wanting a grand motorcade, Nanako's face immediately lit up with excitement. She smiled brightly and said, "Charlie, don't you think a motorcade alone is a bit lacking? How about I arrange a couple of helicopters instead?" Charlie chuckled softly and replied, "Wouldn't helicopters be a little inappropriate in the city center? Especially since this guy is staying at the Aman Tokyo Hotel." Nanako smiled faintly and said earnestly, "Charlie, for the Ito family, there's nothing inappropriate about this. As long as you agree, I can handle all the arrangements. I promise you won't be disappointed." Charlie thought about it briefly, then nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll leave it to you. I just want to completely shock him." Nanako beamed with confidence and said, "Don't worry, Charlie. I'll make sure he gets an unforgettable lesson." Aman Hotel. Reuben asked his stunning assistant to bandage his injured hands. She wasn't just his assistant, she was also his lover and someone he doted on deeply. After carefully tending to his wounds, she said with concern, "Lord Moore, you really shouldn't be so reckless anymore. You can't joke around with your own body." Reuben's expression darkened as he said coldly, "You don't understand. This isn't just impulsiveness. Master Wade is extremely cunning. His appearance in Tokyo is a massive threat to me. His assistant immediately suggested, Lord Moore, dealing with someone like him shouldn't be that difficult, right? We could have Hashimoto-kan gather more killers and wait for a chance to get rid of him. Ruben waved his hand dismissively and sighed. You really don't get it. Master Wade isn't an ordinary opponent. He's terrifying. Ordinary people don't stand a chance against him. Besides, he added grimly, if we act rashly, we could expose ourselves prematurely and end up in a worse situation. The assistant frowned and asked, then what should we do now, Lord Moore? Is it really true, just like the old man said, that everything is under his control? Ruben nodded slowly. For now, the only thing we can do is cooperate with him on the surface and pray he doesn't discover my problems. He sighed heavily and continued, I'm just worried I won't be able to keep my composure in front of him. He's extremely sharp. One wrong move, and he could see straight through me. The assistant quickly reassured him, Lord Moore, you're the best at reading people. I know you won't reveal anything. Ruben nodded faintly. I hope so. At that moment, his phone rang. A woman's voice came through the line. Is this Mr. Ruben Moore? Yes, Ruben replied flatly. The woman continued calmly, Hello, Lord Moore. I've been sent by Mr. Wade to pick you up. Are you ready to depart? I'm ready, Ruben said. Where should we meet? You're currently staying at the Amman Hotel, correct? The woman asked. That's right, Ruben replied. I'm in the presidential suite. He deliberately emphasized the words presidential suite, attempting to assert his status. Ruben knew Charlie had some abilities, but he firmly believed those abilities would be useless outside Oris Hill, especially in Japan. Because of this, he instinctively dismissed the idea that Charlie could have any real high-level connections in Tokyo. In his mind, the most Charlie could know would be someone from Tokyo's middle class at best. Chapter 2092. The woman's voice remained calm as she said, Since Lord Moore is staying at the Amman Hotel, please proceed to the rooftop immediately. The rooftop? Ruben frowned. Why do I need to go up there? There's a helicopter waiting for you on the rooftop, the woman replied. A helicopter? Ruben's expression changed, surprise mixed with contempt. Inside his head, he sneered, Charlie and his people are so predictable. Renting a helicopter in the city just to pick me up? They clearly have money but no brains. Using a helicopter to impress me? How pathetic. With that thought, he said smugly, Very well. Inform the rooftop staff that I'll be there shortly. Understood. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop, Lord Moore, the woman replied. After hanging up, Ruben let out a cold laugh. Humph, Charlie really is amusing. I already agreed to meet him, yet he insists on sending someone to fetch me, by helicopter, no less. Do they really think I've never seen the world? Trying to bluff me with a helicopter? What a joke. The assistant smiled faintly and said, Lord Moore, in my opinion, Charlie is nothing more than a firefly trying to compete with the sun and the moon. He doesn't know his place. Ruben chuckled. To be fair, Charlie does have some skill. That rejuvenation pill of his is quite something. I wouldn't mind getting one myself when I'm older. Of course, Lord Moore, the assistant replied obediently. Soon, Ruben and his trusted assistant arrived at the rooftop of the Amman Hotel. On the helipad stood a sleek black helicopter. Ruben glanced at it with mild surprise and commented, Not bad. Charlie and his friend are really willing to spend money. This Super Puma helicopter costs over 150 million at the factory. With modifications, it could easily exceed 200 million. Renting it even briefly would cost hundreds of thousands. The assistant laughed. Spending that much just to show off in front of you, Lord Moore. Charlie Wade is truly foolish. Indeed, Ruben sneered. Did you notice the letters painted on the fuselage? The assistant squinted at the white lettering and read aloud, ITO? Lord Moore, what does that mean? It doesn't look like English. Ruben smiled faintly and explained, It's not English. It's Japanese romanization. Those letters are pronounced as Ito. Ito, the assistant frowned. What does that mean? Ruben replied calmly, you really need to broaden your knowledge. Those letters represent the Ito family, the largest family in Japan. What? The assistant exclaimed. This is the Ito family's helicopter. Does Charlie really have ties to the Ito family? Ruben scoffed. Him? Connected to the Ito family? He's not worthy. The assistant looked confused. Then why is the helicopter marked like that? Ruben smiled knowingly. You really don't understand. The Ito family controls countless industries in Japan, including a navigation company called Ito Navigation. Ito Navigation? Exactly, Ruben said. That company specializes in short and medium-distance flights and operates more than 200 aircraft, including over 100 helicopters. Their strength is undeniable. So Charlie and his friend must have rented this helicopter from Ito Navigation, the assistant said, suddenly enlightened. She nodded and smiled. When you said it belonged to the Ito family, I was worried Charlie might actually know someone from that family. Ruben sneered coldly. I already told you, Charlie doesn't stand a chance of knowing anyone from the Ito family. The Ito family today is like our domestic bank's family. A guy like Charlie, who only got lucky with some feng shui, isn't even worthy of shining their shoes. Chapter 2093. Ruben held the Ito family in extremely high regard. As the largest family in Japan, they had recently emerged victorious from a brutal struggle involving the three major families in Tokyo. This decisive victory placed the Ito family on an incredibly promising path for the future. Because of this, Ruben found it difficult to believe that Charlie could possibly have any genuine connection with the Ito family. In his mind, the only explanation was that Charlie, or one of his friends, had simply rented a helicopter from the Ito family's aviation company. With his assistant following closely behind, Ruben strode confidently toward the helipad. Standing beside the helicopter was a stunning woman dressed in a blue flight attendant uniform. As Ruben approached, she greeted him politely, saying, "You must be Lord Moore, correct?" Ruben nodded, his posture carrying a trace of arrogance, and replied, "Yes, that's me. Are you responsible for picking me up?" The beautiful attendant smiled gently and said, "Yes, Lord Moore. Mr. Wade and our miss are waiting for you at home. Please board the helicopter with this lady." Ruben smiled faintly and said, "Master Wade is truly thoughtful. In the city, though, a car would have been more than enough. There's really no need to use a helicopter." She replied calmly, "Lord Moore, our eldest sister insisted that your arrival must be suitably grand." Ruben laughed inwardly. Sending a helicopter is considered grand? Do they really think I'm some country bumpkin? The Moore family has its own fleet of private jets and helicopters. This is nothing special to me. Still, since the helicopter had been arranged by Charlie, Ruben restrained his contempt and said politely, "In that case, I'll follow Master Wade's arrangements." With that, Ruben and his assistant boarded the helicopter. Although the aircraft could normally accommodate more than 20 passengers, it had been extensively modified into a luxurious airborne lounge, resembling a high-end mobile suite. Seated on the plush sofa, Ruben asked casually, "How far is Master Wade from here?" The beautiful attendant smiled and replied, "About 15 kilometers." 15 kilometers? Ruben frowned. "Isn't that just a few minutes away?" She smiled again. "The actual flight time will be only a few minutes, but we've scheduled about half an hour." "What?" Ruben exclaimed in disbelief. "Half an hour? 15 kilometers? Even riding a bicycle wouldn't take that long. Surely this helicopter isn't that slow." The attendant explained patiently, "Lord Moore, our Missy has arranged a scenic route in your honor. You'll understand shortly." Confused, Ruben asked, "May I know who your eldest sister is?" She shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Lord Moore. I'm not at liberty to reveal our Missy's identity right now. You'll find out once we arrive." Ruben nodded, secretly wondering, what is Charlie plotting? What's the point of this elaborate helicopter ride? At that moment, the beautiful attendant announced, "Lord Moore, we are about to take off. Please put on your intercom headset and fasten your seatbelt." "Understood," Reuben replied. He followed her instructions and secured himself. Because helicopter engines generate intense noise during flight, normal conversation inside the cabin was impossible. To ensure communication, all crew members and passengers wore specialized headsets that blocked engine noise while enabling radio communication. Once airborne, this would be the only way to communicate. Chapter 2094. The helicopter's engines roared to life, gradually increasing in power as the aircraft lifted smoothly into the air. Reuben leaned back slightly and thought to himself, "This is a good opportunity to enjoy Tokyo's skyline from above." Just then, a crisp, commanding voice sounded through his headset. "Number 2 and 3, take off. Number 4 and 5, start your engines. Number 6 and 7, prepare for launch." Reuben frowned in confusion. "Number 2? Number 3? What the hell is she talking about?" Suddenly, his assistant pointed out the window toward the rooftops of nearby buildings and exclaimed, "Lord Moore, look! 2 helicopters just took off from those rooftops, and they look exactly like ours." Reuben turned his head sharply, and froze. 2 identical helicopters were lifting off simultaneously from buildings on both sides. Not only were they the same Super Puma model, but they also bore identical markings, clearly branded with the Ito Navigation Corporation logo. Stunned, Reuben asked the attendant, "Those helicopters, are they also yours?" She nodded calmly and replied, "Yes. They'll be accompanying you for the entire journey." "Accompanying me?" Reuben asked, startled. "What exactly do you mean?" "They'll be flying alongside you throughout the route, similar to an escort convoy," she explained. Reuben's expression stiffened. Is that really necessary? I hope Master Wade isn't going bankrupt over this nonsense." The attendant answered evenly, "Please rest assured, Mr. Wade won't need to pay a single yen." Reuben nodded slowly, his thoughts turning darker. It seems Charlie has set his sights on yet another sucker in Tokyo. As they spoke, the 2 helicopters rose to the same altitude and matched the speed of Reuben's aircraft, flying in perfect formation. Moments later, Reuben's assistant gasped and pointed again. "Lord Moore! There are 2 more helicopters on the rooftops on both sides." Reuben narrowed his eyes in disbelief. "That makes 5 helicopters already. Is this really necessary?" Suddenly, the assistant pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Lord Moore! I think I see more black helicopters on the rooftops ahead." Following her gaze, Reuben spotted 2 small black silhouettes nearly a kilometer away. As they drew closer, he could clearly make them out. They were the exact same type of helicopter. To his shock, the 2 helicopters ahead lifted off and took position in front of them. The formation expanded from 3 aircraft to 5. Moments later, the 2 distant helicopters climbed to altitude as well. The escort now consisted of 7 helicopters. At this point, Reuben felt genuinely shaken. He couldn't understand what Charlie was trying to do. This was just a pickup. Did it really warrant such a ridiculously extravagant display? As this thought crossed his mind, the woman's pleasant voice came through the intercom again. "Taking off 2 at a time is too inefficient. Next, let's launch 4 simultaneously." Chapter 2095. As Reuben watched the helicopters take off in groups of 4, he was stunned to see the fleet expand to nearly 20 aircraft. For a moment, it even made him feel like a big shot himself. Perplexed, he thought to himself, what the hell is going on? Sending nearly 20 helicopters just for a trip of barely over 10 kilometers? This is insane. And who exactly is Charlie's friend in Tokyo? Renting this many helicopters would cost a fortune. Does he really have money to burn like this? Meanwhile, Tokyo's citizens were equally shocked by the spectacle. One after another, people stopped in the streets, craning their necks to stare at the sky, speculating that some major incident had occurred or that an extremely important figure had arrived. The more Reuben thought about Charlie's intentions, the more uneasy he became. Although he and Charlie were not close, they were at least acquaintances. Normally, when acquaintances met, they would simply agree on a location and arrive separately. Why was Charlie making such an exaggerated display? More helicopters continued to take off, joining those already hovering between the skyscrapers lining the streets. Before long, the number of helicopters exceeded 30. Reuben had never witnessed anything like this in his life. His heart began to race, caught between excitement and rising anxiety. His earlier contempt slowly faded. Deep down, he began to sense that Charlie was far more formidable than he had assumed, especially when considering this mysterious Japanese friend he had yet to meet. Could it be that this friend is actually a major figure in Tokyo? Eventually, the massive fleet circled over the city and gradually converged above a vast private estate. Reuben soon realized that the helicopters had formed a circular formation, surrounding his own aircraft as it slowly descended. Looking down at the enormous manor below, he turned to the beautiful woman beside him and asked in shock, "Excuse me, where exactly are we?" She replied calmly, reporting to Lord Moore, "This is the residence of our eldest sister." Reuben wasn't familiar with the exact location of the Ito family's mansion, so he couldn't immediately identify the owner. However, judging by the sheer size of the estate, the land area, and the architectural design, it was obvious that this was anything but an ordinary residence. As the helicopter continued its descent, Reuben's heartbeat grew increasingly frantic. A wave of panic surged through him as he thought, if Charlie's friends in Tokyo really belong to such a powerful family, then their influence is terrifying. If Charlie uses them to investigate Jasmine's case, everything could spiral out of control. At first, Reuben had firmly believed that Charlie would be ineffective in Japan. Without local connections or influence, how could he possibly find Jasmine or uncover the truth behind her disappearance? For most people, this logic made perfect sense. After all, everyone has clear geographical limits to their power. Take Don Albert, for example, an underground kingpin in Oris Hill. Within his territory, he was feared and respected. But once he left Oris Hill, his influence would collapse completely. If Don Albert came to Tokyo, his reputation would mean nothing. Even a low-level thug wouldn't hesitate to challenge him. Reuben had assumed Charlie would be no different. Charlie might be a powerful figure in Oris Hill, backed by influential local forces, but once he stepped outside that territory, his authority should have weakened drastically. Reuben had believed that if Charlie came to Japan to investigate Jasmine's case, he wouldn't even be able to find a few reliable helpers. But now, Reuben realized just how wrong he had been. Chapter 2096. It turned out that Charlie had extremely powerful connections in Japan as well. The helicopter landed smoothly on the lush lawn in the vast backyard of the Ito family estate. The moment it came to a halt, 20 men dressed in immaculate black suits strode forward in perfect unison. They positioned themselves on both sides of the cabin door, standing tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, a stunning woman inside the helicopter opened the door and stepped down gracefully. She turned to Reuben and said politely, "Lord Moore, please." Reuben swallowed hard. His heart pounded violently as he carefully stepped out of the helicopter. The woman continued, "Lord Moore, please follow me. Mr. Wade and our eldest sister are already waiting for you in the parlor." Putting on a respectful expression, Reuben hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I be so bold as to ask who exactly your family's eldest sister is?" She smiled faintly and replied, "You'll learn her identity when you meet her. She will introduce herself personally." Reuben forced a smile, but inside, his nerves were stretched to the breaking point. He was keenly aware that an estate located in such a prime area of Tokyo, with such scale and luxury, would easily be worth billions, perhaps even tens of billions. A family capable of owning such property was undoubtedly far more powerful than the Moore family. Gesturing politely, the woman said, "Lord Moore, please come this way." Reuben nodded stiffly and followed her, doing his best to maintain his composure. They passed through the lush garden at the rear of the Ito estate and walked down a long corridor until they reached the entrance of a traditional Japanese room. Turning to Reuben and his assistant, the woman said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and announce your arrival." Reuben quickly replied, "Of course, we'll wait at the door." The woman entered the room and addressed Charlie, who was seated cross-legged at the tea table alongside Nanako. Mr. Wade, miss, the guests have arrived. Nanako nodded calmly and said indifferently, invite them in. Yes, miss, the woman replied. She returned to the doorway and called out, Lord Moore, please come in. Reuben's assistant leaned closer and whispered nervously, Lord Moore, should I still go in? I'm feeling very uneasy. Maybe I should wait outside. Seeing her pale expression, Reuben immediately understood that she had been intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the 20 men outside. He sighed inwardly and thought, you're nervous. You have no idea how terrified I am right now. Still, he knew that while she could choose to stay back, he had no such luxury. After a brief hesitation, he said, you can wait for me outside. The assistant's face instantly relaxed, as though she had just been spared a death sentence, and she nodded repeatedly. Taking a deep breath, Reuben stepped inside the room. The moment he entered, he saw Charlie sitting calmly at the tea table, leisurely sipping tea. Charlie looked as composed as ever. When he noticed Reuben, he casually raised his hand in greeting. Seated opposite Charlie was a young Japanese woman dressed in an elegant kimono, her beauty refined and her presence graceful yet commanding. Reuben recognized her immediately. A shock ran through his entire body as a terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Could this be Nanako Ito? The eldest daughter of the Ito family? Is she the so-called local friend Charlie mentioned? Chapter 2097. At that moment, Reuben felt as if his entire outlook on life, his values and worldview, had been completely shaken. He never imagined that Charlie would be able to establish a relationship with the eldest daughter of the Ito family. What shocked him even more was the scene before his eyes. The Ito family's eldest daughter was dressed elegantly in a kimono, kneeling across from Charlie and respectfully serving him tea, her posture humble and reverent, as though she were a servant. This was simply unbelievable. Reuben's heart was in complete turmoil. He couldn't help but think, what the hell is going on? Do the Japanese also practice feng shui? Otherwise, how could Charlie possibly be connected to Nanako? Just as his thoughts raced with shock and disbelief, Charlie noticed him enter. With a warm smile, Charlie waved and called out, "Oh, Reuben. Come over here, hurry up and take a seat." Seeing how calm and composed Charlie was, Reuben became even more confused. Charlie is so close to Jasmine, yet she's been missing for so long. Why is he in Tokyo, leisurely drinking tea at the Ito family's mansion instead of searching for her? Suppressing his confusion, Reuben walked over with a forced smile and greeted him respectfully, "Greetings, Master Wade." Then, turning toward Nanako, he added politely, "Hello, Miss Ito. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you'll be kind to me." Nanako smiled gently and asked, "Lord Moore, you know of me?" Reuben nodded. "You are quite well known. How could I not know you?" Nanako smiled again and gestured politely. "Lord Moore, please take a seat and experience the Japanese tea ceremony. I hope it suits your taste." Reuben hurriedly waved his hand and replied, "Miss Ito, you're too kind. I'm here on Master Wade's instructions, so it's perfectly fine for me to remain standing." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "All right, Reuben. I'm well acquainted with your grandfather, so there's no need for such formalities. Since Miss Ito has invited you to sit, you should accept." Charlie's tone made Reuben feel uneasy. He sensed a trace of condescension, which made him uncomfortable. However, he didn't dare refuse. After all, Charlie was now an honored guest of the Ito family, whose influence in Japan was immense. With no choice, Reuben replied respectfully, "Since Master Wade insists, I'll follow your lead." He then sat down beside Charlie. As Reuben sat cross-legged, his heart pounded nervously, his mind filled with countless questions about Charlie's true intentions. At that moment, Charlie spoke calmly, "Reuben, tell me everything you know about Jasmine's situation." Reuben's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to remain composed and replied, "Master Wade, here's what happened. Not long ago, Jasmine planned to form a partnership with New Japan Railway. She came to Japan to begin negotiations. However, last night, an accident occurred. The commercial vehicle she was in fell off a cliff in the mountains of West Domo County. The other 3 passengers died on the spot, and Jasmine is currently missing. Charlie nodded slightly and then asked, "What conclusion has the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department reached?" Chapter 2098. Charlie fixed his gaze on Ruben, who immediately felt a surge of guilt. He quickly lowered his head and replied respectfully, returning to Master Wade, "The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has already deployed a large number of officers to search West Domo County, but they still haven't found Jasmine." Ruben added quickly, "However, they are expanding the search area and increasing their manpower. All we can do now is hope they discover useful clues soon and find Jasmine as quickly as possible." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "That's not what I'm asking. What I want to know is this: how has the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department classified this incident? Was it an accident, or was it intentional? Was the fall purely accidental, or was it deliberate murder?" The moment the word murder was mentioned, Ruben's heart sank. Cold sweat instantly broke out across his back, though it was hidden beneath his jacket. In truth, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department had already made a preliminary judgment. They believed this was a premeditated murder, as signs of tampering had been found at the scene. Unfortunately, they still lacked concrete evidence. Charlie's blunt question made Ruben increasingly anxious. Initially, Ruben believed that Charlie, being alone in Japan, wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. But now things were different. Charlie had deep ties with the Ito family, and once they intervened, the investigation would advance far more quickly than the police ever could. The Ito family's influence in Japan was enormous. If they threw their full weight behind this matter, the truth would be uncovered sooner or later. Ruben's anxiety intensified, and he struggled to figure out how to respond. At that moment, Charlie pressed him again. "Ruben, why aren't you saying anything?" Startled back to his senses, Ruben hurriedly replied, "Oh, sorry, Charlie. I was just distracted, worrying about Jasmine's safety." After steadying himself, he straightened up and answered honestly, "Master Wade, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is leaning toward the conclusion that this was an intentional murder. However, since there's still no solid evidence, the investigation is ongoing. For now, it remains a working theory." Charlie nodded coldly. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is notoriously incompetent. With how many major cases they leave unsolved, who knows how long they'll drag this out. He then gestured toward Nanako and said to Ruben, "Ruben, Miss Nanako and I are close friends, and I have strong ties with the Ito family. I trust you're well aware of their influence in Japan. With Miss Nanako's help, I'm confident we can locate Jasmine much faster than relying on the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department." Nanako immediately said firmly, "Don't worry, Charlie. As long as you say the word, the entire Ito family will fully support you." Ruben felt a wave of fear wash over him. He knew that once the Ito family got involved, even if Jasmine couldn't be found alive, the truth would definitely be exposed. The sight of the Ito family's helicopters earlier was proof enough. They would stop at nothing to carry out Charlie's will. At that moment, Ruben felt despair creep into his heart. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Charlie had noticed every subtle change in Ruben's expression and behavior, and his suspicions grew stronger. Something was definitely wrong with Ruben. Chapter 2099. At the moment Nanako addressed Charlie, Ruben had already begun plotting his escape from Japan. He knew that once the Ito family got involved, his chances of succeeding were rapidly diminishing. Staying in Japan when failure was imminent meant there was a real possibility he wouldn't leave alive. Ruben understood all too clearly that Charlie would never allow him to walk away unscathed. The only viable option was to leave Japan as soon as possible, return home, and deal with the old man before his identity was exposed, then seize control of the entire Moore family. If he could take over all of the Moore family's assets, he would finally have leverage to negotiate with Charlie. After all, the Moore family's assets totaled 120 billion, far more than Charlie could easily contend with. Charlie glanced at Ruben, who appeared restless beside him, and asked casually, "Ruben, why do you look so distracted? Are you feeling unwell?" Ruben quickly shook his head. No, Master Wade. I'm just worried about Jasmine. She's been missing all night, and I'm afraid the longer this drags on, the lower her chances of survival become." Charlie looked at him seriously and said, "Don't worry. As long as I, Master Wade, am here, Jasmine will definitely be safe." Reuben forced a smile. "That's wonderful to hear. Master Wade, I'm counting on you to find Jasmine." But deep inside, Reuben's thoughts were vicious and twisted. "Even if Jasmine is still alive, I'll make sure she dies. I don't care if you're standing right in front of me, Charlie. As long as I, Reuben, am still breathing, Jasmine will not be allowed to live. She must die." At that moment, Charlie said calmly, "All right, Reuben. You should return to the hotel. There's no need for you to participate in the search for Jasmine. Just rest at the hotel and wait for my updates." Reuben was momentarily stunned. What the hell does he mean by that? Is he really planning to send me back with helicopters and an entire escort? This is ridiculous. One phone call or a WeChat message would be enough. Even so, Reuben didn't dare question Charlie aloud. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Master Wade, in that case, I'll take my leave." Charlie nodded. "Stay in Tokyo and don't go anywhere. Just wait at the hotel for news from me." Reuben replied obediently, "Of course, Master Wade. I'll be waiting at the hotel for your instructions." At that point, Nanako spoke up. "Since Lord Moore is returning to the hotel, I'll arrange a helicopter to send you back." Reuben was flattered but quickly replied, "Miss Ito, you're too considerate. The hotel isn't far, I can just take a taxi. There's really no need for a helicopter." Nanako said earnestly, "Lord Moore is Charlie's guest, which means you are also a guest of the Ito family. We never allow our guests to leave in a taxi. It's more appropriate to send you by helicopter." Feeling awkward, Reuben said, "Miss Ito, I truly appreciate your kindness, but one helicopter is more than enough." Nanako smiled gently. "Lord Moore, please don't be so reserved. Sending multiple helicopters to escort our guests is how the Ito family demonstrates respect and importance." Having no other choice, Reuben finally nodded. "Then I'll accept Miss Ito's generous arrangements." Nanako nodded back and summoned her assistant to escort Reuben away. Chapter 2100. As soon as Reuben left, Nanako immediately turned to Charlie and said excitedly, "Charlie, your instincts are incredible. After meeting Reuben in person, I can clearly sense that something is very wrong with him." Charlie replied calmly, "Anyone with a guilty conscience, no matter how strong they think they are, will eventually reveal cracks. Reuben became noticeably uneasy the moment he saw you. That fear comes from the Ito family. He knows that once we get involved, everything will be thoroughly investigated, and that terrifies him." He continued, "I believe Reuben will try to flee before it's too late. You must make sure your ninjas keep him under close surveillance. He absolutely cannot be allowed to escape." Nanako nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Charlie. I've already arranged everything. The moment Reuben arrived, my ninjas rushed to the hotel and are now monitoring him from every angle." Charlie smiled faintly. "If he has accomplices, the first thing he'll do after returning to the hotel is contact them. You need to listen in on all his communications and make sure you catch every useful clue." Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter returning to the hotel, Reuben's anxiety continued to intensify. With everything changing so suddenly, his thoughts were in complete disarray. All of his remaining hopes now rested on his father, Theodore. He desperately wanted to contact Theodore and tell him everything that had happened. However, while still on the Ito family's helicopter, he had no choice but to restrain himself and wait until he reached the hotel. During the flight, dozens of helicopters surrounded him as escorts. To outsiders, the scene looked majestic and imposing, but to Reuben, it was suffocating. The sheer power of the Ito family was being flaunted before his eyes. According to Ito family staff, the Ito Navigation Company controlled over 80% of the helicopter landing pads atop high-rise buildings throughout Tokyo. Without needing to pass through airports, their helicopters were stationed directly on rooftops, allowing for instant deployment in emergencies. Along the way, Reuben watched as Ito family helicopters continuously took off and landed on nearby buildings. With every display of that overwhelming power, his fear grew deeper. When the helicopter finally landed at the Amman Hotel, Ruben rushed into his room and immediately dialed Theodore's number. At that moment, Theodore had just arrived in Oris Hill after a grueling 10-hour flight. As soon as the call connected, Ruben blurted out frantically, "Dad. I'm about to be exposed. I can't stay in Tokyo, or even Japan, any longer. I'm planning to return quietly tonight. You need to deal with things on your end immediately." Theodore was startled. "What happened? What went wrong?" Ruben replied, his voice trembling, nearly in tears, "It's Charlie Wade. He's terrifying. Dad, you wouldn't believe it, the Ito family, the most powerful family in Japan, treats him like one of their own. The moment Charlie said he wanted to find Jasmine, the entire Ito family pledged their full support. I don't understand what kind of monster this Charlie is."